A group of people in special suits were investigating something in the rooms where communications ran. One of the boys looked at something carefully, although he didn't say anything to the others. Looking at his own gloved hands, which were stained with some strange liquid that resembled a combination of dirt and oil, he sighed heavily. And a moment later he announced to his colleagues that it looked like the current day had been wasted. They hadn't managed to find anything. However, under the command of some inner force, Hengmu raised his head up as if he knew for sure that there might be something there. And the young man was not mistaken, because in the wall, entangled in wires and cobwebs, some kind of stone was glowing. Leaving his comrades behind, our hero, taking his bucket, headed exactly to that place. Having climbed the wall, the guy noted to himself that in just a few minutes, he could easily fulfill his daily requirement. And in a moment, Hengmu was almost at his destination, trying to reach the crystal. The last centimeters were difficult for the young man, which was evident from his tense face, but he was not going to give up. And then something happened that the guy didn't expect. As he fell into the mud, he heard his colleagues asking if he was okay. Getting up and rubbing his bruised shoulder, R said that nothing serious had happened. Meanwhile, Research University assistant Yumin was arguing menacingly with someone, saying that the other person was taking on too much. However, the guys who were still walking through the sewers had to do their job. And so one of our hero's colleagues asked why he climbed the wall. And a moment later, looking at the guy, he added that the water in this place was contaminated with mana from the crystal moss. And therefore, if you make a mistake even once, you can die. Clutching his salary, Kenhu said that he only received $30, which did not make him happy at all. Leaning his hand on the locker, the young man noted that this world was unfair, and he had no idea what to do about it, how to change the current situation. And he remembered that 30 years ago, along with the dungeons, a new world opened up in which rankers awakened abilities, but the guy got nothing. He was considered a starless mere mortal who was unable to awaken his abilities. Suddenly, the boy heard someone's voice, who said that he was not given a single chance, and added that he was Robert Lee, his father's lawyer. The man said that he had come to give something that our hero's father had left him. In a devastated voice, Kenhu said that he was a beggar. Moreover, he had no parents. This was all he was. This was his life. Picking up the pendant, the lawyer asked if the young man meant this thing, which now belonged to him. After some time, the guy was already in the industrial area of Hwaseong and talking to the girl, showing her the pendant and noting that it was worthless. However, the blonde said that it was a return stone, which rankers use when escaping from the dungeon. Still looking at the pendant in surprise, the beauty said that as far as she knew, the thing could only be activated in the dungeon. But it was unclear how Kenmu got there and why it was necessary. Our hero was upset that he came across something that would not bring any benefit. Realizing that the young man was panicking even more, the blonde began to ask for help, making it clear that she did not want to offend her friend, but he nodded and noted that he understood everything. After that, the beauty asked if the young man had heard of Li Ji-tae, adding that he was popular lately. This man was the head of the Taesung clan. The boy recalled the girl's words, noting that this man had managed to pass the 5-star Taebaek dungeon, and this had happened only the 3rd time in the world. When Li Ji-tae spoke about the success of his expedition in an interview, he said that it was the result of the efforts of all the hunters in his clan. He added that he was glad that thanks to this raid, their team was able to show the true power of Korea. This guy is undoubtedly very strong. He is also popular and handsome. One can say that the young man was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Holding the stone in his hand, Kenhu thought that he had nothing but this worthless stone. And he thought that he wasn't throwing a tantrum or anything like that. But if he had the chance, he would have. And he kept quiet. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy said out loud that if that were the case, he would definitely do everything possible. At some point, the brush began to glow, and then our hero shouted even louder that he would use his chance to the maximum. Suddenly, the guy screamed. The light was so bright that it seemed to fill the entire room and became more blinding with each passing minute. Kenhu didn't understand what was happening. He tried to unclench his fist, but he couldn't. The next minute, the guy jumped up from the ground. Just at that moment, the system began to greet the young man. Looking around in horror, the young man tried to figure out where he was, and events had unfolded in such an unusual way. The system was warning about something again, but the guy didn't see it all because he couldn't realize that all this was actually happening to him. Finally, the guy turned to the computer, which said that the limit of increase had been reached. The hero awakened the mana that circulated inside his body. But what struck Kenhu most of all was what was written next. It turned out that he had somehow managed to end up in hell, and that if he completed the tasks, he would be able to raise his level. Looking around in fear, the young man screamed and asked if there was anyone else there. continuing to wonder where he had moved to. Not paying attention to anything, the young man screamed desperately with all his might. He hoped that at least someone would come to his aid. A moment later, realizing that there was not a soul around, our hero was surprised to discover crystal moss, the very one he was so desperately chasing in his world. Ken-Hu remembered how desperately he had reached for a similar but much smaller piece just a day ago, and such a large crystal could cost around $100. Taking this moss in his hands, the young man thought with anticipation about the real price of this treasure. The guy decided that it could be millions of won, although most likely it was tens of millions. Still looking closely at the crystal, our hero decided that he had finally managed to hit the jackpot, something he had never even dreamed of. Ken-Hu smiled and continued to look in amazement at his incredible find, wondering what to do with it next. But suddenly something went wrong. Dust-like particles appeared around our hero, making it difficult to breathe. The young man hugged himself, realizing that he was starting to feel shaky. The cold and unpleasant sensations were becoming stronger. Trying to understand what had happened, the young man noted that he was having difficulty breathing, while the system was notifying him that the hero was paralyzed because he had been poisoned. Ken-Hu thought that some enemies had done this, but who could they be talking about if there was no one around, and therefore, who could he interfere with? There was broken glass, knocked out frames, and previously destroyed buildings all around, although the crystal stood out against this background. Once again, the computer reported that the young man was killed by dust, and his total lifespan was just over 4 minutes. Looking at his hand, our hero thought that he was probably sleeping, because this could not happen in real life. Once again, the system reported that a quest had been discovered. It was about the first night in hell that was beginning. The task was to survive until dawn. The guy's eyes showed genuine horror, and all because the young man could not understand how he got to this place. Realizing that things were bad, our hero ran away with all his might, hoping that it would all end very soon. As he was putting on his jacket, the young man thought angrily that he had no idea who had set all this up. However, whoever is behind this, he will find this person and will definitely take revenge. After a while, sitting on his knees on the ground, Ken-Hu said out loud that he had already died 8 times. He could not complete this task, and therefore hoped that perhaps prayer would help. The guy, in horror and despair, began to pray to all the gods he had ever heard of. But the word system sent a notification that the quest had failed. After our hero had suffered 11 deaths and developed a resistance to paralysis, the guy decided that he would inhale the dust deeply to get rid of it. Finally, Ken-Hu happily noted to himself that he had managed to increase his survival time simply by breathing in this polluted air. And then the system reported that resistance to paralysis had increased, and the young man noted to himself that breathing exercises were helping a lot. Our hero remembered how his mentor taught him to inhale deeply, but in such a way that the air would fill his stomach first. The boy did everything as he was told at the time, as the man noted that the child was very attentive and did everything as needed. The adult stated that of all the children he had worked with, only Ken-Hu showed great promise. Now, sitting on the floor, the boy understood that the efforts he had made as a child had not been in vain. After 28 deaths, the young man decided that his body was now different, lighter, and more flexible. It was at this moment that the system sent a new notification that our hero had received a new skill, poisonous blood. In addition, hell no longer deals damage to him. Smiling, the young man could not believe his happiness, not fully understanding what would happen to him. Looking at his hands, the guy noted that he had simply inhaled toxic fine dust and was now immune to poisoning. However, now Ken-Hu was surprised not only by this, but also by something that for some reason he had not noticed before. It was about the crystal moss that was everywhere, so much of it that it blinded the eyes. Taking this jewel in his hands, the guy thought about what if this moss was real, but he did not finish his thought because an information board immediately appeared. It asked if our hero wanted to collect crystal moss, and he replied that of course he wanted to. Having chosen the appropriate option, the guy jumped back. Horror was visible in his eyes, because the computer notified that the player had an inventory. And again, the board showed information about the quality of the moss, which was the highest, which surprised our hero even more, who did not think that this was even possible. Relaxing and smiling, Ken-Hu asked how much of this crystal he could earn to take with him later. Suddenly, our hero's attention was drawn to something that was coming from afar, and he stated that he had heard this sound before. The noise became louder and louder, and after a few seconds, the guy noticed dark spots that were hordes. Taking a closer look, the young man realized that unknown insects were flying straight at him, but the worst thing was that there were millions of them. Trying to run with all his might, Ken-Hu used foul language while the system said that the youth was being attacked by mosquitoes, which made him even more angry since he himself knew it. Trying to fight them off, the guy thought about the best way to hide. realizing that these small creatures could kill him. Struggling with the last of his strength to fight off the mosquitoes, the young man noted that there were too many of them, and therefore their strength was not equal. Opening his eyes, our hero saw a board in front of his eyes, which said that last time he had already lasted 6 hours, and now a new round was beginning. And again the system happily announced that an average achievement had been received for poisoning and killing 100 monsters at the same time, and therefore the effect of poisonous blood had been increased. Looking closely at his hands, the young man noted that it turned out that the mosquitoes had drunk his blood, were poisoned, and died. Jumping up from his seat, the guy did not understand why the computer had notified him that his condition was unstable and that he was gradually losing his health. Our hero knew the expression about live and die very well, but he did not understand how long it would take to complete all these tasks. And falling to the floor again, Kenhu heard the system begin to regenerate using the title of Last Survivor. The young man was angry about everything that was happening to him, but he was even more irritated by the system messages that did not stop, as well as the huge mosquitoes. Picking up the chair, our hero decided that he needed to try using his new skill, which was disassembly. The very next moment, the chair shattered into small pieces with a crash. But what struck Kenhu most was that when they fell to the floor, all the components lay perfectly, as if someone had laid them out. Our hero thought about the fact that if this skill can be obtained in this way, then there is a possibility to obtain the skill by creating things. The boy was as happy as a child when he saw that the system had notified him that he had acquired the general skill of making. The young man thought to himself that he had managed to obtain 2 precious skills. He had planned to do this later, but he could do it right now. Taking a stick, the young man firmly decided that he needed a shelter that could withstand any bad weather and any cataclysms. Concentrating his energy, the boy spoke out loud about the need to think about the future, because it was unclear how much longer he would spend in this destroyed place. Looking at the newly created staircase, Kenhu decided to himself that it was unknown who he would meet next, and therefore there was no time to waste. There was still work to do on the ceiling, which our hero was about to do, knowing that a safe place was the most important thing at the moment. The guy wanted to take action, so he decided to use all his crystal moss and also wanted to see what would come of it. Suddenly, the young man's attention was drawn to a newspaper lying on the floor. Kenhu hoped that he would be able to learn at least something about this world, although everywhere they only talked about some stars. And again the young man read the notice. It said that a new skill had been acquired, namely a foreign language. Throwing up his hands, Ken spoke out loud about the variety of skills that exist. After this, the young man again began to study the newspapers, in which much was unclear. But he learned the name of Ji Tae, who belongs to the Tae Song Guild. The young man did not know the exact situation, but he thought that it all looked as if it was connected with visiting someplace. Suddenly our hero frowned. It seemed to him that he heard some strange sound, although it seemed impossible. And then the guy thought about the fact that the place where he had been before was completely destroyed, although it didn't seem that way to him. Scratching his head, Kenhu knew that no matter what the newspaper wrote, he still couldn't change the past. And looking at the mosquitoes, he decided that he had to do what was within his competence, and also within his power. Concentrating, the young man decided that it was high time to start dismantling. Lying on the floor, our hero said that it was incredibly difficult, although he received the sting of a hellish mosquito, as well as wings and blood. Taking one bottle, the guy noted to himself that he received a lot of items, but it was completely unclear what he would be able to do with them in the future. After some thought, Kenhu decided that he could use the crafting, and in a moment a hellish dart was produced, although the young man did not understand why he needed it. Holding the object in his hands, the guy understood that it was too primitive. But what could one even talk about, having the appropriate consumables? But deciding that there was no other with a smile on his face, our hero decided to find out how useful this dart was. Having finished the work, the guy could hardly stretch his shoulders, realizing that the work was not easy. And the next minute, our hero decided that now, from all the darts he received, he could extract something more useful, and therefore he connected the manufacturing program. A minute later, the guy was holding in his hand a legendary object, which was an unidentified egg. While carefully holding this element, the boy heard that the boy had a chance to find out what this egg was through certain conditions or rewards. Time passed and Kenhu still sat motionless watching the new object, although nothing was happening. The guy didn't realize how much time had passed, and so he was already beginning to doze off. All sorts of thoughts came into the young man's head, some of which even made him feel embarrassed. And after a while, our hero bowed his head completely because he was extremely depressed and tired. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes. This time, he was sure that he really heard someone's footsteps. Looking out from around the corner, the young man saw someone he didn't expect at all. It was a goblin with a small kitchen axe, a goblin standing right in the doorway. In turn, this entity also drew attention to the silhouette of a man who was hiding behind the wall. Stuttering with horror in his voice, the boy said the words about where a goblin could come from in these parts. He looked extremely terrifying. His eyes were glowing, and his teeth were so sharp that they could be dangerous in themselves. The next minute this predator jumped, its speed was lightning fast. The young man, who was still looking out from his hiding place, noted with anger to himself that this creature had managed to spot him. At that very moment, the goblin struck the wall with his axe to inflict damage on our hero. Ken-Hu jumped back with lightning speed, realizing that something urgently needed to be done. The young man noticed the stairs, and it seemed that at that moment, some kind of plan was born in his head. Not wanting to waste a minute, the young man quickly ran up the steps, while the goblin was not going to leave the fugitive a chance, and therefore followed closely behind him. Turning around, the guy said out loud that this crazy creature was chasing him without understanding why. Finally, our hero remembered some equipment, deciding that it was time to use it. And in just a moment, a sword appeared in Ken-Hu's hands, with which he could attack his opponent, and although he did not know how to handle a weapon, he had the determination to take and act. However, as soon as the guy swung, the goblin immediately jumped up and seemed to somehow miraculously stick to the wall. Although the very next minute, this monster appeared behind our hero. The system notified the player that there was a red helmet goblin in front of him, and also informed the guy that he should be wary of him. And again, the young man saw his opponent jump up and fly towards where Ken-Hu stood. The young man froze in place, watching intently as the goblin masterfully wielded his hatchet. Before the young man had time to think about anything else, a fight began, in which both held up quite well. The young man hoped that he would be able to overcome his ill-wisher. Although after a few seconds, our hero realized that it was not so easy for him, since the enemy moved very quickly and was agile. The goblin looked angrily into the eyes of his opponent, clearly hinting that he was much stronger and more resilient. Suddenly, the young man screamed. He was amazed that this monster could still talk, although he did not understand what he was trying to say. Ken-Hu was still about to think about something, but at that moment the weapons of the two opposing sides converged and the forces were clearly not on the guy's side. He held on with all his might and sweat appeared on his face. And again the guy resorted to the help of his equipment to gain time and still try to defeat his opponent. Throwing darts, the young man shouted for the goblin to choke on these objects. But it seemed that the ill-wisher did not care at all about this, since he was still just as spiteful towards the stranger. At some point, Ken-Hu decided that he would roar, thinking that perhaps it would somehow affect the enemy. But it seemed that he didn't care at all because he only smiled maliciously. For a moment, the goblin stopped, and it was frightening because it was completely unclear what to expect from him. And then, without any doubt, he raised his hand above his head again, the hand in which he held his hatchet. And then what happened was what our hero least expected. The enemy cut off his own hand, which was hit by the dart. Ken-Hu quickly thought that the predator's hand had changed the moment the dart entered it, which meant that the guy's blood was poisonous, and so he cut his own hand so that the liquid would get on his opponent. Less than a minute had passed, and the guy again looked somewhere in surprise. The young man did not understand how it could happen that the goblin disappeared from the place where he had just been. Standing there confused, the young man did not understand what to expect next. Looking up, Ken-Hu realized that he had miscalculated a bit, because somehow the ill-wisher had stuck to the ceiling and was now jumping straight at him. Looking at everything that was happening with horror, our hero was not only scared, but also did not understand how to act now. The goblin was much faster, and so he slashed the young man across the back with his weapon. And at that moment, the young man began to roll his eyes, realizing that he had lost this round again. The predator stepped victoriously with one foot on Ken-Hu, showing that he had done what he had intended to do and what he could do without any problems. The entity stood and simply smiled but took no further action. As he left, the goblin stated with hatred that there were still people left in this place that he was going to deal with. Our hero lay on the ground and smiled, although it was quite difficult to judge his condition. Suddenly, the system announced that the stamina level had dropped by 10%, and therefore regeneration was activated as a bonus using the title of Last Survivor. Trying to gather his strength, the young man angrily noted that he would definitely remember that goblin and take revenge on him, but later. Still lying on the ground, Ken-Hu heard the computer tell him that he had completed the quest. The guy thought with horror that it was not easy at all, but he still managed to do the impossible. He had gone through his first night in hell, which meant he could relax a little and catch his breath. And again, the system began to send various notifications about the points and bonuses awarded, but the most pleasant thing was that our hero could use the return stone before the start of the next quest. Having taken out his pendant, The young man heard that he had 14 days before the start of a new quest. And the very next minute, the guy grabbed the stone with all his might, as if it were something very precious. The last thought that flashed through Ken Hu's mind was that he could finally go home and rest. The young man felt like he was being carried somewhere, but it was a pleasant sensation. Sitting on the ground in the pouring rain, our hero tried to collect his thoughts and understand where he ended up. And then he laughed out loud, realizing that he had actually managed to get back. Sitting on his knees and raising his hands to the sky, the young man screamed as loudly as he could. He spoke about how he was back and that this was the most wonderful thing that could happen at that moment. Suddenly, the young man's mood changed, and for some reason he grabbed his pendant. Angrily tearing it off his neck, the boy began to shout that his father was a loser who left him this damn thing, which did more harm than good. But a moment later, scenes he had witnessed just recently began to appear before Ken Hu's eyes. It seemed that our hero not only remembered every detail, but also once again plunged into the same sensations as before. The young man looked ahead in despair and froze for a moment. And then he squeezed the stone in his hand again and began to yell at himself for not being able to end everything so easily. At this time, someone was watching a young man crawling in the pouring rain from the window of the house. Jumping out of the yard, the girl turned to Hyun-moo, who noted with horror that someone was addressing him. Running up to him, the beauty screamed about how he could have ended up in this place and why he was sitting in a puddle. Taking off her jacket, the blonde screamed that if something went wrong, the guy would get mana poisoning. And then she added that the young man needed to immediately go with her to the building. Looking at his friend in surprise, it seemed that Ken-moo did not fully understand where he was and what was happening to him. Wrapped in a woman's coat, the young man finally rose from his seat, looking at something with fear. Taking something out of the drawer, the girl asked her frozen acquaintance if he could hear her. And then she declared that she had a mana purification agent that the young man should use. And while the girl asked to take what she had, the guy persistently repeated that there was no point in caring about him because he felt great. Suddenly, the girl started beating her friend, saying that he was too frivolous and probably wanted to regret it at his own funeral. Coming out of the shower, our hero, as if casually asked what date it was, and hearing that it was September 11th, was very surprised. The guy continued to rub his wet hair, thinking to himself about what had happened. The next minute, the girl asked where the young man had been for 2 days because he had not answered his calls, and so she had to work alone. Lost in thought, Ken Hu noted to himself that only 2 days had passed, but it felt as if at least 5 years had passed. The only thing that was unclear was why he ended up in an industrial area if he had been sitting in his room before. And the blonde all this time was carefully examining the body of her friend, as if she was trying to find something there. Then the blonde became a little embarrassed and told the young man to pull himself together, and she added that he could not remain in such an inappropriate state, and therefore she would buy new clothes. Pointing to a bag lying in the corner of the room, the beauty explained that our hero's clothes were, firstly, infected with mana, and secondly, all torn. And as she left, she added that she would be back very soon, and therefore the guy just needed to wait a little. Looking at the door with apprehension, Ken Hu stated with a satisfied voice that his acquaintance had indeed left. Suddenly a board appeared in front of our hero, but the young man did not understand what it meant and what he should do next. Some cards appeared on the screen, and the system notified that SSS-Rank luck increases the quality of the player's rewards. Moreover, the guy managed to get a combat assistant. This surprised Ken Hu very much, because there were only 7 people in the world who had special skills. The young man realized with horror that he was the 8th owner of the legendary skill. Clenching his fist, our hero received no answer as to what a combat assistant is or how he can be used. Not much time passed before the girl returned and brought new clothes. But instead of gratitude, the young man extended his fist in front of the blonde. Watching with confusion as her friend pretended to be some kind of athlete, the apartment owner asked what he was doing. The guy didn't know what to answer and made a displeased face, while the girl condescendingly noted that she would pretend that she hadn't noticed anything. Sitting at the table, the beauty said that she should have taken the young man to the hospital, but she brought him to her place because he looked pretty good, which was surprising because he had no skill. And then, just in case, she asked again whether the young man had any skills, and if he did, why he worked as a prospector. Although a moment later, Ken Moo declared that he had only recently become capable. When asked by her friend about her research, Yumin replied that she was researching crystal moss. And after a short silence, our hero asked if in that case the girl could look at something. The blonde, her eyes wide open, asked in amazement what they were talking about. Holding the glowing moss in his hands, the young man said that he had collected all of this but was not sure of the price. Once again, Yu Ming's eyes widened even more, and she began to ask what was in front of her. With some embarrassment, Our hero admitted that the piece contained approximately 1 kilogram of crystal. While the girl continued to look at everything that was happening with confusion, the young man continued to say that the beauty understood all this much better than he did. Yumin screamed so loudly that it seemed like the entire neighborhood could hear her. The blonde continued to look at the stone as if she had never noticed anything like it in her life. Hearing his friend ask where the young man got all this, he said that it probably didn't matter. In a calmer tone, Yumin said that this moss was crystal clear. One could say that it had not 4 stars but 5. A little embarrassed, the guy started to say something about the collectors, but it seemed he couldn't bring himself to say what he wanted to say. And then, laughing, he noted that he was not going to give this treasure to his friend. Seeing how angry the girl was at that moment, the young man added that instead he would show how it could be obtained. And he added that the beauty must find a way to sell this wonderful crystal moss. Covering her head with her hand, Yumin began to explain that it would be very problematic. The stone was very large, therefore, it would require a large number of documents. Kenhu didn't want to continue listening to the long speech, so he took and broke the huge piece into 2 smaller ones, which provoked the anger of his friend. The blonde started beating the guy, who claimed that he had stones of a much larger size. With tears in her eyes, the beauty asked again if this was really true. Listening to the sobbing, the young man once again noted that he had stones, and then asked if he could now sell the crystals. And suddenly he noted that he had 2 conditions. The first was that the source of the crystal moss should not be disclosed, and no one should know who the seller was. Still wiping away her tears, Yumin said that these conditions were much better than having a guy mercilessly break such beautiful stones like that. Showing some documents, the researcher noted that such moss crystals can only be obtained from the world's first dungeon. These samples are carte blanche, and therefore they need to be sold. Rising from his seat, the young man noted that it was all a matter of the price that would be offered for these jewels. The guy walked up to the bag containing his clothes, while the girl was saying that they would buy the guy some things the next day. Suddenly, Yumin said in a stern voice that it was already late, and therefore it would be best for the young man to go to bed. The next morning, entering our hero's bedroom, the blonde managed to report that the day before she had managed to arrange a meeting with the buyer, and therefore it was time for her to go. A week later, Kenhu was walking somewhere and telling his friend that she didn't have to follow him. The blonde said that the guy probably didn't think it was such a risky deal. While the beauty was saying that our hero had watched too many detective movies, he was thinking about how he had asked Yumin to help him with the sale. The good news was that these people were willing to buy all the remaining moss at a high price. Looking somewhere ahead, our hero thought something seemed very suspicious to him. In front of them at the table sat a middle-aged man with a milk strawberry dessert in front of him. Behind this man, there was an unknown person in a hat who pretended to be reading something very carefully. At this moment, the guy was glad that they came to this place with the girl. It is actually much safer. Sitting down at the elderly gentleman's table, Yumin began to explain that she had come with her friend. Noticing the man who ordered the milk dessert and who was taking a photo of the cat at the time, Kenhu realized that the customer was not the right person. Extending his hand, the man in the hat introduced himself by saying that his name was Park Hui-so. Our hero had no intention of being impolite, and so, having collected his thoughts, he shook the old man's hand and also gave his name. The young man grimaced slightly and noted to himself that this man, despite his age, was quite strong. Although at the same time he thought that even if this man attacked them, he would still be able to give a worthy rebuff. At this point, the system notified our hero that he could earn the title of the strongest and silently asked the computer to shut up because he was not going to fight. And a moment later, everyone gathered turned their attention to the bag, which was already standing on the scales. After a while, Park Hui-so held the crystal in his hands, examining it carefully. With a smile, the man asked if he should make a deposit into the same account as always, hearing an affirmative answer. Coming out into the street and bowing, the man politely stated that he hoped to see him soon. Kenhu became wary. It seemed that he didn't like something about the old man's behavior. At the same time, the girl also noted with surprise that Park Hui-so had never said goodbye to her in such a strange way before. The young man thought to himself that perhaps this gray-haired gentleman had somehow guessed who had actually gotten this moss. Leaning on her friend, Yumin began to jokingly say that the young man had imagined something extra, that the old man would suddenly take out a knife and start threatening them. And again, she began to pat the guy on the back, noting that there was no need to frown too much, of course. Kenhu's terrible plan did not come true, but there was nothing bad about that. Taking the phone in her hands, the blonde began to ask what impressions the guy had after all this. And showing the phone, she screamed how it was to see $1 million in her account. While talking to the stranger, Park Huiseo answered his question about how the deal went by saying that they got all the goods that were in the market. And he added that if you put it all together, it would be quite a lot, although one thing was unclear, how so many stones ended up on the market. Taking a small crystal, the young man turned to the old man and was about to ask him something. And after a moment he added that samples of such purity can only be obtained in a 5-star dungeon, and above, if so, then they were collected by a very strong ranker. The man assumed that this player could easily hide, moreover. He could be from a foreign clan, although they should have no reason to be interested in Korea. The old man said that the seller was unknown, but there was another guy with the girl. It was difficult to say who he was, and therefore it was best to follow him. Now the guy was talking about how with such a set of things the ranker would definitely be able to overcome difficult tests, and then he praised Park Huiseo. Realizing that there would be no answer, the young man continued to note that the loner who was able to obtain such a quantity of moss was incredibly strong. And he spoke again, asking the old man to find out more about the researcher Yumin, as well as her mysterious comrade. The gray-haired gentleman said with seriousness in his voice that he would do everything. Captain Lee Ji-tae just smiled, still holding the crystal in his hands. A couple of days later, while in hell, our hero was training. He was doing pull-ups, and he was doing it successfully, because he had already done the exercise 147 times. Even though each new lift of his body was very difficult, Ken-Hu definitely had no intention of giving up. Finally, having done 150 pull-ups, the young man jumped off the horizontal bar. The system sent a new notification about the points awarded, and the guy thought that if he weren't in hell, he would have done a lot more pull-ups. But it's much harder to move here. Lying on the floor, the young man wanted to know how long he had been in this place, because it seemed as if time had simply been erased. Taking the pendant in his hands, the young man noted to himself that, having been there several times, he had finally begun to understand something. And the most important thing is how much time actually passes in hell. There is no secret about it, because time runs the same. However, the young man wanted to know exactly how long he had been in this place in total, and so he began to count something. While drawing something on the ground, Ken-Hu said that the only problem left was that when he got back to his world, he found himself in all sorts of different places. And if everything else is clear, then our hero did not understand how to control this moment, although it was very important. Jumping to his feet, the young man screamed at the top of his lungs, asking why the location changed every time. Leaning his head against the wall, our hero repeated over and over again that this was something incomprehensible to him. Next, Ken-Mu began to think about whether he could consider a combat assistant a forbidden weapon. And clenching his hand into a fist, he said that if he had received such a gift from the system, then it was definitely not just like that. Therefore, it is impossible to go through this hell without using such skills. Standing on one leg, our hero understood that he needed to train hard and long, which is what he was going to do. As he dealt blow after blow, the system notified that the combat assistant skill had been activated. The young man was so carried away by his activity that he did not notice how the punching bag hit him with great force. However, something unexpectedly went wrong, and so the guy stopped for a moment. The young man saw some unusual light ahead and decided for himself that he had never seen anything like it before. And then shouting, he said that he felt more and more concentration on hitting one place. A moment later, something happened that the young man did not expect. With just one blow, he tore the punching bag into small pieces. Still in his stance, the young man couldn't believe that he had such power in his hands. The young man noted that this skill remembered his movements and modified them. Most likely, this is what was meant by the assistant. Turning around, our hero declared that this was the most wonderful thing that could be. Suddenly, the system announced that Ken-Hu should start a new beginner quest, which starts immediately. However, the guy was not struck by this, but by the fact that he was at the first level, but for some reason, continued to receive tasks for beginners. With his hands on his hips, the young man did not understand which scarecrow he should defeat. Putting on his sweater, the young man said that it was time to raise his level. Looking carefully ahead, Ken-Hu declared that he would train much more and harder from now on. A moment later, the young man was already walking along the road, and on either side there was crystal moss, which was now not as important as before. The young man walked along a broken street through stones and the remains of buildings. At some point, our hero stopped because he saw a staircase leading down in front of him. Having gone down to the lower floor, he noted that it was very creepy here and resembled the most terrible horror movie. Suddenly, the system notified that this was a first-level scarecrow. Ken-Hu looked closely at these mechanical robots, not understanding what to do with them. However, the young man did not understand whether he really should deal with these undead creatures that had been lying in this room for many years. The young man grimaced and decided that they could have done something better, And again, the system notified our hero that there was a scarecrow in front of him. Watching these mechanical robots with horror, the guy hoped that they would not all come to life at the same time. And a moment later, our hero decided that it would be better to lift the wooden door from the floor, or rather what was left of it, because anything could happen. Having fenced himself off from the robots, Kenhu decided that he had to be extremely careful anyway. Taking his dart in his hands, our hero swung it. It seemed that some kind of plan had already matured in his head. Having struck the metal, the young man noted to himself that the dart, despite being incredibly sharp, was unable to pierce the robot. After this, the young man leaned over, deciding to wait a little and understand what would happen next. In order not to make any additional sounds, our hero sat up and became alert. Confusion and fear were visible in his eyes. Jumping out of his hiding place, the guy shouted, "Why these creatures still haven't moved? It's quite possible that the scarecrows have long since broken down." Throwing the door open, the young man headed towards these robots, deciding that it would be best to defeat them while they were in a static state. Gathering all his strength into his fist, Kenhu punched one of his opponents with all his might. The young man looked at what was happening with surprise. It seemed that something was making him very angry and irritated. Hopping on one leg, because the other one was slightly injured, our hero thought that he had hit this scarecrow with all his strength. But the surprising thing was that the enemy didn't even feel anything, let alone fall. But suddenly something strange began to happen. Something that the guy did not even expect. The robot's eyes lit up red, and the system notified that the scarecrows had finished scanning their opponent and could begin. Kenhu spoke with horror about how these metal creatures had somehow automatically adjusted their level to his. And distancing himself from ill-wishers, he shouted about what could have been said earlier about what these creatures can do. The only good thing was that these scarecrows were much slower than the goblin. The 7th level of hell is equal to 5 years in the army or working as a bodyguard. However, at this point, it is all easy for a beginner, although it was quite difficult. Having connected his combat assistant, our hero shouted with anger in his voice that these creatures would come to an end. The young man immediately stood up, thinking about how best to behave. It seemed that there was very little time, and the metal entities were attacking from different sides, and therefore it was necessary to choose the most optimal tactics. Suddenly, one of the scarecrows struck without waiting for his opponent to do so first. And again, the guy braced himself. He understood that, at the very least, he needed to defend himself. Seeing that the robot was already very close, the young man grabbed it by the throat, intending to throw it as far away as possible. But Kenhu didn't have time to do anything, because the enemy immediately went behind him and grabbed him by the throat to strangle him. Realizing that he had to act with lightning speed, the guy struck him in the side and looked sternly at this metal creature. And in order to consolidate his success, he hit the scarecrow again, but this time in the face. Our hero was pleased that some scratches and dents did appear on the enemy, although the guy was in no hurry to rejoice. Although a moment later, albeit suspiciously, our hero said out loud that it seemed his plan had worked after all. Suddenly, the red eye of the iron robot began to glow again, and the computer announced that the ill-wisher had updated the information regarding Kenhu. And while the young man was looking attentively at one opponent, he did not even suspect that there were several more pairs of hands behind him, reaching out to him. The young man screamed as one of the scarecrows grabbed him by the hair and pulled him back with force. And before the guy had time to come to his senses, he grabbed him by the wrist. Our hero tried to do something, or at least buy time, but he felt how the metal robot grabbed his leg too. The opponents held Kenhu as tightly as they could. They were not going to leave him any chance to escape. The young man desperately tried to break free, and therefore shouted all sorts of obscene expressions in the hope that maybe at least this would somehow help or influence. At that very moment, another scarecrow ran up to the young man and hit him hard in the face. It was so unexpected that it seemed like Kenhu didn't have time to think about it. And a moment later, the system was already notifying that the body's strength had increased. The same applies to resistance to bleeding and the pain threshold, which also became significantly higher. Our hero tried to do something but couldn't, realizing that he alone couldn't cope with such a large number of robots. And again, the computer sent a message that the stamina level had dropped, but regeneration had been activated as a bonus using the Last Survivor title. Smiling, the boy understood that maybe this would somehow help him to repel the attacks. Kenhu was not going to give in, once again calling the scarecrows the most obscene names. Despite all his efforts, the young man wanted one thing, but it was extremely difficult for him to get up and start attacking. Looking at the stairs that were right ahead, the young man had a brilliant idea to escape, although he realized that he had not even managed to properly attack. With difficulty rising from the floor, our hero said out loud that since the enemy was already using martial arts, he fell silent for a moment. He didn't want to say anything, so he simply began to concentrate a large amount of energy in his hand. Raising this energy, the guy continued to note that he had his own surprise for his ill-wishers. In less than a minute, somehow the column of energy turned into a large, heavy stick. Grabbing his new instrument, the young man was happy because he understood that now he could do at least something. The club was not simple. It could cause quite a lot of damage, and therefore the young man was ready to attack. Swinging his stick, our hero still stood in place, although he was going to hit the one who decided to attack first. The robot seemed to understand absolutely everything that was happening, and therefore grouped itself together, preparing to withstand the attack. Our hero put more strength and power into his strike than ever before. He was going to prove to these creatures that he was stronger than them. At some point, the scarecrow stopped. It was clear that something had already begun to change. Ken-Hu noted with pleasure that he had managed to hit in such a way as to break part of the robot's arm, and that was already a partial success. The opponent table, I could not do anything, but the guy was still maximally focused on what was happening. A moment later, the system notified that the information about our hero had been updated. Moreover, the opponent's hand had been transformed in an incredible way. The guy watched this in horror and could not believe that this was even possible, because it was something incredible. And a moment later, something happened that the young man least expected, because the scarecrows had all sorts of weapons in their hands. With his eyes wide in horror, Ken-Hu didn't know what to do next, because it was extremely difficult to stand up to the crowd alone. The guy understood that the system had notified him that he had been killed and that a new round had begun, and so he again got into a fighting stance, intending to win this time. However, the robot did not want to give up either, and so he immediately hit our hero on the cheek. Getting even more angry, the young man hit his opponent back to show that he could do something too. Looking at his tied-up opponents, the young man noted that even though he was cheating, there was nothing he could do, and the result justified itself. Ken-Hu was glad that the combat assistant was working, which meant that he had a chance to deal with these metal creatures. And once again, our hero gathered his strength to once again strike those with whom he had to fight. Having broken one of the robots, the guy rejoiced, thinking that he had to destroy all these creatures. But at that moment, our hero heard the computer notify the opponents that the information about Ken-Hu had been updated. Clenching his fist, the young man said that the third level was beginning and he had to show himself in the best light. Sitting on the scarecrow, the young man again shouted that he would not risk attacking him because he had become stronger. And he added that the stronger the opponents, the more resilient he becomes. Looking tiredly somewhere in front of him, our hero asked himself how many times he was trying to deal with these metal creatures, remembering his past attempts. During one of the battles, the robot snuck up unexpectedly from behind, and everything happened so quickly that the guy didn't even have time to react. Then the scarecrow attacked from the front, but that didn't make things any easier because it was hitting its opponent with all its might. Then another metal ill-wisher threw our hero over himself, which he, of course, could not withstand. And each time the system notified Ken-Hu that he had failed to complete the task, and therefore he had died. The young man noted that it was the most terrifying martial arts experience he had ever had to face. Sitting tiredly against the wall, our hero thought about how many techniques these robots knew, and how many more they would read from his own knowledge. The scarecrow didn't hesitate when it raised its leg. It knew for sure that it would destroy the young man, which is what happened. It seemed that with each new time, the opponents became more and more skillful and dexterous. Sometimes it seemed that it was simply impossible to defeat them. Looking at the creature with an evil smile, the young man decided that he would still cope with the task at hand. Rubbing his hands, Ken-Hu noted that he wanted to try again, since he knew that he was capable of much more. At that very second, the young man rushed toward the side where the scarecrow stood, intending to finish what he had started. The young man hit his ill-wisher with all his might, but he quickly managed to dodge. Realizing that the enemy was behind him, our hero immediately moved forward to perform some other maneuver. And it was true, turning around, the young man now kicked his opponent, hoping that it would bear fruit. For a moment, the scarecrow stopped, and all because the system sent a notification that the information about Ken-Hu had been updated again. Our hero looked at the robot attentively and scrutinizingly. His face showed determination and a desire to fight back so hard that the round would end. Having caught himself thinking that the scarecrow pointed 2 fingers towards the guy, he did not immediately understand what was happening. Falling to the floor and clutching his eyes, the player screamed, realizing that he had miscalculated again, for which he paid. Seeing the robot growling, the young man began to swear, but it was quite difficult to do anything. The opponent understood this too, and immediately began to press on our hero, and then even bit him on the leg. All Ken-Hu could do was grab his head and scream something nonsensical in a wet sweat. The young man told the ill-wisher not to touch his leg, but it seemed useless, because the metal creature bit into the flesh even more deeply. Even though the young man was still screaming, the system notified him that he had failed the round again and therefore died. And again our hero stood opposite the ill-wisher, realizing that this duel would last forever since it was all the same. Fighting with all his might, the guy decided for himself that this was actually not easy and required great physical strength as well as skill. Step by step, it was necessary to act methodically. In addition, it was necessary to come up with something new so that the scarecrow would not immediately realize that the rules of the game had changed. As he struck the already crippled robot, Kenhu noted with despair that he was fighting, but for some reason the situation was not changing at all. Again, entities appear around the young man, trying to get rid of him as quickly as possible. But there are many of them, and he is alone. Squinting, it seemed that our hero had decided something for himself because he was about to attack his opponents again. Suddenly, the metal robots attacked the young man, who noted to himself that the behavior of his enemies was quite natural. The young man immediately grabbed the hand of one of them, realizing that the battle was continuing and therefore he had to act. The guy already understood that in order to slow down the scarecrow, it is necessary to interrupt it during the strike. Then it will again begin to adapt to the enemy. And a moment later, all the ill-wishers, having gathered together, again began to attack Kenhu, making it clear that they were much stronger and more resilient. As he accelerated, the young man seemed to be about to do something he had never done before. While striking, the young man noted to himself that it was not necessary to destroy the scarecrows. If they were damaged too much, they would simply stop functioning. That's exactly what our hero did. He hit as hard as he could, causing all the opponents to fly apart in different directions. Watching the results of his work closely, Kenhu understood that if he did everything correctly, there was no need to break the metal creatures. They would no longer work. The young man accelerated. Anger and hatred were visible on his face. He understood that now he had to put all his knowledge into his blow. As the young man charged at his opponents, he heard the computer announce that the battle was over. It seemed that Kenhu either did not hear this or did not want to hear it, and therefore continued to do what he had already started. The guy beat the scarecrows again and again, realizing that now he knew exactly how to fight them. And the system continued to report that the fight was over, and therefore the young man could consider himself the winner. And raising his fist again, the young man thought to himself that if he simply destroyed them, everything would end. And so, despite all the reports, our hero happily delivered powerful blows again and again. Stopping for a moment, the guy, tired and sweaty, looked at his opponents and was no longer in a hurry to do anything else. And again, the computer reported that the quest, Friend for a Newbie, was completed, and only after that the young man shouted victoriously. Turning around, he looked somewhere. Satisfaction was visible on his face, but at the same time, some interest. Having looked carefully at the fact that all the robots were lying on the floor, the young man said out loud that he was very pleased to look at the broken metal creatures. Kenhu no longer had any need to rush, and he was finally able to take a deep breath and catch his breath a little. The young man lay down on the floor and said, addressing himself, that he wanted opponents of his level. And the next moment the young man began to cry, tears rolling down his cheeks, tears that he could not stop. Raising his hand, Kenhu continued to say that these were not friends for a beginner, but friends at the master level. And he added that it seemed to him that most likely it was drilled into his head how to fight these robots, rather than simply taught to do it. With some sadness, the guy looked attentively into the distance, thinking that before returning, he needed to look at the reward. A moment later, the system showed Kenhu a map that said it was a heavenly cradle. And the next minute, our hero was looking at a small yellow scarf, not understanding why he needed this thing. Picking up a piece of fabric, the young man tried to understand what the growth stimulation that the computer had just announced meant. Everything was clear with regeneration, but nothing was clear with growth at all. Looking ahead, the young man decided that perhaps you become smarter when you put it on your head. That's why the guy decided to tie the fabric over his head, hoping for a stunning result. Embarrassed, Kenhu picked up the handkerchief again and thought to himself how good it was that no one had seen what he had been doing a few seconds ago. And again the young man said out loud why he needed this skill. If he died in this place, then resurrected with full health, it turns out that the fabric does not bring any benefit. And so the young man decided that he would simply return and sell the scarf. If this thing was legendary, then he could get a good amount of money for it. Then our hero's attention was drawn to an egg that appeared on the computer screen. Finally, it dawned on the guy that this growth could work on an egg. Sitting on the floor and throwing a piece of fabric over the object, the guy sadly noted the fact that nothing was working. Leaning slightly, Kenhu said out loud that there was no point in waiting. It was best to sell this thing. But the next moment, something amazing happened. The egg cracked and its top fell apart into small pieces. Our hero did not expect to see anything like this, and therefore watched everything that was happening with surprise. The young man saw how quickly the egg grew and increased in volume, and how the golden husk, which had previously been fabric, fell off it. Suddenly, the boy turned green with horror. He was afraid that some cannibal might hatch from the egg, which meant that he would have to fight him too. Ken-Hu didn't have time to think about anything yet, because some rather strange sounds were heard from the egg. The bright light was so blinding that our hero closed his eyes slightly, because he could not see anything that was happening. The next moment, the guy saw what he least expected to see, or rather, what struck him to the depths of his soul. Ken-Hu couldn't move from his spot. He looked at the girl inside the egg in surprise, not understanding who she was. The young man tried to say something, but saw the blonde slowly open her eyes. Less than a minute had passed, and this beauty was already rubbing her eyes. The young man realized how tiny this creature was, and so he asked if it was true that she was a fairy. Now that all the tension had gone, Ken-Hu looked at this girl with a smile, not rushing to say anything else. While the blonde was stretching, the young man pulled his finger towards her and declared that this creature was much smaller than he thought. Although what to expect, because the egg was also a standard size. Suddenly, the fairy grabbed our hero's finger and bit it with such force that he screamed in pain, because the teeth were very sharp. Pulling out his finger and screaming in pain, the guy began to shout at the girl, saying that she was not only a monster, but also a cannibal who spared no one. And while the young man was lamenting, saying that this was not the reward he had expected, the little girl was banging her head on the floor and saying that she wanted to eat. Still rubbing his sore finger, Ken-Hu looked at his new acquaintance in surprise, but didn't know what to say. And she in turn continued to say that she was very hungry. The young man continued to sit on the floor, sighing deeply, as if he had no idea what to do next. Realizing that something had to be done, the boy took out a candy and offered it to the fairy, although she looked at the offered treat with some suspicion. And then she grimaced, making it clear to the young man that this was not at all something she would happily give preference to. Once again, Ken-Hu looked closely at the fairy. Now he had no idea what he could feed her. Realizing that there was no way out, the guy timidly raised his finger, hinting at something. The little girl's eyes immediately lit up with happiness, and the young man once again loudly declared that he had been given a real monster. The little girl took her stick, which looked like a tube, stuck it into our hero's hand and began to drink his blood with great pleasure. Seeing that the young man began to protest, the fairy loudly declared that she was already finished, but now she just wanted to stop the bleeding. Looking at his new acquaintance in surprise, the guy thought to himself that there was nothing strange about this, because he had created an egg from mosquitoes. It turns out that this creature is a mosquito fairy. With her hands on her hips, the little girl happily declared that it was not bad at all. And then, addressing the boy as if he were a slave, noted that it was time for dessert. Grabbing the little girl, the young man angrily shouted at her to repeat what she had dared to say, and she began to justify herself, explaining that the dinner had actually been excellent. Realizing that Ken-Hu was not going to loosen her grip, the fairy changed her rhetoric and now addressed the guy as Mr. Butler. Finally, the young man released his grip and proudly said that he could be called by his name, after which he introduced himself and asked who the little girl was. It was clear that the fairy was still angry, and so she looked at the guy attentively and at the same time piercingly. But suddenly her eyes widened and her gaze became lost, after which the girl stated that she did not remember who she was. Hearing the young man call her a mosquito fairy, the little girl loudly protested, declaring that he should not address her that way because it was not true. Unexpectedly, our hero's new acquaintance reported that she had already remembered everything. With a smile, the little girl noted that she was the apocalypse fairy who was supposed to appear at the end, and Ken-Hu happily asked if she was going to save the world after the destruction. And while the guy looked at his new acquaintance in surprise, she again said that she was in this place to destroy everything that remained alive in this world. The young man briefly considered swatting her before she caused any trouble, and then wondered how the mosquito could possibly eat everything. And again, looking at the fairy in surprise, the guy thought that this simply couldn't be. His blood had poisonous properties, but for some reason nothing happened to the mosquito. Ken-Hu suddenly remembered that a drop of his blood was enough to cover the goblin's hand with blisters. While the little girl laughed and asked if the boy was scared, he continued to think that it was surprising that the fairy drank his blood. However, the guy understood that his friend was not showing hostility, and therefore there was no point in using a combat assistant, especially since he did not know her statistics or level. The guy decided that he wouldn't be able to get rid of the fairy so easily, and therefore he could tame her and use her as a pet, for example. Clutching his head, The young man suggested that this little girl could eat everything living or something like that. And so Kenhu decided that from now on he would address his new acquaintance as Renian, which suited her just fine. The fairy immediately noticed that she liked the name, as it sounded like a harbinger of the apocalypse in the fairy language. Our hero thought he did not understand what he should say or answer, and therefore simply remained silent. However then, looking out onto the street, he declared that if Renian wanted to go with him, she had to promise only one important thing. And raising his index finger, he sternly said that one cannot eat people. And then he added that the baby can eat anyone, but not him. Even if she is very hungry, she can find anyone and anything, but she should not look in his direction. Realizing that this little one needed to eat something, the young man said that as a token of gratitude, he would give her some of his blood. And holding out his finger, he said jokingly that he hoped she wouldn't drink it all to the last drop. Suddenly, Renian became wary and asked if the young man saw anyone who looked like a human ahead. Realizing that the blonde meant robots, he explained that it was something like the glorious battlefield of the winter. However, something suddenly alerted Kenhu, and then he told the fairy that he had noticed something. The guy asked how it happened that one of the robots was broken in half because he had not set such a goal for himself and did not remember it happening. The young man tried to remember his last battle, assuming that the blow had been as strong as possible, but immediately put the idea aside. The next moment, the system notified that the combat assistant had received the attribute of killer energy. After thinking about it, the young man decided that now he could probably use the skill to activate this scarecrow. And so he walked up to the robot and picked it up, not understanding what to do next. While stretching his arms, the young man noted out loud that his head even began to hurt when he thought about how much power he now had. Clenching his fist and accelerating, Kenhu declared that it was always best to check everything for yourself. The guy struck and at that moment noticed some bright flash, not understanding what it was. For a moment, Kenhu froze as if he didn't fully understand what had happened. Hearing Renian screaming that it was something incredible and asking to do the same, the young man began to rejoice. And just a minute later, something happened that made our hero's eyes widen to incredible sizes. The tiny fairy hit the robot with such force that almost nothing was left of him. Suddenly, the computer notified the scarecrows that the information about the opponent had been updated. And then the scarecrows all began to gradually stand up, looking attentively at their opponent. The young man stood up, realizing that he was probably facing another battle. At that very second, the metal creatures began to move smoothly toward the direction where the young man stood. One of the robots, addressing Kenhu, stated that he was identified as a superhuman, and therefore the blocking was deactivated. Looking around in fear, the young man did not understand what was happening, but he clearly did not like it. Standing in a stance, our hero did not understand why the scarecrow suddenly began to perceive him as a Superman. Suddenly something changed. The guy heard the robot that had drawn his attention to the junk at the end of the room ask if these things had been there before. The guy stopped and looked carefully in the direction his opponent was pointing. Having gone there, the young man grabbed the table and carried it somewhere, saying that it was a very heavy burden. Flying nearby, Renian asked her friend if he smelled anything pleasant. Suddenly, the blonde stopped and said that this aroma was coming from the next room, and therefore it was necessary to go there and check everything. The young man opened the door and saw something he definitely didn't expect. There was a human skeleton behind the table. And while the guy was spluttering and saying how unpleasant it was for him to see all this, the fairy, on the contrary, was screaming joyfully, noting that for her this was the most delicious thing that could be. Kenhu saw how Renian gnawed the bones with pleasure, thinking that she even ate such things. Taking the fairy in his hands, the young man shouted with anger in his voice that one cannot eat dead people. The blonde should also remember this. Returning the bone, the guy suddenly noticed that there was some kind of envelope under his hand. After opening the letter, Kenhu began to read it and noted out loud that the beginning was not happy, because it said that the man had made many mistakes. 3 years turned into a complete nightmare. The situation only worsened. Children who were born in this place died from the air saturated with toxic fumes. Family shocked to hear air purifier commit suicide. Any person with abilities could not be there, which resulted in premature death. Hope faded in the eyes of the last representatives. They died, humanity perished. The guy carefully read every line, which was very difficult, and could not believe that this was even possible. Our hero thought that if he looked at this letter and the message at the entrance, then this was the future of the world in which he lived. All high-ranking people were dead, although it was unclear whose letter it was. And a moment later, Renian brought some kind of pendant closer and asked the guy what it was, and also whether she could try to eat it. Hearing the girl ask if the skeleton had this decoration, the young man noted that this one looked different compared to his stone, and he ordered his new acquaintance to give her this jewelry. While handing the part to the young man, the girl closed her eyes because a bright light began to emanate from the pendant. Ken-Hu squeezed the thing in his hands, watching as it glowed more and more brightly with each passing minute. The guy looked at this with horror and did not understand what was happening. It seemed to him as if the stone could not break away from his hand and was pulling him along with it. Renian watched this whole process carefully, realizing that something unusual was happening. The young man stood, continuing to hold his other hand with one hand, not realizing what would happen next. Ken-Hu couldn't move from the spot. He looked at this in horror, not knowing what to do next. With each passing minute, our hero closed his eyes tighter and tighter, not realizing what would follow next. Finally, it was all over, but his hand was shaking and hurting so much that Ken-Hu couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. Turning his hand palm towards himself, the young man discovered with horror on it the same sign that was on the stone, asking his friend what it could be. Renian didn't say anything, but the system notified us that the stars were watching our hero. And the next second, a huge hole appeared in the roof so that the young man could see the starry sky. At that moment, the fairy waved her hand to the guy and said that it was time for her to leave, and therefore Ken-Hu should take care of himself. Despite all the nuances, the young man had already gotten used to his new acquaintance and did not want her to leave him, which he shouted after her. But the young man did not have time to finish speaking, because the next second it seemed to him that he was in some kind of weightlessness and was flying somewhere. Trying to grab onto something, the guy realized that he couldn't do anything. Looking around, Ken-Hu, turning to himself, asked what kind of place this was. Still not understanding where he was, the young man walked and called Renian, hoping that she would hear him in return. Suddenly, the system issued a message stating that the advancing star Barul knew that the star fragment had been absorbed by the youth. And then a blue glow appeared, and some star began to disintegrate into pieces, after which the system again declared that Barul was disappointed with the values of the young man. The star refuses the guy's fragment and leaves him. Ken-Hu said out loud in irritation that all of this was really annoying him, that it was all somehow incomprehensible and unrealistic. Wanting to show his indignation, the young man shouted that he was also disappointed in the star, who had no idea what she was thinking. Hitting the computer panel, the young man continued to get angry, noting that he had never heard anything like that about stars, which meant that it was all some kind of nonsense. The system told that the Star Lords are cosmic beings that are in the universe and rule these places. These beings put their power into the fragment and lend them. They do this so that they can find worthy spirits who will become new rulers. And then the computer announced that the user Ken-Hu owns one of the star fragments, so the rulers want him to become one of them. Suddenly, something dawned on the young man, but he didn't seem to fully understand how this was possible. The guy understood that the fragment that Renian found was not a return stone, but a star fragment. Our hero was about to think about something else, but he heard an unfamiliar sound and was distracted by it. Something resembling some kind of huge star appeared in the sky, only its shape was somehow strange. And then there were bright flashes of light, as well as a fragment of stars or the stars themselves. Ken-Hu could not understand this. A yellow star appeared next to the boy, and the system immediately reported that it was the Whispering Star Monstrel. She finds the young man charming and wants to develop a skill with which he can captivate everyone. Before the young man had time to shake off the shock and remember what one heavenly body wanted from him, the computer immediately began to imagine others with completely different inclinations. All that was clear to our hero was that all these stars saw his potential and were ready to invest in his development. Once again, the computer offered to choose one of several celestial bodies. Ken-Hu got angry and shouted that even if he chose something, he should understand what it was. The system began to tell of the destroyed Gaul star, explaining that the Overlord, who enjoyed strategy and plotting, ruled with daggers and poisons, and operated in the shadows. The weeping star Bert, ruler of melancholy and grief, rules the army of the dead, wields the elements of despair, fear, and helplessness, which is pursued by death. The hungry star Ekalimi, greed and hunger in the form of a snake, everyone under his control constantly wants to eat and wants to get absolutely everything in this world. The whispering star of the monster, the one who lights everything in the light of day and blinds in the darkness of night, she shines brighter even next to the light itself, can blind any man and bring him to his knees. The winter star Ardan, a loser who advances with fire and kills his enemies with steel, he wants to burn the whole world with senseless hatred, no matter what. In the end, he will rule only ashes. Looking somewhere in surprise, the guy noted that they all acted from one extreme to another, believing that they all had a split personality. But the system immediately explained that the stars are interested in those who are similar to them. Raising his head towards him, the young man began to laugh furiously. And then he angrily declared that it turns out that he is a conspiracy theorist, a destroyer, a greedy snake, a covetous person, and a man capable of genocide. And then he screamed even louder that he really was in a living hell, adding that he probably really was such a terrible guy. Kneeling down, our hero began to dramatize, calling himself a multifaceted piece of trash. And then he would silently turn to his dear diary and note that no matter what he thought, King Hu wasn't that good, but he wasn't that terrible either. Putting his index fingers to his temples, our hero thought with a serious expression that perhaps he didn't remember all the terrible things he had done. Looking at the heavenly bodies, the young man now said out loud that he was still much better than all these guys. Kneeling down, our hero asked what the difference was between his choices. The young man looked closely at one of the stars, which was closest to him. And then everything started spinning, and some huge monster with red glowing eyes appeared before the young man's eyes. Then he saw some businesslike young man who was telling something to the public. And again the picture changed. Now an actor was standing on the stage who was being admired by the spectators sitting in the filled hall. After this, our hero saw a completely different picture, where it seemed like the same man was now standing in a military uniform and commanding his subordinates. Looking carefully ahead, the guy asked if it was true that there was the power of the stars in this, after which he heard a system notification that he should choose a celestial body. Thinking about it, Ken Hu decided that given everything he had been through, there seemed to be some kind of catch to it all. And so the young man asked what the price was for all this. The system immediately declared that the player was obliged to serve the stars and also follow them. The stars help their charges grow and then act through them to win. The choice of heavenly bodies is a very rare opportunity. When the stars see what the young man is capable of, they will help him grow up much faster. Looking arrogantly at the objects in the sky, the boy asked if it was true that at the present moment the stars could give nothing and were in no way able to help. Looking at the scoreboard, our hero saw a sign that the stars were indifferent to his arrogance. And then he thought that getting powerful strength without effort is great. But is it really that good? And then he asked the heavenly bodies because they were the ones who found him. The young man noted that he had not seen anyone or anything until today, and now he was being told to choose. But he had no trust and no contract. It was like selling used goods. And then the computer announced that the star winner, Ardan, had lost interest in Ken Hong. Smiling and raising his hand, the young man said that he didn't really need it. And again, the computer notified that the heavenly bodies were giving the guy time to think. Still smiling, he happily thanked everyone for their work. And then concentrating, the young man decided that he would try not to think about this matter for so long. Suddenly, our hero noted with surprise that he found himself in the same room as before. One star had attached itself to him, although Ken Hu did not understand why it was pursuing him. The celestial body flew as close as possible and pricked the guy, who immediately screamed that it was painful and extremely unpleasant. After this, the star flew away and headed to the opposite corner of the room. However, the computer signal sounded again, which reported that the whispering star monster had awakened some abilities in the young man, which aroused his interest. It was about the legendary skill of dominance, which pleased the young man and intrigued him a little. Since he decided that it was a bribe, Ken Hu didn't understand why legendary skills were being given out for free. The most incomprehensible thing was why they didn't stop the large-scale extinction at the level of hell. Besides, there are probably people who stand out more than our hero. The guy wondered what if the forces were so great that even capable people couldn't cope. Looking at his hand, our hero decided that perhaps these stars were the ones that created hell. Clenching his fist, Ken Hu decided that he absolutely had to learn much more about these celestial bodies. Finding himself in some forest, the young man firstly did not understand where he was, and secondly, he thought that he had not been in the real world for about 3 days. As he made his way through the thicket of trees, the young man realized that in hell he needed to be strong. And now, more than ever, he knew that he had something to worry about. The first was that when our hero returned to reality, he found himself in a variety of strange and incomprehensible places. Having met a boy who screamed in horror to his mother that he had met a homeless person, Ken Hu decided that he should think about the moment of return so that he could control it all. Standing against the wall, the young man happily declared that he should buy a house. Looking at her comrade with surprise, Yumin asked why it had to be done so suddenly. Hearing the young man insist that he wanted a cozy home with a wonderful atmosphere, the girl noted that it was most likely not only about that. With horror in his eyes, Ken Hu asked if the blonde really believed that such a house simply did not exist. The beauty explained that the guy has a lot of money, but he got it illegally. He is not even registered as able-bodied. He is considered a zero-level amateur at the lowest level in the society of superpowers. Seeing that her comrade was embarrassed, Yumin explained that she didn't mean to say that the young man was a terrible person, It was just that there could be misunderstandings in society. Standing in the kitchen, our hero thought about the fact that he simply needed to find a simpler house, but not completely abandon his idea. If an expensive penthouse is purchased, it will actually look extremely suspicious in the eyes of friends, although he doesn't have any friends. Then before buying real estate, it is best to register as a person with abilities and also raise your own rank. Suddenly, the young man remembered the orange star, but it was not this that bothered him, but the fact that preference should be given to only one heavenly body. If everyone has incredible power, then why can't you take everything at once? With insatiability in his eyes, Ken-Hu said abruptly that he wanted to get everything that these stars offered him. Our hero knew that if the apocalypse awaited humanity and he had power in his hands, he would be able to survive and bring the whole world to its knees. While the young man continued to think about how he needed the power of all the stars, Yumin began to yell at his comrade, saying that he should stop pretending to be cool while holding chopsticks and sit down and eat. While switching channels, the guys heard the latest news that Li Ji-tae announced plans for an expedition to the Baekdu dungeon. The barricade of this dungeon is a forced measure that can protect people's lives. North Koreans appear to have fled the country due to a massive underground leak. Our heroes listened to the correspondent as if spellbound. It seemed they found it difficult to believe all of this. The monsters appear outside the dungeon. Baekdu is a 5-star dungeon, which means the monsters there are of the appropriate level. They can only be defeated if you have a weapon filled with mana. Yumin said that it was very risky to go there. Li Ji-tae is doing it probably because he is the only one who was able to clear this dungeon. Until then, all the clans said that it was impossible to defeat the North. Then they announced that the registration of abilities would take place in 3 days. This would be the biggest test of the year. The Taesong clan is recruiting people for an expedition into the dungeons next year. Apparently a large-scale recruitment is planned. Having heard about this, our hero decided that he should definitely try it. The girl didn't want the guy to think about this, so she nervously told him to eat while the food was still warm. A few days later, a crowd of people gathered in the city center as ability testing began. Ken-Hu, standing among the same applicants, was wondering how long he would have to stand in line. Hearing someone shouting behind him, our hero turned around and menacingly asked who dared to shout something. The man, now in a soft tone, stated that it looked like the boy was coming for testing for the first time. The young man rubbed his head but did not know what to answer, since he did not want to stand out from the others. Ken-Hu suddenly remembered that when he was little, he had been tested, but it was unclear why it was necessary at that time. And so our hero said out loud that this was his first time in such a place, hearing that he looked like a newbie. The stranger explained that no one cared who came, a ranker or a newbie. There were a lot of people. It was a complete mess. And then he said that he wasn't aiming for anything, he just wanted to upgrade his rank. And he happily added that he would not disclose his level. The commission would evaluate his abilities, after which he would be recognized as the most experienced. Our hero took a deep breath and thought that testing value in society is somehow so petty. Some abilities are so much better than having a firearm. It's strange that such a person would want a warm place in society. And this is a kind of control. They came up with a clever idea. No matter what you do, it will immediately catch their eye. Then you need to raise it as soon as possible, and everything will be as you want. Standing at the reception desk, Ken-Hu thought about how the test consisted of 3 stages in total: identification, statistics testing, and skills testing. Turning his head, the young man looked closely at the stranger who was carefully studying some documents. In fact, identification is a simple identity check. Most people pass it if there are no problems. After this comes the statistics check, which is not a very pleasant procedure. A person's blood is taken for analysis, and after that the results can be obtained. Looking out from behind the man who stood in front of our hero, he thought that there was something interesting behind the statistics. At the same time, this is the most difficult stage, since it determines skills. Seeing how the young man was happy with his result, which was 140 points, the young man understood that they were testing his fighting abilities here. A normal score is around 100, but there is no need to worry if the subject gets a lower score. And while the guy was sticking his hand into some device, someone nearby said that a good ranker can show off his good abilities. So many people don't care about all the numbers. The man who performed the test explained that there was a ball inside and asked Ken-Hu to squeeze it. It seemed that our hero was in no hurry to do this. Lost in thought, he looked somewhere into the distance. However, after a moment, the guy finally found the ball and pressed it. The young man did not know how hard to press, and so he did as he thought necessary and as best he could. The next minute, both our hero and the man who was conducting the test looked somewhere in horror. The young man felt guilty, although he did not understand why. Jumping up from his seat, Ken-Hu began asking the men standing nearby in surprise where such incredible numbers on the scoreboard came from. Looking at the guy who was in shock, the staff noted that they had checked the device, but it was quite possible that it had broken again. The workers discussed among themselves what kind of force would have to be present for the device to fail, but they eventually came to the conclusion that the problem was not in the force, but in the old age of the device. The young man tried to justify himself somehow, but the man said that everything was fine. They just needed to check the device, and then they could take the test again. Realizing that things had not gone quite as planned, the young man wondered if he should restrain himself next time. Putting his hand in again, the boy decided that this time he would handle the ball more gently, although he was not sure whether it would have any effect. The staff stood and watched the subject carefully, hoping that this time everything would go well. Despite the fact that nothing had changed and the system returned the same result as a couple of minutes ago, our hero was given a document stating that his person was under consideration. The organizers announced that from now on 3 queues will be formed. Those with the attack skill should go to the right side, and those with the defense skill should go to the left. However, everyone who has received the enhancement skill must step aside. Ken-Hu did not enter any of the groups because he needed confirmation, so he went to the reception desk again. The girl calmly asked if the young man himself knew what his skills were like. The guy remembered several moments from his life and stated that he probably did know something after all. Hearing that the young man was going to become a ranker, the secretary gave him some kind of brochure. Taking the envelope in her hands, the girl explained that inside was a test from the Taesong clan. It would be a little different and more difficult, especially for rankers. She added that she doesn't want to be a bore, but it may seem like being a hunter is cool, but in reality it comes with life-threatening risks. There are very few rankers who make a lot of money, and the rest have to work like everyone else to make ends meet. Hearing that the young man was not going to be a hunter for money, the employee asked what it was that attracted Ken-Hu, perhaps fame or power. Looking with surprise into the guy's big eyes, the beauty gave hope that perhaps he wanted to protect humanity. Our hero showed his wide smile, and then honestly said that he himself did not know, noting that they say that the level of difficulty of dungeons will rise, which humanity will not be able to cope with. As the secretary handed over the envelope, she said again that inside was a registration card, a booklet, a manual, and an emergency contract. The young man knew that the main theme for rankers was dungeons, and so he opened the envelope with surprise. Although the next moment our hero began to laugh, he did not understand which of the dungeons could have been prepared for beginners. There were several beautiful and expensive cars in the parking lot. Next to them were 2 men who looked like personal bodyguards. At that moment, another car drove up to the entrance. One of the young men immediately approached him and opened the door handle. The well-known Lee Ji-tae, whom many were waiting for with bated breath, climbed out of the car. The young man immediately asked the security guard if everything was going smoothly, and he immediately confirmed that everything was indeed like that. And he added that the Red Butterfly team had already arrived. It seemed like there were many clans targeting them, but the guy had nothing to worry about. Their goal was to compete with the Taesong clan, not with each other. However, the blonde objected, noting that their real goal was an expedition to the north. And he added that they were all endowed with talent, common sense, skill, and before that they had ignored all invitations from the clan to join them. But as soon as they heard the news about the recruitment for the expedition, they immediately arrived and added, but would have accepted them just like that. But they want to participate in the competition. As for the other newbies, they are all significantly lower than the Red Butterfly by 20 levels or more. And pointing to the tablet, the man said that only one guy turned out to be an exception. He had unusual skills. It's all about his poisonous blood, which is related to his ability. And then he showed test photos and videos, which contained entities showing high toxicity, and added that this person was something new. Lee Ji-tae noted that toxicity is a skill with many drawbacks. If the youth accidentally gets hurt, he can harm his allies. Handing over the tablet, the young man happily said that Ken-Hu could take note. At this time, many participants gathered near one of the exits. One of those who was there was a large young guy who sat with his eyes closed and seemed to be dozing. Not far from him sat a blonde man who looked more like a teenager. Despite the fact that many people think that only men go on such missions, there was also a girl. The young man with glasses also somehow ended up in this company. Ken-Hu stood there smiling, seeming completely unconcerned about who these people were. Suddenly, an employee came out to the guys and said the name of our hero. The worker immediately handed the guy some small purple card. Watching the stranger walk away, the young man shouted about what it was. Surprisingly, no one answered the guy, no matter how much he shouted. Standing in confusion, our hero's eyes showed genuine horror because he could not understand anything. However, at that moment the door opened and a male voice asked all participants to come inside. While the boys were looking around, the unknown person greeted them. saying that they were in the third dungeon of the gymnasium at the Insanability Bureau. Lee Ji-tae turned to the rankers once again and stated that he had something he wanted to tell them. After a short pause, he added that it was a space that recreated the interior of a 2-star dungeon in another country. The main goal in this test is to collect as many items as possible that were given to everyone at the entrance. And he added that this time the topic of testing is dungeons. The participants seemed completely unfazed by this, as the red-haired girl tied her hair. And the organizer of this whole event simply sat lost in thought, looking intently ahead. Our hero, rubbing his wrists, heard Lee Ji-tae finally continue his speech and noted that their main task was to survive in the dungeon. And then he announced that there was 1 medal token per person. Monsters had from 1 to 3, and the winner would be the one who collected the most. Gathering in a circle, one of the guys declared that there were not only monsters here, but also themselves. And a moment later, raising his hand, he asked if there were anyone willing to unite. Our hero looked at the strangers with indifference and remained silent, but it seemed that he was not pleased with the idea. And then he said out loud what he had been thinking about earlier, that he would be on his own, which raised a number of questions among the guys. Smiling, Ken-hoo stated that firstly he didn't want to, and secondly he had decided so. The young man began to persuade our hero, telling him how many good things they had on their team. But Ken-hoo again calmly noted that he knew all this, but didn't want to. He said if they got first place, then they would have to split the prize between all the participants. Hearing the stranger ask if these were all the arguments, our hero asked a counter question as to whether any more were needed. Another young man noted that there were only 4 of them, while other teams probably had 5. But the young man was already leaving, wishing everyone good luck. A minute later, our hero felt someone's heavy hand grab him by the hood. The man shouted that he would not allow the guy to give the chips to others, so he asked nicely to give these chips to their team. Ken-hoo looked at the man carefully, but he didn't intend to say anything. And the very next minute, the young man began to swing with one hand. Suddenly, everyone gathered noticed how the young man easily hit the thug who had threatened him just a few seconds ago. And again, the young man began to smile, saying that now everything was clear to everyone. Clenching his hand into a fist, our hero noted that he had forgotten to take something. In the very next minute, he began to press the guys, asking if there were any who wanted to fight him. The young man in glasses raised his hand and declared that he gave up and didn't need any problems. But Ken-hoo wasn't satisfied with that, so he asked why the boy thought that if he could surrender, he would be able to leave so easily. Having given our hero his token, the young man explained that nothing had been said about losing players, meaning he would not be disqualified. He added that the guy who was knocked out by Ken-hoo was their defense, and without him they definitely had no chance of winning. Looking at the frightened participant, our hero declared that only the chips were important to him, and therefore he was not going to beat up the remaining guys. Watching everything on TV, Lee Ji-tae asked if there was a red butterfly in all this, robbed others, and went alone. Looking at the red-haired girl, the assistant said, "She has the same rank as the 2-star dungeon. If her clan were to gather together, they would be able to clear a 3-star dungeon." And now, the blonde man, looking at the employee, added that if there was also support, they would be able to achieve more. But don't worry about the results. With time, the true talent will be revealed, which will pave the way to victory. And he added, still looking attentively at the screen, that this was a very important test. Because when you come face to face with the monsters that are in the dungeon, and fell silent. And after a short pause, he added that people like the red butterfly will be able to show their talent and enjoy what is happening to the fullest. Answering the assistant's question about who this monster in the dungeon was, the blonde replied that it was the latest development of an independent android from a well-known company. A robot that attacks with a glove obtained from the Chernobyl dungeon. It uses the spores and epidermis of a mushroom monster. Its official name is Gribadroid, a rather dull name, but it is the highest level of military technology. Seeing how the monster showed itself, Lee Ji-tae continued to say that it had excellent skills, endurance, and was immune to magical attacks. Since fungal epidermis has the ability to regenerate, its restoration will cost much less. It seemed like this monster didn't care who it was fighting, as it was always ready to fight off an attack. A moment later, one of the guys, who just a couple of seconds ago was going to resist, was now flying in the other direction, thrown back by his opponent. The guys hiding around the corner noted that it would probably be very difficult for many to fight this monster. Jumping out of his hiding place, one of the men noted that this robot has its weak points, and if you work as a team, there is every chance of defeating it. The problem, though, was that the red butterfly always attacked alone. It will take her time to understand the enemy's attacks, and even more so, it will be more difficult to get the chip because it is located in the body of this opponent. The blonde, carefully watching what was happening, said that the others were so eager to show the red butterfly her place. Suddenly, the young man fell silent. His assistant wanted to say something, but he made it clear that now was not the time for talking. A minute later, Lee Jite pointed to the map and asked the employee to examine it carefully. The blonde didn't explain anything. He just said that it happened. The robot still stood and looked attentively at his opponents, clearly waiting for someone to attack him. Next to him was Ken who now looked a little scared and even confused. Yunoa said out loud that he actually expected to see a real monster. Suddenly, our hero took a running start and ran towards the robot, noting that he was not saying anything. While swinging, the guy continued to note that the ill-wisher was not moving the way he would like. And while striking, he shouted loudly that the robot was extremely primitive. Realizing that the fight was not over yet, our hero grabbed the robot by the leg and began to drag him somewhere. And then he spun the monster and threw it away, declaring that the statistics were also worthless. Our hero's face showed anger, but at the same time satisfaction. He was clearly pleased with himself and the results of his work. Having dealt with many robots, which were lying broken on all sides, the guy stretched and said that he had become very bored. Perhaps that was why Ken-Hu picked up one of the monsters from the ground and began to examine it carefully. The next moment, the young man turned on the disassembly mode, after which a purple glow appeared around. Having received the coveted token, the young man suspiciously noted that all this was very strange, because it had come so easily to him. Our hero was clearly nervous, realizing that there was probably some kind of catch hidden in this. Suddenly, a voice came from the loudspeaker, announcing that 34 minutes of testing had already passed. More than 30% of the chips are in the hands of users, so the administration decided to announce their names. In third place was brunette Hong Ren, who had 7 chips. Second place went to the fighting red-haired beauty Red Butterfly, who had 9 chips. And in first place was Ken who had already collected 16 chips, which undoubtedly pleased the young man. Tossing the robot's head, the young man happily said that he knew it would be like this, but it would have been better if they had come across a goblin. But as it was too boring. Even the scarecrows were stronger. Taking the earned mushroom skin in his hands, the young man decided to take a closer look at it to understand what he now possessed. Thinking about it, our hero decided that something more useful could have fallen from this monster. This material is just as strong because, and for a moment the guy fell silent. And then I decided that the fabric was similar to the loot from those hellish effigies. The material immediately began to spin around in Ken-Hu's hand, and he noted with surprise that most likely these pieces could still be useful to him. The next minute, the young man decided that it was necessary to use the manufacturing function. And in just a few moments, the perfect greaves and gloves were created. The young man, pleased with himself, noted that he had received excellent pieces, from which he had made something that would definitely be useful to him. Heading somewhere, the guy decided that now it was time to take care of the others. We should not forget that the competition continues. At that moment, the preliminary results of the competition appeared on the board. The red butterfly understood with anger and indignation that for some reason she was in second place, considering it unfair. Suddenly, strangers began approaching the girl from all sides. They shouted that they needed to attack her, which is what they were about to do. The red-haired beauty watched the unfolding events carefully, ready to repel the attack. Suddenly, she soared into the air, ready to show her opponents what she was capable of. All those gathered saw what tricks the red butterfly performed, which at first intended to instill fear in those gathered. Suddenly, the beauty began to accelerate again. It was clear that she was in no hurry. The girl pushed off the building several times, and her movements showed that she was gaining strength. And it was true. The red butterfly showed with its whole appearance that it was ready to show itself from its strongest side. The girl created whirlwinds that truly took your breath away. It was so amazing. The next moment, the beauty rushed down, her face expressing indifference, but at the same time a clear mood. The red-haired player's eyes were glowing. The red butterfly clearly wasn't going to give up its place to anyone else. Only a minute had passed, and the girl was already standing victoriously on the ground, one foot demonstratively placed on her competitors. The young lady saw how a crowd of people surrounded her, declaring that now she definitely would not leave, and that it was simply impossible to defeat such a number of opponents. However, this did not frighten the participant at all. She assumed a fighting stance, although she was in no hurry to say or do anything. Suddenly, the beauty heard someone speaking to her, and so she turned her head in fear. It was Hong Ren addressing her friend. She scolded her, noting that the girl had rushed and noting that this could have caused great harm. Hearing the red-haired beauty make excuses about her low scores, her friend said it didn't matter. And she added that their goal was to join the expedition to the north. They had already collected enough chips without her. The guy with glasses noted that if they added up their total achievements, they would have 88 cards. However, The red butterfly, turning her back to everyone, proudly declared that they would not connect anything. Hong Ren didn't understand where her friend was going, so she asked her directly about it. She only said in an indifferent tone that the boys should not lag behind her. They should move on. Before the brunette could say anything, a member of their team was thrown high into the air. The boys shouted after her, but she said nothing and was in no hurry to return. At this moment, Li Ji-tae was asking his assistant who our hero was, assuming that this was his first test. The man explained that the assessment of his skills and characteristics was stopped for a number of reasons. And then he continued to say that it seemed like the guy had experience in dungeons. He was acting like he had already participated in something like this. The blonde, with folded arms, noted that if this was really the case, then the young man had illegally visited the dungeon. But the assistant said the boy had no criminal record or license revocations, so it was simply impossible. The captain then suggested that the man might be a foreigner, since in other countries, such things are not monitored so strictly. After this, the blonde fell silent, but his eyes showed clear interest in the person of our hero. And after a short pause, he continued to say that he was in great anticipation of when the battle between him and the butterfly would begin. The girl was running somewhere at that moment. Her fighting spirit was at its highest level. As for Ken Hu, he whiled away the time by twirling pieces of mushroom skin in his hands. Suddenly, the guy felt ill. He stepped aside, noting to himself that he didn't think he would feel so ill. The reason was that the young man, out of boredom, began to chew something inedible, which led to such an unpleasant effect. Having come to his senses a little, our hero froze. He heard someone running, approaching him very quickly. The young man froze in place. He understood that it was someone very fast. Noticing the red butterfly in front of him, the guy only managed to note that the man was not only fast, but also dangerous. Our hero's face showed genuine horror. He put his hands forward and waited for something inevitable. However, this did not happen. Ken Hu understood that the beauty was showing various tricks, but she was not going to do anything dangerous. Still standing alert, Red Butterfly asked the young man if he was alone. With a smile on his face and calm in his voice, the guy stated that 150 of his subordinates were guarding the perimeter, and that this changed. The opponent didn't say anything. It was difficult to tell anything from the expression on her face. And then the girl said that the young man was a clown. Hearing the beauty say that she wanted to fight, Ken Hu thought that her level was twice as high as his. Our hero didn't have time to answer. He simply noticed how the beauty ran up to him with lightning speed and struck him. Closing himself, the young man noted that he certainly didn't expect anything like that from the girl. But she didn't seem to be going to stop because she continued to hit her opponent. The guy didn't like all of this. And if up until this point he had managed to somehow hold back the onslaught and blows of his opponent, then with each passing second it became more and more difficult to do so. Bending down, our hero understood that if the red butterfly succeeded in her plan, then the competition would end for him. The beauty's face showed rage. It was clear that she had set a goal for herself and would not back down from it. The girl acted with the utmost professionalism and confidence. It was clear that this was not her first or even 100th battle. As for Ken Hu, the only thing that made him happy was that he had turned on his combat assistant. Otherwise, he would no longer be standing, but lying down. Despite this, the guy understood that this battle had dragged on too long, and it had to be ended because strength was not eternal. Up until this point, the young man had managed to dodge and remain uninjured, but this could change at any moment. And the beauty showed again and again that she possessed incredible strength. The difficulty was that our hero could not find the right moment to attack. As soon as he was about to do something, his opponent immediately struck again. Dropping to one knee, Ken Hu asked his opponent if she was going to stop and take a little rest. Looking at the beauty, the young man thought that using the skill on people was extremely dangerous. But how could he survive in such a case? Before the young man had time to catch his breath, he saw that the red butterfly had already caught her breath and was heading towards him again. With anger in his voice, our hero whispered under his breath that he was really tired of this. And a moment later, the system notified the guy that he had connected a combat assistant using heroic power. Ken Hu saw his opponent heading towards him, preparing to deliver another crushing blow. Unlike previous times, this time the young man did not stand still. He also hurried to meet his opponent. The girl was going to finish this battle very quickly. She did not want to play with her opponent anymore as she did before. The young man's intention also changed, which could be read in his eyes. For a second, the boys looked at each other carefully, both ready for what would happen next. Red Butterfly struck first, but this time something went wrong, which the girl understood immediately. Fear and surprise were visible in the beauty's eyes. It seemed that the participant did not understand what had happened. Suddenly, the red-haired participant grabbed her arm and leg and screamed like never before. Our hero, catching his breath, was finally able to relax a little, realizing that he had time to rest. Looking at his opponent, the young man shouted that she owed him the chips, and therefore asked her to give them back immediately. Throwing the bag on the floor, the girl declared with resignation in her voice that she had lost. Sitting on the ground, Red Butterfly asked the young man what skill he had. Ken-Hu looked at the participant carefully and was about to say something, but firstly, he was choosing his words, and secondly, he heard something. Some girl was addressing his rival, although she didn't say anything specific. And after that, a brunette attacked the young man. It happened so violently that the guy didn't even have time to understand anything. The young man was thrown from side to side like an ordinary soccer ball. Finally, Ken-Hu landed and fell to the ground, but he couldn't comprehend what had happened. It was something unreal. The young man in glasses recognized our hero, but chose to remain silent, realizing that Hong Ren was in charge of everything in their team. But then something pushed the guy, and he said that he did not expect to meet under such circumstances, and said that his name was Red Serpent. While the participant was quickly telling the story for his team, the brunette approached her colleague and asked what happened to her shoulder. The Red Butterfly saw that her friend was angry and threatened the young man, but honestly admitted that he was so strong that even their entire team could not defeat him. Rising from the ground, the young man admitted that he had done what he had done, but what would happen to him for it? What punishment would follow? The young man shouted for his opponent to immediately take back his chips, which she had taken illegally, but at that moment the organizers announced that 3 hours had passed and the testing was over. The young man listened with horror to what they were saying. He noted to himself that if it weren't for this girl, he would have definitely won. And the voice from the loudspeaker continued to say that third place was taken by Ha Yun Taik, who had 21 chips. In second place is Ken-Hu, who managed to get 69 chips, which did not please the guy at all. And in first place is the Red Butterfly. She's collected 88 chips. While the boy was trying to understand how this could have happened, Hong Ren triumphantly reported that everything happened as it was supposed to. And then she noted that they were simply all members of the same team. Finally, it dawned on the young man that while they were talking, the brunette had thrown it in. But the guy didn't have time to finish speaking because Red Butterfly said that it was just a misunderstanding. Turning his back to the assembled group, the young man proudly noted that no misunderstanding had occurred. Hong Ren had no intention of stopping, saying that the young man had broken his girlfriend's arm and wasn't even going to apologize. The young man was very angry, but at the same time he understood that he could not stand out from the crowd, and therefore it was necessary to think everything through carefully. Of course, the brunette is surprised. She met a team member and was surprised that he had a broken arm. This is understandable, but it was possible to first understand the situation, but the player presented everything as if Ken-Hu robbed her friend. Our hero won the chips in a fair fight, but Hong Ren stole first place from him and then made him look like a villain. Upset, the guy decided that he simply had to teach these people a lesson, since it was simply not decent to act like that. Suddenly, Ken-Hu called his assistant to help him and told him to take the loot. The brunette couldn't stop. She screamed again and again, addressing our hero and saying that he could hear her. Suddenly, the girl fell silent. Fear was visible on her face, and sweat was running down her forehead. The Red Butterfly, seeing how her friend's face changed, asked what was happening to her. The young man stood opposite the girls. He looked at them attentively, although he was not going to do anything. At that moment, something happened. For some reason, our hero began to be surrounded by the most terrible animals and creatures that could exist. Hong Ren looked at all this with horror, unable to tear her eyes away. She even sat on the floor out of fear. However, this was not the only thing that frightened the brunette. Now she also saw her friend in the form of a monster, hanging right over her. The beauty began to scream, not understanding what was happening. The same applies to the Red Butterfly, who did not realize what had happened to her colleague. The girl fell to the floor and began to thrash about hysterically. Her comrades gathered around her, and Ken-Hu thought only that he wanted to teach the guilty a lesson. A minute later, a medical team carrying a stretcher rushed past our hero. Watching everything that was happening with horror, the young man thought that he had overdone it a little with his strength. The guy quickly turned around and ran away, realizing that at that moment it was the best decision. The captain, who was still sitting at the screen, was telling his assistant that Red Butterfly had somehow underestimated this man. And I thought to myself that our hero was incredibly smart and knew perfectly well what to do. But they have completely different levels. It seems that the guy's abilities are not higher than level 10. He poses a huge danger to other rankers. When asked by his assistant whether he should invite Red Butterfly to the meeting, Li Ji-tae said that there was no need to do so. And a minute later, in a calm tone, he said that he should make friends with this Ken-Hu. At this time, our hero was sitting on a chair holding a hungry tin can to his head. Looking at the surroundings, the young man thought that the combat assistant and heroic power were good, but the dominant skill had exhausted all the mana. The guy hoped that he would be able to recover in hell, and then scolded himself for going through all this because he had no mana left at all. Bowing his head, our hero heard someone talking to him, but he didn't want to talk, so he simply asked who he was talking to. The man congratulated the young man on successfully passing the test and informed him that he was Tae Min-soo, the deputy captain of the Taesong clan. When handing over the business card, the man said that the guy had excellent skills, and therefore they wanted to support him in further growth in their clan. And he added that they could show him heights that he could not reach alone. No clan could offer that. And then Ken-hoo asked, "Even the stars can't do this." Realizing that the man could not understand anything, the young man asked whether he could rise to the level of the stars. After some time, the captain was sitting in his car and thinking about something. The young man was scrolling through something on his tablet, lost in his own thoughts. Lee Ji-tae watched the video of the tests and smiled because he enjoyed it so much. Addressing himself, the guy said that it was the same as watching a good, high-quality action movie. A minute later, hearing someone knocking on the window, the young man opened it slightly and asked his assistant if he had been rejected. Hearing the man explain that Ken-hoo was not interested in them, the blonde noted that it was not strange since there was some kind of arrogance in that man. Then Tae Min-soo explained that the member kept talking about some stars, seeing how the captain's expression changed. And again, the assistant noted that he initially thought it was some kind of youth slang, so he did not understand what the young man meant. The man thought that the captain would tell him something, but he honestly admitted that he himself had never heard of anything like that. And then Tae Min-soo switched to Red Butterfly, saying that everything was going according to plan with them, although this is not strange, because they were originally going to join the expedition to the north. Lost in thought, Lee Ji-tae said that he would go home now because everything was settled, and therefore they would meet the next day. Bowing, the deputy told his superior to be careful. The blonde understood that Ken-hoo had mentioned the stars for a reason, although he himself knew nothing about it, and therefore decided not to jump to hasty conclusions. At this time, our hero was riding in the car with Yumin, who was silent. The girl asked the guy what it was, hinting at the card he was holding in his hands. The young man immediately explained that it was a business card of a headhunter, a recruitment manager. They intercepted it right after testing, but the beauty said that she didn't ask about that. And then the blonde explained that there was some kind of box downstairs. Opening it, the guy was about to say something, although he was in no hurry to answer. Suddenly, our hero remembered how a couple of hours ago, the Red Butterfly said that her friend wanted to help her, but she was wrong. Ken-hoo didn't immediately understand who they were talking about, but then he realized everything and thought that he was trying to scare this girl a little. Although everything went a little differently than our hero had originally expected, scratching his head, the young man said that it didn't matter. What had happened had already passed long ago anyway. Handing over the suitcase to our hero, Red Butterfly said that this was a reward for first place, and it originally belonged to the guy, but everything just didn't go according to plan. The girl looked closely at the young man and asked him to accept this case. Inside was a very valuable prize, as it was a pair of strong grip gloves that increased attack power and defense. Yumin began to tell that the crystal moss that Ken-hoo brought and that she sold to Park Hui. So was not the only one that he bought. The man buys everything that comes to the market. The guy looked at the girl in surprise and asked if it was too much for one person. No matter how valuable crystal moss is, does one person really need that much? That person definitely has someone higher up, quite influential, who needs a huge amount of such goods. If that's the case, it would be much more beneficial to contact him directly without using Pahuiso. The young man continued to think that this was hardly a serious opponent. Unexpectedly, Yumin broke the silence, asking if this was the entire reward. Shaking out the suitcase, the young man decided that there must probably be money in there too. However, instead of money, some envelope fell out, which the girl noticed. The next second, the blonde said out loud, she doesn't understand what happened, but for some reason in an instant she felt very disgusted. The guy asked in surprise if his friend might want some meat. Ken-hoo showed the girl the check that was inside, which surprised the beauty. When he went out into the street, the young man said that joining the association was not so easy, but they gave him a generous reward for the test, thanks to which, in the eyes of civilians, the ranker made money easily, and nothing became a problem for him. However, the girl said that one must be careful. Rankara is no joke. Suddenly, our hero's expression changed as he looked at his friend, who hadn't noticed anything. The boys approached some door, but none of them was in a hurry to say or do anything. And then Ken-hoo, turning away from Yumin, told her to immediately return to the car, lock the door, and sit there until he arrived. The young man's gaze was as stern as possible, so he repeated his words once more. After waiting for the girl to leave, The guy headed into the alley. He understood that something was wrong. Standing there, Ken-Hu said out loud that this was simply outrageous. Looking at the people who were lying unconscious, the young man asked someone what he was doing near someone else's house. Finally, Mr. Park Hui So came out of the shadows and, taking off his hat, greeted our hero. The man immediately said that the people on the ground were the Yakuza. They wanted to steal the crystal moss. Even the overseas market knows about such goods. However, it is not only them who are doing this. The best rancor hunters are looking for this crystal moss. And added, if he had not done what he did, Miss Yumin might have suffered. The old man then said that he had a proposal for him. It was to form an alliance with the Taesong clan. The guy said with confidence in his voice that it was a pity, but today he had already managed to refuse one person. The man added that he had been watching Ken-Hu, but was still unable to gather much information about the young man. The reason is that someone deliberately deleted all the information from the database. Park Hui-seo said that he heard that the young man showed a brilliant result in the test, as if he had experience in the dungeons. How could a garbage man from the sewers have such abilities? The man honestly noted that this was suspicious, and therefore added that he did not know what organization our hero belonged to, but he was obliged to work with the Taesong clan. The old man heard the boy say that as far as the organization was concerned, Park Hui-seo was wrong, and in a colder tone, the gray-haired man stated that he apparently chose the wrong method. Ken-Hu should forgive him if he was rude. At this moment, the system notified our hero that he had received some kind of bonus. Noticing that a stick was approaching the young man, he shouted that he had not finished speaking yet. And the next moment, he barely managed to dodge, realizing that the old man was not going to joke with him. The young man was thinking about the fact that he hadn't even finished one battle when something completely different immediately fell upon him. Ken-Hu tried to reason with his opponent and therefore asked him to at least listen to him. While striking back, our hero reflected on the fact that it would not be as strong and effective anyway. The man had no intention of listening to his opponent, and so he continued doing what he had already started. Park Hui-seo realized that the young man was using a special item and was surprised because the first place prize was supposed to go to the red butterfly. Pulling his gloves tighter, the young man shouted out loud that from now on this was self-defense. For a while, Ken-Hu still stood there, not wanting to attack first, realizing that it was better to watch his opponent's actions. Unexpectedly, the gray-haired man answered in a calm tone that for some reason the guy liked to choose difficult paths. Our hero didn't quite understand what this meant, but he didn't argue. Instead, he carefully studied his opponent. A moment later, the man began to slowly unbutton his jacket. Holding his cane, Park Hui-seo stated in a dispassionate tone that if the young man did not want to understand with words, then they would have to converse with their fists. The young man didn't have time to catch the words spoken before a jacket flew towards him. The guy shouted with hatred in his voice that he shouldn't be made fun of and that he shouldn't be threatened. For a moment, the young man stopped, realizing that the old man was most likely about to attack him. It was true. As he walked towards Ken-Hu, he summoned some kind of sword to help him. Holding the weapon in front of him, the man was in no hurry to do anything. He also waited. Looking at his opponent, our hero shouted that the old man was a real coward if he was going to attack an unarmed man with a sword. It seemed that Park Hui-seo was not at all affected by the young man's words, as he threw aside his cane and immediately began waving his bladed weapon. The guy watched everything that was happening with horror and did not believe that he would have to fight again, but this time with a crazy old man. Ken-Hu was actually having a hard time, although he tried not to show it. Realizing that something had to be done, the young man got as close to the wall as possible and pushed off from it. The enemy, raising his sword, noticed how the enemy flew right above him. The next second, our hero was already sitting behind his ill-wisher, thinking about what to do next. The young man smiled sincerely, realizing that he had managed to achieve at least some result. But the joy was short-lived. The guy didn't have time to notice how it happened that Park Hui-seo immediately appeared next to him and put his blade to him. Our hero was not going to give up, and therefore immediately straightened his hand in order to stop the old man. Eyes wide, the young man decided he needed to use dominance. Park Hui-seo didn't know what his opponent was capable of, so he stood there for a while and simply watched him. At that very second, the guy ran closer and struck his opponent, wanting to show that he was also capable of something. The man rolled his eyes. He didn't expect our hero to be able to grab him with such force. Trying to drag his opponent, the young man shouted that something was not going according to plan, since the gray-haired man should have lost consciousness long ago. Instead, the older man asked if it was true that the boy was using an illusion skill. Slightly squinting his eyes, Park Hui-seo noted that this was quite unusual. Suddenly, something happened that Ken-Hu seemed completely unexpected. While he was clutching his wounded hand, his opponent was saying that he had no plans to kill the guy or maim him. And stopping in place, he ordered Ken-Hu to say who was behind him, what person or organization. But now something happened that the old man did not expect. He saw how the guy bent over, sitting on the ground, and laughed loudly. Raising his head, the young man asked if the enemy had really forgotten anything. The elderly man stood motionless in place, his expression making it difficult to tell anything. He still clutched his blade tightly but was in no hurry to do anything. But the next moment, Park Hui-so understood everything, and therefore said that it was about poisonous blood. Now our hero decided to attack. Jumping up from the ground with lightning speed, the guy rushed towards the old man and grabbed him by the face. The young man did not want to kill this man, but he could not allow himself to be harmed or underestimated, and so he acted as best he could. Ken-Hu honestly admitted that the old man was clearly strong, but how resistant was he to various types of poison? After this, our hero began to laugh, watching what would happen next. Realizing that everything was going according to plan, the young man was still in no hurry to stop. He wanted to show and prove that he was also worth something. Therefore, Ken-Hu decided to hold off the enemy for as long as he could. But a minute later, our hero felt his opponent kick him hard in the stomach. The men were strong, and restraint could not work for either of them for long. And so after a few minutes, the opponents were sitting exhausted on the ground. The exhausted old man reached into his breast pocket with a trembling hand. After this, the guy noticed that Park Hui-so took out some small tube. A moment later, the man poured some powder from the container directly onto his face, which had a blood burn on it. The young man decided to be sarcastic about this matter too, and therefore asked whether this was probably some very good medicine. And rubbing his hands, he continued to note that it would be good if his opponent left just a little bit for him. Now Park Hui-so spoke up. He said that he was sure that he had injured the young man's arms and ribs. It was unclear how he was standing on his feet, and suggested that this was the effect of the regeneration skill. This was true. Ken-Hu didn't really intend to hide it, so he asked a counter question about what the old man was going to do. The opponent sat on the ground, his sword was on the other side. The man simply remained silent and watched. Ken-Hu was sure that the competition was over, although Park Hui-so said that was not the case. Getting up from his seat, the man explained that he had come to propose to our hero, but not to fight. By using force, he hoped that the young man would agree, but everything turned out to be somewhat more complicated. And so the man from the Tae clan asked his question again about who was behind our hero. Hearing that the young man was a loner, the old man asked how he had managed to obtain the crystal moss. And again, the conversation turned to clans and the benefits of being in one, although Ken-Hu was still adamant that he was not interested in anything like that. However, the young man had one suggestion, although he was in no hurry to voice it. Although a moment later he said that Park Hui-so, if he wanted, could work for him. The old man admitted in a calm tone that this proposal sounded rather absurd. And he added that if the young man was no longer going to talk nonsense, then he would still go, since too much work had accumulated. Looking after this man, our hero understood that Park Hui-so was the one he needed. He had excellent connections. Besides, he was capable and quick-witted. Of course, the guy wasn't going to miss such a chance, although he didn't understand how to interest the clan representative. The youth confidently stated he had heard that the clan was weaker than the third-ranked Almighty, and their rankers were weaker than the second-ranked Great Unknown. And he added it seems that Lee Ji-tae and Taesong are just a show for the media, and therefore why shouldn't a man invest in him, who has huge ambitions? The man said in a calm tone that there are two types of people who speak like that: idiots who have no idea about the world or losers who can't do anything. And all this is done in order to achieve success, just like the great Lee Ji-tae. It seemed that everything that was said only amused the young man, who was in no hurry to argue or prove anything. Although a minute later he added that it was strange to hear these words from a person who had just recently almost lost to him. In a calm tone, the young man stated that even if his opponent drew his sword, he remained silent. The guy didn't have time to finish speaking, because the old man began waving the blade again. Leaning against the wall, our hero carefully watched everything that was happening, but now there was no fear in his eyes. On the contrary, the guy's face showed inspiration, and it seemed as if he was inspired by all of this. However, Park Hui-so said what he had already said earlier, that he did not come here with the intention of killing the young man. If that were the case, he would not have had a single chance. And he added that he is not the only one who can do this. They all work for Lee Ji-tae. Ken-Hu tried to be sarcastic, saying that this was being said to him by someone who was not even a 10th rank, but the old man noted that this did not affect him. And a moment later, our hero wondered if the captain was really that amazing. The opponent looked closely at his opponent and asked what he meant. However, the guy noted that he will not say, but will show something. Awakening the fire around him, the young man once again declared that he was much better than the famous Lee Ji-tae. And he added that he wanted the old man to tell him how strong he had to be to surpass the captain. But the clan member only muttered something under his breath, then reached for his jacket. And at the same time, he told me that the blonde had reached level 20 less than 6 months after becoming a ranker. And this is because he was supported by the Taesong clan, while others who are without support spend a whole year. Watching Kenhu's fist clench, the man continued to speak. If he wanted to prove otherwise, then for him it was at least 2 weeks. Our hero, with calmness in his voice, proudly said that he would do it in 2 weeks. And after a pause, he added that he would be able to convince his opponent that he was better than this captain, and then the old man would work for him. Taking his hat in hand, Park Hui-seo honestly admitted that this was the funniest proposal. As he was leaving, he also said that he had no idea where the young man was going to train, but he hoped that his place would be much better than the one where Lee Ji-tae trained. After this, the old man silently left, not considering it necessary to explain anything more. Ken-hu didn't want to lose, and then quietly said that the man should not doubt it, since he had his own resources. After some time, our hero was already in hell. As he ran, he screamed and at the same time hit someone. It was some unknown green monster that was growling as if it was about to eat the young man. However, he understood that he was much stronger and therefore continued to beat his own opponent. After some time, the monster was already lying on the ground and covering himself from another blow. But our hero was not going to give up because every task is very important for him. The monster, meeting face to face with the young man, growled, showing that he too could do something. Suddenly, something happened that the guy didn't expect. The monster grabbed him by the fist and began to bite so hard that the guy couldn't stand it. There was pain in Ken-hu's eyes, but at the same time, all the hatred he was capable of. The young man understood that this was a unique chance for him, and therefore, without pulling out his hand, he jerked it in such a way that the monster hit its head against the wall. The opponents looked at each other, each of them continuing to carry out his task. Sitting over his opponent, the young man told him not to try to spit out what he had put in his mouth, but rather to chew everything thoroughly. Looking at the defeated monster, Ken-hu heard the system report that the level had increased to 15. And a moment later, the system also notified that the star winner Ardan was watching him. Our hero raised his head and looked somewhere up, although he was silent. Suddenly, the guy angrily raised his hand and showed what state it was in. Some time passed, and the young man was still sitting on the street. Touching his bandaged hand, the young man said that he could not exhaust his own body so much. Suddenly, Renian spoke up, stating that although she was not afraid of fights, the butler was so cool that she did not need to be around him all the time. With anger in his voice, the young man rudely asked where the fairy had been. Looking at the boy's hand, Renian asked what happened to it, and wondered if Ken-hu wanted her to stop the bleeding. The fairy took her tube and started doing something. The guy didn't understand whether she was drinking his blood or stopping it, but he didn't interfere. He thought to himself that everything was fine. If he suddenly died, he would still be resurrected. If it were in the real world, everything would be completely different. Moreover, with every training and every day, this place gets better and better. If earlier it was difficult to find anyone, now progress is much faster. After this, our hero remembered the goblin and decided that the problem was only with him. Looking at his acquaintance, the young man was still immersed in his thoughts, and thought that of all the goblins, he had never met this one. Perhaps the reason is that he is stronger than all those he has seen before. Suddenly, Ken-hu turned around and opened his eyes in horror, as if he had seen a ghost. It could be said that this was partly true, since on the other side was the very goblin that the boy was remembering. The young man did not understand when his opponent had appeared, and therefore shouted to Renian to hide as quickly as possible. Seeing that the fairy had immediately disappeared without a trace, the young man shouted irritably, asking where she had flown off to so quickly if he had not finished speaking yet. And without taking his eyes off the goblin, he continued to note that she should first listen to the end and only then leave. Suddenly, the enemy sensed something, and so he raised his head and began to look around. The evil creature asked our hero why he was looking at him so strangely. At the same time, the guy said out loud that the goblin was probably very upset because he saw his brothers dead. And then he came out of his hiding place and shouted at him not to waste time, but to attack, because he needed additional training. A moment later, Ken-hu noticed the enemy running straight towards him at high speed. Lying on the ground, our hero heard a message that he had died, but the quest was completed. Now his task was to destroy the goblins with black hands. Remembering his opponent, the young man thought that it would be very difficult to fight him, since he had serious skills. The young man was exhausted, and therefore was in no hurry. He just rested and thought. Raising his legs, the boy noted that it was just a goblin, and therefore, sooner or later, he would still be able to defeat him. Ken-hu knew they wouldn't wait for him, so he jumped up and started doing quick squats, improving his physical fitness. Suddenly, the young man had an idea. He decided to take some poisonous nails and make a deep hole. The young man was so lost in his own thoughts that he didn't even notice that his enemy was right behind him. Trying to comprehend something, our hero heard the computer announce again that he had died, having lived only 1 minute. After that, Ken-Hu was already running along the wooden bridge, realizing that the monster quest was continuing and this was already his 6th attempt. Turning around, the guy shouted at his rival, noting that he was probably mad because the young man killed his brothers, and therefore did not give him the opportunity to rest a little. The goblin wasn't going to say anything. He was extremely serious and didn't even think about stopping. With anger in his voice, the young man will repeat what he had said earlier, that it would be possible to take at least a short break. While striking, the opponent shouted that it was not he who started the attack, and therefore he would not only defend himself, but also attack. Now Ken-Hu pointed out that the goblin had to resist, and not just stand and watch. The young man only had time to notice how his opponent swung his weapon. Coughing, the young man thought that he was crazy because he was still no match for this creature. Lying on the ground, the boy decided that perhaps it would be better to give up and run away. And then he remembered the saying that hatred breeds hatred, but forgiveness is the true victory. Maybe the answer is to forget about that goblin and focus on leveling up, although forgetting is almost impossible. And so anger awoke in our hero again, and he decided to take revenge on this monster. It is impossible to run away all the time. The time will come when you will have to look into the eyes of what you are running from. The goblin, who had managed to gain victory at this time, walked proudly through the ruins, moving further and further away. Time passed, but the resident of this place was not going to go home. He noted to himself that the goblin in the red cap had not seen this terrible man for several days. However, the monster did not feel relieved because the guy could not only resurrect, but was very cunning. With such a one, it was necessary to be constantly on guard. The goblin's only thought was that the young man could not get to them in any way. At that moment, his comrade addressed the monster, as he did Curson, declaring that trouble had happened. Hearing how the goblin in the hat noted that he had ordered no one to come out of hiding, the other continued to lament that their friends had suffered, and he added that they hadn't stuck their heads out, but someone had poisoned their water, and therefore they should immediately hide and not stick their heads out. In one of the shelters, there were other goblins. Some of them were warming themselves by the fire, others were lying and coughing. They looked unwell. The assistant complained that someone had poisoned their water, but there was another problem. They could no longer eat the fish they raised. And then he said that he would like to know who does such things. For example, the monsters outside can do this without difficulty. Although it is not necessary to do so, they are able to subjugate them anyway. Curson began to shout obscene words out loud, but thought to himself that, except for Ken-Hu, no one else could harm them. The goblin didn't understand how the boy could know about this place. And then he realized that the boy was just following him, and it was a mistake to leave him on the street. He should have just locked him up. Suddenly, one of the relatives came up and addressed his friend, saying that he wanted to tell him something important. He sat and silently looked into the distance, not knowing what to say. Holding the baby in his arms, the goblin said that the child was crying and continuing to look for him. Tears came to Curson's eyes when he heard his son address him. After some time, our hero's main enemy was already heading somewhere, trying not to notice how his relatives were running after him. The tribesmen asked their comrade not to go anywhere else and to stop. A friend asked what a goblin could do against someone who was constantly resurrected, and he added that they could give up revenge. Then this guy would no longer bother them and would move on to something else. The goblins realized that it was best for them to retreat now and start looking for a new shelter and food. Raising his sword, Curson headed off somewhere, leaving his comrades behind. And again the friends turned to their brother, asking him not to do this, since this was all a very big mistake. Realizing that their kinsman was not going to listen to anyone anyway, the goblins sadly stated that in that case, they could do nothing. Although the very next minute everyone gathered pointed to the deceased, noting that this was their scout who had disappeared. And they added that it smelled of poison, therefore it was the work of a young man. And after this, Curson ordered everyone to immediately return to the shelter. And then he said that the man intentionally leaves such a trace in order to lure them away from the shelter. It is necessary to be prepared for the fact that he will attack the secret place too. Curson explained that the boy was improving faster than he thought, although he had already studied him enough, and therefore could fight again and again. The relatives did not understand how their friend was going to kill a young man who was impossible to kill, but they did not argue. The goblins didn't want to just let their brother go, so they told him to be extremely careful. And turning slightly, Curson noted that he would definitely return, and therefore there was no need to worry about him. A few minutes later, the goblin was wandering the streets in proud solitude, realizing that he needed to find Ken-Hu. The monster had good hearing, and so he stopped for a moment, realizing that he had sensed someone. Suddenly, the goblin grabbed his sword and swung, realizing that he had to be extremely careful. Seeing the young man, Curson proudly declared that he should not even think about an easy death. However, our hero was not at all frightened by this statement. The young man noted that he would give his opponent a chance, and clenching his fist, he shouted loudly once more that he was giving the goblin a unique chance to die at his own hands. The goblin in the red cap stood in front of the man and was not going to do anything. He was waiting. And then, with severity in his voice, he declared what the young man thought of himself, what he was even talking about. But the young man was not going to back down, saying that it seemed that Curson was simply stalling for time, and therefore, it would be best for him to think about how to behave further. And seeing the anger on the goblin's face, he continued to say that their tribe would have survived if he had used the poison to the maximum. This time only a small part died, but the guy doesn't even know what will happen next. And looking at his enraged opponent, he asked if he could stop him. Seeing the boy grab his weapon, Curson shouted loudly that he would save his opponent's life, cut off all his limbs, and then watch the young man suffer in pain. However, the guy laughed, saying that he would kill himself and then resurrect. As for the goblin, he could threaten his family and he still wouldn't be able to do anything. The young man wanted to take revenge on the monster in the red cap, and his family didn't care at all. Ken-Hu began to threaten the goblin and said that if he did not calm down, then he would not restrain himself and would do what he had to and what he could. Curson screamed in horror that there was no need to talk about this anymore, that his opponent had to shut up. The guy looked sternly at his opponent, but was in no hurry to say anything, waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, the goblin dropped his sword and bowed his head, then asked if the boy really wanted his life. Our hero was a little shocked by this turn of events, and therefore did not know what he could say. After this, Curson loudly declared that the young man should do what he had already decided and not wait for an unknown amount of time. And then he added that Ken-Hu was obliged to keep his word. If he killed him, he must immediately leave here and cannot touch anyone from the tribe. Raising his opponent's blade, the guy said with calmness in his voice that they had decided everything on this. While the young man was noting that it was necessary to start with this from the very beginning, he did not notice how the goblin accelerated and was about to attack. The opponent hit his opponent with all his might, so hard that the young man flew with force in the opposite direction. Lying on the floor, Ken-Hu didn't understand what had happened because he clearly didn't expect this. The guy looked at his opponent in horror, realizing that he had deceived him. Curson hovered above the young man. His goal was to win, which he was going to do. The goblin was angry, and from his appearance one could tell that he was not going to stop there. The guy, gritting his teeth, did not understand what to do or what his next steps should be. The enemy began to swear and shout the most indecent phrases, saying that people are the worst nation that can exist. And then he shouted, could the young man really think that a goblin of such a level could fall for such nonsense? And again the opponent began to attack. He struck our hero with his sword, noting that he would pay for everything he did to him. Lying on the ground, the young man continued to smile, although he did not say anything. And again the goblin in the red cap declared that he had come across a fool. Our hero smiled and said that he should have killed Curson from the start, rather than playing some strange games with him. And again the opponents began a fight in which each saw himself as the winner. The young man's opponent understood that he had become more skilled and agile, which was not to his advantage, but he was not going to give up. The goblin had to endure the young man's blows, waiting for the moment when he could attack. Ken-Hu also did not give up, doing everything possible to show his opponent what he was capable of. Time passed and the opponents fought, although neither of them managed to gain a clear advantage. For a moment, both of them thought that perhaps this was all useless. And just a moment later, the goblin, thrown back by the guy, hit the wall and lay there, unable to get up. The opponent realized that he couldn't lie down for long, and so he slowly began to get to his feet. With a smile on his face, our hero triumphantly declared that he had even held back so as not to cause more damage. Hearing about the chance, the goblin angrily stated that the young man had begun to behave inappropriately insolently. Before the opponent could do anything, he felt Ken-Hong rush at him, slamming him into the wall again. Curson smiled sarcastically, not understanding how everything could change so abruptly and quickly. The goblin was aware that he had caused quite serious damage to the guy, but he acted as if the damage was very minor. This only indicated that there were some other skills that the young man's opponent did not know about. But it seemed like nothing could stop the guy. Determined to win, he beat his opponent again and again. All the goblin could do was wonder what had happened when everything changed so quickly. For a moment, Ken-Hu stopped and looked at his opponent carefully, his face devoid of any emotion. Curson was shouting something angrily, while our hero didn't understand whether he should answer him. The young man stood and simply smiled, enjoying his strength and power. The same could not be said of the opponent, who clearly understood that the force was not on his side. And again the long fight began, and again Curson thought to himself about how the man had managed to get to this stage. Just recently this young man had such difficulty defending himself, and now he attacks as if he had superpowers. While striking the goblin, Ken-Hu asked him if he felt anything strange. Seeing how the enemy had shrunk, our hero said that the enemy had thought too much of himself, and his confidence would be his undoing. And a moment later he added that he was vigilant, and therefore this should always be remembered. Recalling the past, the young man stated that it was because he had always killed him with one blow before, and fell silent for a moment. And then he went on to point out that this meant that they never fought. The reason was that Curson was extremely confident that he could easily defeat the man. It was extremely careless, it was a big mistake, but now it is too late to talk about it. The enemy angrily declared that there was no need to frighten him. Moreover, from that moment on, he was going to fight at full strength. Grabbing his weapon, the goblin shouted that he would gladly cut off the young man's head right then and there. Looking at his wounded opponent, Ken-Hu noted that this was indeed the case. But wasn't it a bit late to start? Curson looked tiredly at the young man, realizing that he was partly right, and therefore remained silent. Holding the dart in his hands, the guy continued to smile. Noticing that now he would act completely differently. Falling to his knees, the goblin began to ask our hero to listen to him, and also to forgive him for everything that had happened between them before, calling it a mistake. The rival noted that if something were to happen to him, then their tribe would simply not live, since they were behind him. And then he shouted that the young man said that he was not going to harm his family. But it turns out that this is not true. Ken-Hu angrily squeezed the weapon in his hand tighter, saying that this meant that things would be very hard for the tribe. And he added that if he kills the main goblin, he will receive experience for the rest of them to his account. Smiling even more, it was clear that the young man was not going to back down. He was in a very determined mood. There was some kind of despair and pleading in Curson's eyes. It seemed that he actually repented of what had been done earlier. But the young man didn't care. He understood that he needed to destroy his opponent, since this was his main task. A few minutes later, the young man was carefully examining the city, or rather, what was once called a city. The young man took a deep breath, realizing that his victory had come with great difficulty. Holding onto the railing, our hero simply looked into the distance. He was in no hurry and did not want to return to his world, thinking about something. At this point, the system began sending notifications that our hero's level had been raised to 21. The quest had been completed, the silver chest had been exchanged for a gold one, and many other different bonuses were also offered. The young man was about to think about something else. But at that moment, Renian addressed him as if he were a butler and waved her hand. Hearing the fairy ask if the fight was over, the young man indifferently stated that it was, and after he examined the body, the blonde could eat it. Our hero was interested in why this goblin was so different from the others. What was the secret of his strength? The next minute, something unusual caught Ken Hong's attention. The young man took Curson by the hand and began to examine it carefully. The hand itself was not particularly noticeable, but there was something written on it, and in such small print that it was difficult to make out anything. At that moment, the system announced that the destroyed star was bestowing its touch. Seeing that something was wrong, Renian firstly screamed that the guy was crazy, and secondly, asked when he would finish his experiments. The young man watched in horror as the bright light coming from the heavens not only illuminated his hand, but seemed to pierce it right through. Watching everything that was happening with horror, our hero was unable to say anything. The boy found that a new sign had appeared on his palm, and the system reported that the destroyed Gall star had absorbed the debris. And then the computer continues to declare that a new skill has been acquired, which was a family. At this very time, Yumin was sleeping peacefully in her bed. The girl had no idea where her friend was and what he had to go through. Through her sleep, the beauty heard someone's quiet whisper calling her several times. The blonde opened her eyes, although she still didn't fully understand who needed her at such an early hour. Finally, Yumin stood up to find out who needed her. Ken-Hu stood in front of his friend and asked her if she was so sound asleep that she didn't even hear him enter. The girl had poor eyesight, so she immediately put on her glasses, although she did not answer the question. The first thing that came to the beauty's mind was to ask if the young man had eaten. Getting out of bed, Yumin noted, a little embarrassed that he would have to wait since there was almost no food at home. And a minute later, she added that she would go to a 24-hour store, and in the meantime, the young man could have some tea or rest. The guy didn't understand what was happening, so he took the girl by the hand and asked her to listen to him. The beauty did not stop. She was about to leave the bedroom while our hero asked her not to do so. Kenhu didn't know if he should tell his friend the whole truth about what had happened these days. Bowing her head, Yumin said with sadness in her voice that Park Seo came to her and asked where the young man was, although she had no relation to him. And a minute later, she added that she didn't think it had anything to do with the crystal moss, while the blonde was also interested in what had happened to the young man. Seeing that Yumin was actually upset and confused, our hero asked her not to jump to conclusions, noting that he would tell her everything. But the girl didn't let Kenhu get a word in. She screamed that he had dragged her into something incomprehensible, and now he should be held responsible. But he doesn't do it. He disappears and then appears. And while the beauty was asking why the guy was making her nervous, he grabbed her hands. Looking into the eyes of his friend, our hero asked her to calm down. Seeing how excited the girl was, Kenhu said that she shouldn't worry about anything. He would tell her everything. The next moment, Yuming became even more embarrassed and turned away, while the young man did not understand his friend's reaction. Remembering the past, our hero realized that the blonde was already very worried. She understood perfectly well that something was going wrong. But the big plus was that his friend always helped him, was always there. Kenhu felt like he couldn't do without the blonde now, even though they didn't always understand each other. Suddenly, the young man thought that if he hid the truth from Yuming, something might actually happen to her. The guy understood that he needed to explain himself, and so he turned to his friend. With a voice full of confidence, the young man asked if the blonde remembered the returned stone that he had shown her. The girl timidly asked if they were talking about a dungeon similar to Hell, and the young man replied that he often disappeared there. And the main nuance is that it is becoming more and more difficult for him to understand when he will return. Listening to all this with horror, Yuming wondered if it could happen that the young man would not return at all. Closing his eyes, the young man avoided answering. He simply said that it was not for nothing that he was telling all this to his friend. And in a more decisive tone, he declared that no matter how long it all took, he would still come back. And he added that he really wants Yuming to become his beacon. Snuggling up to our hero, the blonde agreed with him in a calm tone. With a sad tone in her voice, the girl noted that she didn't think she would be satisfied with being just a lighthouse. Taking off her glasses, the beauty continued to speak. If Kenhu suddenly needed help, he only needed to let her know. Yuming smiled and said in a low tone that she could do a favor. As he stood up, the young man tried to explain that he needed to go out to take a shower, since he had not washed for a long time. However, this did not work out because the blonde lay down on his knee. Opening her eyes, the girl coquettishly stated that she too had not yet taken a shower. And while the young man was trying to come to his senses and understand what was happening, his friend suggested going to the shower together. While stretching, Kenhu said that he was busy on the day of the meeting with Park Seo, so he should make up for lost time. Looking at the car around the corner, the guy remembered that he had thought about how he could contact the old man, and not the best idea had come to his mind. Leaning out of the window, the man said that the young man could get into the car and they would give him a ride. Hearing Park So point out that our hero was level 7 2 weeks ago and is now level 20, the young man slowly explained that he had wasted a lot of time. It could have been better. However, the gray-haired man watching our hero honestly said that he found it hard to believe. And a moment later, he added that there was simply no way to check this. However, he saw Kanghu's courage as he had returned, and so there would be no more offers to join them. And then he announced that he was going to raise the price of crystal moss by another 15%. Hearing that the young man was asking for double the rate, Park Seo asked if there was a reason for it, hinting that there actually wasn't one. The boy started shouting, saying that if the old man was going to break his promise, then he needed more, since he had done too much for the goal. Gripping his cane tighter, one of the Tay clan members stated that he was hearing too much unnecessary chatter. In general, the man did not think that anything had changed since the last time they met. Our hero smiled, although he had no intention of saying anything. Although after a couple of minutes, Kenhu said that it was unlikely that anything would change if Park Seo suddenly decided to get angry. Suddenly a bright glow appeared around the young man, and it seemed as if a fire was being born in his hands. The man looked closely at the young man, but nothing could be read from his face. Having transformed light and energy into stone, the guy declared in a satisfied tone that he had a real exclusive in his hands. Kenhu, showing his arrogance, continued to say that only he could get such a stone. It's literally exclusive if the man continues to pull cheap tricks, which could happen. Park Seo stated that the price was completely in line with the superior crystal moss from the 5-star dungeon. A moment later, the young man made his gem disappear, noting that nothing could be done. The man looked at our hero with a stern gaze, but said nothing. The young man also looked at the old man with a searching gaze. He began to say something, although he was in no hurry to explain his point of view. Pointing at something with his finger, the guy said that he wanted to give something to his new acquaintance. However, he covered his nose as if something had suddenly started to stink inside the car. Kenhu stated that the white-haired man simply needed to move his hand away and look carefully, adding that there was nothing special about it. Suddenly, Park Hui-seo's eyes widened in surprise, and our hero continued to say that let it be as a deposit. The man looked at his hand, where an object resembling a ring lay. The system informed him that this was the trust of the Urkast. It temporarily doubles and strengthens the wearer's feelings. Looking at the gift with surprise, the gray-haired man could not believe that it was a legendary relic. Kenhu once again said that this item increases the senses almost twofold for those who wear it. The young man had no intention of backing down, and so he wanted to press on Park Hui-seo's feelings, stating that he was probably offended because Lee Ji-tae could have given something like that, but he didn't. And smiling, he said once again what he had already said once, that he had many more opportunities than the blonde. And again the young man turned on his arrogance, and therefore said that it was better to leave it for now, until the man himself admitted it. The old man thought that this was actually a legendary thing, one that didn't even need to be verified. For a moment the man thought about it, but was in no hurry to tell the young man anything. After collecting his thoughts, he said that from the shape it looked like there was another connecting ring. Did Kang-Hu have one like that? The guy said in a surprised voice that he had only found one and had never heard anything about the second one. Once again, one of the Tae clan members fell silent, looking closely at the item. Putting the gift in his pocket, the man said that if there was a pair, then finding them would be just a matter of time. Park Hui so noted that as the young man had said, this would be a deposit as double the rate for the moss. The amount increased so that Miss Yumin would have a hard time, and then said that our hero should contact him and be sure that the tax department would not find out about anything. The young man happily noted to himself that this man was quite competent, which is why he wanted to lure him over to his side. The young man was cunning. He kept a ring in his pocket. It was the obedience of the Ekelgard. It tracks the location of a person who has the trust of the Urkast and can temporarily reduce his abilities by 50%. The next moment, the man asked if our hero wanted to tell him anything else. Kenhu made an actor's face, as if he was thinking about something or remembering something. And then he asked with interest what kind of car it was that they were riding in now. At this very time, Yumin was standing in the school corridor. Answering the phone, the blonde said that she was still at school and was a little busy. In a slightly irritated tone, the beauty said that she did not have time, but he wanted to meet. When Yumin walked outside, she saw Kenhu waving at her, greeting her loudly. The guy looked really cool and acted that way, which is why the crowd was wondering who this young man was. Looking at the expensive car, our hero's friend asked where he got the car, to which the guy replied that he borrowed this vehicle from Park Hui-seo and immediately invited the beauty to go on a date. Yumin knew that Kenhu didn't know how to drive, so she was surprised that he was able to drive there on his own, hearing that he had managed to put his knowledge to use. The girl didn't say anything, but instead grabbed the guy by the hem of his clothes. The blonde began to scream menacingly, noting that the young man had no rights. A few minutes later, Yumin was already driving the car, still angry at the stupid rankers who thought they were fearless. A few days later, there was a real fight going on in the gym. It was our hero and Park Hui-seo, who were practicing some techniques. The old man proudly declared that the clan was not just a bunch of strong people. It was created to help rankers take to the battlefield and dungeons. A clan can provide rankers with treatment, transportation, personnel, budget, housing, training, social security, public relations, taxation, and more. You could say that the ranker becomes a small company. Besides, their medicine is considered the best in the world, and therefore not joining Taesong is a huge loss, be it money or power. After listening to the end, the guy struck and shouted that, despite all these advantages, he still did not want to join any clans. And again a battle began between the men, and it seemed that they were not going to spare each other. Kenhu was angry. He wanted to show his opponent that he was capable of much. However, despite this, the old man managed to strike perfectly and accurately in the right areas, not giving the young man a chance to catch his breath. Seeing the guy clutching his side, Park Hui-seo said that Kang-Hu was fast and agreed to see his result, but it was a complete disgrace. Rising with difficulty, our hero complained about his broken ribs, but noted that it hardly mattered, considering that they were fighting without skills. The opponent continued to look at the young man with an impassive expression and remained silent. Taking off his shirt and heading back towards the young man, the old man said that the young man still had a chance to show what he was capable of. Standing in a stance, the white-haired man said, "If not the Taesong clan, then what is Kang-Hu thinking about?" Attacking his opponent, the guy shouted that the place was a bit unworthy, which was hard to agree with. There is one clan, their leader is only known by name, there is another all-powerful person who is ranked third in the National Skill User Association. Continuing to parry the blows, the guy said that he had heard of such people, but still continued to think about them. On the other hand, for them it was too much shouting this. The young man understood that he could not give up. Pounced on his opponent, Kang Hu was glad that he would finally be able to hit him in the face. However, things didn't turn out as expected, because the old man immediately grabbed his opponent's hand. Park Huiseo decided to compliment the young man and noted that he was doing quite well. A few minutes later, the guy grabbed his sore arm again. He heard the system notifying that his strength had dropped, as had his health, and therefore regeneration was turned on. Seeing the tears in Ken Hu's eyes, the old man decided to gloat and say that he was watching a wonderful sight. The bone would probably set itself. Sitting in the corner of the ring, our hero accused his trainer of being too cold-blooded. The man said it was true that the guy had improved his skills in 2 weeks, so now they were done with the test, so why did our hero call him? Trying to catch the water bottle, Ken Hu guiltily explained that he called to return the car. And then he quickly asked if the old man had ever heard of the stars. The man asked again if our hero meant a class system of abilities. However, the young man replied that it was about a destroyed star, a crying star, fragments of stars, and something similar. Park Huiseo said that he had heard this expression several times among high-ranking officials, even from Li Jitae. It seemed like it was something that only they knew. In addition, high-ranking Xiao Jie from China spoke about a group called the 5-Star Association, which created dungeons. And the group, the Temple of the Reverse Cross, opposes the government, symbolizing the Star of Bethlehem. Our hero asked the man to find out more about this, and stated that there was one important piece of information for him. However, he asked if the young man wanted to return to the dungeon, and he added that if he was not going to adapt to anyone and his goal was to reach the same heights as Li Jitae, then this must be done. Isn't it better if people come themselves? And then in a more stern tone, the old man said that it would be better for the boy to engage in foreign activities. The young man didn't really like this idea, so he made a displeased face. While getting dressed, Park Huiseo said with a calm voice that he didn't know where Ken Hu trained because there was no official record in the system of him entering the dungeon. If there is no information, then no one knows what it is. In any case, in the eyes of others, our hero is an inexperienced ranker. Now Ken Hu began to think, trying to understand the meaning of the words spoken. The young man didn't understand anything, so he asked what his coach was talking about. Turning around, the man simply told the young man to go into the dungeon. No matter what heights a guy's genius has reached, he must go step by step. And finally, Park Huiseo also said that he decided to help Kang Hu with the process, so that later he could go to the place that was mentioned earlier. Therefore, a young man should not rush anywhere, but must wait until he is contacted. After some time, the events moved to a completely different place. Folding his arms across his chest and looking into the distance, the young man noted that events had turned out in such a way that he was now here. The young man didn't want to think about anything, so he simply looked at Mount Chunghae, which was right in front of him. There is a permanent first-star dungeon known as Cheongya, which is where newbies go to undergo their first trial. Our hero carefully examined all the guys who arrived here. Looking at the girl, the young man decided that even ordinary people can be found in these parts, but they come simply to take a break from the bustle of the city. Suddenly, a girl addressed everyone gathered and shouted that everyone who had registered their abilities must stop. It seemed like Ken Hu didn't understand something because he looked into the distance intently. Meanwhile, the brunette was telling the guys to all gather in one place and indicated where they should go. The organizer kept a close eye on everyone because it was a very responsible thing. It seemed that the beauty had been working in this place for several days, since she was quite quick to tell what and who should do. And a minute later, the girl announced that she was a caretaker from the Great Unknowns. Her name was No Ha Yul, and she would help them. Pointing to someone's bag, the brunette said that she would now explain something important to the guys. First of all, the employee wanted to explain why they had been assigned a caretaker. At first, there are many people with inflated egos who start quarreling with others. So there were too many deaths, therefore it is dangerous. And the main measure to prevent such situations is the presence of a caretaker. But Ha Yul noted that everyone should understand that there will definitely be a mid-ranker from each clan. Raising her arms to stretch a little, the blonde concluded her story by saying that everything was set up exactly like that now. And after a short pause, she added that if one of the guys doesn't like something, there's no need to fight, then she won't have to interfere. Everyone gathered listened very attentively to the employee, afraid to interrupt her. Then No Ha Yul said that everyone knows that the more stars a dungeon has, the more difficult it is, and there are changeable and unchangeable dungeons. Mutable means that it has no permanence, it is difficult to predict, so the complexity increases. On the other hand, immutable means that it will remain unchanged, so most of the difficulties disappear. The first star dungeon they will go to is unchangeable. It will be simple, but if something happens, the caretaker will definitely help. The girl started to say something about a monster, but then took a deep breath and fell silent. The crowd looked closely at the caretaker, not understanding what had happened to her. However, the girl apologized and said that she had been celebrating something yesterday and had drunk a little too much. Our hero looked at the brunette in surprise, and this statement annoyed him a little. Pointing to the burly blonde man, No Ha-yul said that now was the time to introduce herself. The young man said in a loud voice that his name was Park So-moon and that he had 2 stars. Then the girls gave their names. They each had 1 star, and their names were Hanna Geng and Kiso-en. The next person to raise his hand was a short guy with glasses. He was also the owner of 1 star, and his name was Kim Soo-hwan. At this time, Ken-hu was thinking about the fact that there were only 5 people in his group, and among them were 2 girls. Hearing the young man being addressed, he said his name. For a moment, the caretaker fell silent and looked closely at the young man. And a moment later, it seemed to our hero that he was being blown away somewhere, that something was wrong. It seemed that the other guys noticed this too, watching closely to see what would happen next. However, it wasn't just this that caught their attention, but also the revolver that No Ha-yul was hiding behind her belt. The brunette thoughtfully pronounced the name of our hero, but as before, remained silent. The beauty's eyes were wide open, and she studied the guy as if she had never seen a man before. Ken-hu didn't understand what this meant, but he stood calmly and remained silent. And then the caretaker began to list various options. She remembered some school, then another college, after that a university. But the guy said that she was not guessing. Looking at the gong sticks, No Ha-yul said that she couldn't remember how she knew the young man. Realizing that the acquaintance had dragged on a bit, the brunette quickly changed the subject to whether the young man had taken his equipment with him. Hearing that this was so, the girl and everyone gathered noticed how our hero began to concentrate energy in his hand. Only a few minutes had passed, and Ken-hu already had a stick in his hands. The caretaker looked at the young man in surprise and did not understand why he needed such a strange instrument. Instead, the beauty said that the young man had a wonderful talent. The guy explained that it looked like just a stick, but it wasn't simple. It was a goblin club, with the help of which any item dropped by a monster after a kill could be obtained, and he fell silent. And all because Park So-moon jumped out of the crowd and shouted that the participant was simply making fun of them. And he added that all this time the young man behaved in the most unserious manner. The stick is not a joke at all. And straightening up to his full height, he continued to shout how he was going to fight the terrible monsters with some ordinary club. Sticking out his arsenal, the young man shouted that, at the very least, it was necessary to take something like this with him. The caretaker watched everything that was happening with a serious expression, but was in no hurry to intervene. Grabbing the sword, Park So-moon continued to explain that this was not some stick, but a real weapon. This is what a real ranker should have. Even he has 2 stars, and he takes with him all the most necessary things, unlike a young man. At that moment, No Ha-yul, who had previously run towards the guy, grabbed his leg. And a moment later, everyone gathered noticed how the girl easily threw the novice ranker over herself. After that, the brunette instantly intercepted the sword from the player and grabbed it by the handle. Less than a minute passed, and the beauty was already holding a cold weapon over the young man, who looked at her with horror. The boy saw the sword ringing into the ground next to his face, and tears appeared in his eyes. Kneeling down, No Ha-yul asked if the young man was in his right mind, and added that weapons were forbidden to be shown outside the dungeon. This may cause concern to ordinary citizens. Even if the guy is a newbie, she does not need to teach him such simple things. Still lying on the ground, the young man slowly spoke about how everything was clear to him, and therefore he asked for forgiveness. Helping the ranker up, the caretaker told him to be careful in the future. Standing motionless, Ken-hu thought that this was the middle rank of a large clan. This brunette is quite strong, although she is still far from Park Huiso. However, our hero was overcome with curiosity about what she was capable of, what her maximum powers were. Ken-hu was still standing there with his hands in his pockets. The young man didn't want to think about anything. He understood that some kind of trials awaited them ahead. Thinking about someone else's, the young man smiled. The guy was so deep in his own thoughts that he didn't hear anyone or anything. This was extremely strange, because some kind of creature appeared behind our hero. The eyes of this entity were glowing, and its jaws were so large that it was difficult to tell who it was. Finally, the boys set off on their journey. They saw that in front of them was a dungeon, the entrance to which was carefully guarded. Finally, everyone gathered entered the secret area, which was very exciting for most of them. Ken-hu was extremely calm. It seemed like he was in no hurry. Suddenly the boys heard some sound and turned around at the same time. They did not immediately realize that the door, which is always locked, had slammed behind them. But Hyul raised her hands joyfully and victoriously. The girls shouted that now they were starting their journey. Entering some dark forest, the brunette declared that this was the dungeon that the rankers had heard so much about. Now it is a jungle with nothing in it, but if you go inside, you can meet several goblins there. And after that, the caretaker asked who knew how to clear such a dungeon. Raising his hand, Park So-moon was the first to ask if it was possible to receive the return stone. However, the girl continued to tell that if you go in that direction, there is a chance to meet goblins and their crypt. There you can also get a return stone. This is the main condition. While our hero was thinking, the guide explained that there was a return stone with which one could exit the dungeon after reaching the goal. And it was just like hell. The more extra tasks the boys completed, the greater the reward would be. And now everyone could get started. It wasn't too dangerous, so no Hyul was going to walk behind. As soon as Park So-moon heard that they could begin, he immediately gathered everyone together and announced that it was necessary to distribute the roles. The young man explained that before this, the goblins were sensitive to smells, and therefore recommended that everyone take the herb and rub it on their bodies to blend in with the environment. While the young man continued giving instructions, our hero asked again why they needed grass and how to take care of their heads. The young man stated that these were rather strange manipulations and most likely they were not necessary. Park So-moon immediately went to Kyung-hoo and angrily stated that he learned about this from the channel of the famous ranker streamer Yasum. As for our hero, he didn't even take a normal weapon with him. So what are we even talking about? The caretaker, realizing that a quarrel was brewing, noted that everyone needed to cooperate and then asked the young man what seemed strange to him. The guy calmly noted that using grass was stupid. Goblins are not so stupid as not to distinguish the smell of fresh grass from dried, because they have a good sense of smell. And he added that what you really need to be careful of is the ankles, not the head. Why would the low goblins attack from above if the forest was so dense? The young man was so affected by Ken-hoo's words that he was about to start a fight again. However, No Hyul arrived in time and managed to hit the fighter in the stomach. The girl was not stupid and said with calmness in her voice that the guy was saying the right things. The caretaker explained that 10 years ago, Yasum, who was mentioned, actually went to the dungeon of 1 star. Now he only visits 3-star ones. Therefore, this information is outdated. You have to understand that over time, everything changes. The more they encounter monsters, the more they can learn about them. On the other hand, what Ken-hoo said is a correct opinion. Looking at the guy, the girl said that he explained everything accurately and asked if it was possible to obtain this knowledge without experience. And with severity in her voice, she added, "The young man speaks as if he had already met a huge number of goblins before." Our hero had no intention of revealing his secrets, and so he joked that he was very interested in such things. But Hyul remained silent, but continued to look attentively into the young man's eyes. Throwing up his hands, Ken-hoo said that this was his first dungeon, and so where could he get goblins in real life, since it was illegal? The opponent joyfully shouted that the young man did not find out about this himself. He also Googled the information. Perhaps the squabble would have continued for a long time, but the next moment everyone gathered heard some strange sound. After this, the boys noticed how some kind of monster flew out from behind Ken-hoo and was about to strike. This monster growled and bared his teeth. He clearly had no intention of talking. He had another goal. But Hyul looked at this creature attentively, although she did nothing. And while our hero sat on the ground, everyone was coming to their senses after Ken-hoo managed to throw the enemy aside with just one movement. The enemy hung on the guys for a while, realizing that he had been damaged. However, our hero was not at all bothered by this. He stood up from his seat and lightly rubbed his leg. Park So-moon, who thought he was the strongest, now looked at everything that was happening and could not utter a word. The same was true for other participants who did not expect to see anything like this. Turning around, the guy asked his colleague what he said about the stick having no effect. The young man could barely squeeze out the phrase that Ken-hoo didn't even get it, and that was the most surprising thing. The boys, including the observer, wanted to say something, but he ordered them to remain silent. However, the girl did not listen to the ranker and said that a little more and a fight could break out again, and this cannot be allowed since goblins could suddenly appear. But Hyul calmed everyone gathered and noted that now they could calmly continue the cleanup. But the plans were not destined to come true because the evil goblin appeared from somewhere again. The boys quickly grabbed their weapons, realizing that they had a unique chance to show what they could do. There were 2 goblins, and they were carefully studying their uninvited guests, although they were in no hurry to start a fight. For the young rankers, this was an opportunity to attack first, thereby showing that they were already strong enough. So the guy with glasses pounced on one of the opponents and tried to defeat him alone. The young man shouted loudly as he wielded his sword. The young man was proud of what he was doing, and while some were fighting with others, others were trying to find more work for themselves. Finally, Park So-moon got busy, grabbed his blade, and waited to be attacked. The young man, although a little arrogant, knew exactly how to fight goblins, which is what he did. The caretaker, as she said, carefully watched everything that was happening, although she did not interfere, giving the players the opportunity to prove themselves. The brunette heard the young man telling everyone gathered that they would rest and could move on. But Hayul thought that no one was afraid. Everyone was doing well. If this continued, the participants would finish quickly. Despite the fact that the dungeon was quite quiet, something was alarming the beauty. She had often been in this place, and now something was wrong. For some reason, the goblins were scared even before they entered the battle, although they have virtually no fear of these newcomers, so there must be something else. The caretaker decided that when the rankers were finished, she would gather the staff and they would check everything carefully. However, the next second, something made the brunette jump up from her place and run. Frightened, the beauty asked what went wrong, what happened. One of the participants looked somewhere and stuttered, trying to say something, but due to fear, she could not formulate her own thought. Right in front of them was an old goblin, tied to a post and wounded. And all around were his relatives lying dead, and all of them were tortured. And so the guys did not understand whether this was normal. But Hayul said that it was in the opposite direction from where they came from. Why so suddenly? Without wasting a minute, the caretaker shouted that they had an emergency. They would return immediately after they found the return stone. And until then, everyone was required to stay close to her. Looking at the dead goblins, the brunette thought that not only were they killed, but their eyes were also cut out. Something that had never happened before in a beginner's dungeon. The girl did not understand who did it. A person or unidentified creatures. In any case, something like this was very dangerous. And therefore, not only the goblins, but also they need to get out of this place before anyone gets hurt. A minute later, the beauty realized that someone was missing. It was Ken Hu. Looking around, the caretaker began to nervously ask everyone where the young man had gone. But Ha-Yul understood that she was responsible for the boys, and so she began to run and shout out the name of our hero. A goblin in a red cap watched everything that was happening closely. There was hatred burning in his eyes, and his gaze showed that he wanted revenge. It all started an hour ago, when Ken Hu was moving his stick along the ground, realizing that all this was rather uninteresting. At this time, the guys who were with him in this place, grabbing their weapons, all together, tried to fight one single goblin. The young man stood to the side. He saw how the caretaker was carefully watching what was happening. The guy smiled. He understood that for him this was something like a walk. While the guys were still trying to defeat one goblin, the young man dealt with 3 and thought that his comrades did not have the proper weapons. And besides, they could not even work out a strategy. But it was not only that, but also that even the caretaker was quite weak, which could now be judged with certainty. Realizing that the girl had probably forgotten about another participant, the young man decided that now was the time to slip away to take care of more important matters. Judging by the way No Ha-Yul was yawning, it could be said that this was also something very boring for her. Our hero stood in the middle of the forest. There was no one around, but something still made him wary. Suddenly, Ken Hu raised his right hand and looked at it carefully. As his energy level rose, the young man realized that he needed to activate his skill. And just a moment later, the guy started saying something about family, watching as the flow grew stronger and stronger, enveloping him from different sides. At that moment, the goblin's hand slowly landed on the ground. And a minute later, little by little, the goblin in the red hat came to his senses and stood up. Standing thoughtfully, our hero noted out loud that he had his first job ahead of him. It was all about the same person, whom Ken Hu thought he had finished off in hell. Looking at his hand, the young man remembered that he had received the skill of the family after killing the goblin, as well as the power of the gall, until the moment when their body was not so damaged, he could summon and resurrect them. Our hero was pleased that this was a surprisingly good skill, not some kind of junk, and that he could even do it in reality. Smiling, the guy ordered Curson to kill all the monsters here. The goblin stood and looked at the guy carefully, not understanding what he meant. Hearing that they were talking about goblins, Curson began to object, noting that now the young man wanted him to deal with his own kind. In a dispassionate tone, Ken Hu stated that if he refused, then he was ready to go to hell right now and kill the entire Curson tribe. The boy's words had an effect on his servant, who turned around and looked somewhere. Just at this time, a ray, as it was called, appeared from behind the tree, and it was with this ray that the goblin in the red cap had to deal. For a moment there was silence in the clearing, Everyone gathered looked at each other attentively. Curson turned around and reluctantly looked at his future opponent, and the next minute he silently walked towards him. The young man watched attentively what would happen next, but he was confused by some incomprehensible feeling. He thought that it came from Curson. Perhaps because of the family's skill, they somehow share common emotions. But this didn't stop Curson. He knew exactly what he had to do and was going to do it. The goblin stood with the hook, and our hero at this time continued to analyze the emotions of his new servant. The feelings were that the creature that stood in front of the goblin was vile, disgusting, and also one that was constantly hiding something. Ray looked intently at those gathered, but he was in no hurry to say anything. Curson shouted that his opponent was not talking. Moreover, he was completely unarmed. A minute later, the goblin pounced on his opponent, raising his hook above his head. He shouted that this creature also wore some kind of clothes and was outwardly similar to him, but he didn't know any like him. And a moment later, he continued to talk about how it wasn't even a goblin, it was just some kind of name. Finally, our hero realized that this feeling was nothing more than familial hatred. Curson simply doesn't believe that any of his kind could be so weak that they couldn't even defend themselves. And while he was swinging, others stood and watched attentively what was happening. It seemed that the goblins who lived in this place did not understand why Curson was sticking to people like them. Suddenly, our hero's servant noticed several more and was already heading towards them. The goblin in the red cap was still angry. He was shouting that these two would not be well either. The inhabitants of this place stood and did not understand anything. The most interesting thing is that they did not even try to run or hide anywhere. The young man stood and watched Curson indifferently, although he remained silent. The young man did not understand why he did not react to this anger. Earlier, it would have definitely affected him. However, the goblin did not stop. It seemed that he was enjoying all of this. A few minutes later, our hero announced that he would be leaving for a short while. Ken-Hu heard the boys, and in particular the caretaker, walking through the forest and calling him. The girl was annoyed. She understood that anything could happen in this place and was afraid of the worst. The young man leaned out from behind the bushes and said in a quiet voice that he had found them. Hearing No-Ha-You'll scream and get upset, the young man calmly said that he just went to the toilet for a while. Continuing to play his role, our hero asked what had happened here and why everyone gathered looked so tired. The girl said that she would explain everything to him later, but for now everyone needed to stick together. They would soon return back. But first they needed to find the return stone. Pointing somewhere, Ken-Hu asked if what was in front of them was by any chance not what they had been looking for so long. The brunette screamed with relief that they could finally go back. After this, everyone gathered noticed that Park So-moon quickly ran away from them. The guys shouted that it was very dangerous and that he shouldn't do anything, but the young man didn't want to listen to them. The guy went completely crazy. He said that he had to leave this terrible place as quickly as possible. Still running, Park So-moon noted that they simply had to get back quickly. But suddenly the ranker felt his foot catch on something, and at that moment he flew to the ground. A second later, the participant fell to the ground with a crash and hit the rocks in front of him. And behind the young man was Curson. He sat in place and was in no hurry to do anything else. Turning around, the guy looked with horror at the one who was right behind him. Real horror was visible on the ranker's face. However, it was not so much the goblin that frightened him, but the hook that he was holding tightly in his hand. The caretaker, who realized that everything was not going according to plan, immediately jumped up from her seat and ran to help Park So-moon. The young man saw the hook move closer to him and closed his eyes even tighter in horror. But this did not happen, because the girl immediately pulled out her weapon from behind her belt. The beauty knew her task perfectly well and therefore immediately attacked the goblin. The girls watched their caretaker with their mouths open, not believing that all this was really happening. The same applies to the young man with glasses, who also understood little. And only our hero covered his mouth with his hand, although for him there was nothing unusual in such a fight. He saw No-Ha-You'll jumping from place to place, her feet constantly bouncing from one stone to another. For the girl, this was all extremely serious, and therefore she was not going to give up. However, Curson did not want to lose, and therefore acted as if he were in hell. For greater reliability, the girl took another of her blades so that the enemy would not have a chance. Our hero kept his eyes on the middle-class ranker, catching her every move. The guy really wanted to understand what this beauty was capable of and what other skills she could show. Ken-Hu smiled while others were scared. For him, it was a real show. The young man didn't know what would happen next, but he wasn't going to interfere, and he couldn't do it, because everyone considered him a newbie. Meanwhile, the goblin showed with his whole appearance that he would continue to attack. The same applied to the brunette. She was not going to retreat. On the contrary, she tried to do everything possible to destroy the enemy. The guy, as before, stood and simply watched all this. The young man noted to himself that he could control Curson with the skill at his own will, but if it was stronger than his skill, then control was immediately lost. However, Kenhu compensated for this deficiency because if our hero Kurson died, then the same fate would befall his entire tribe. The guy didn't understand why the goblin was so angry. What happened to him? Of course, there is an element of family hatred, but there shouldn't be anything else. At the same time, thanks to the goblin in the red cap, the newcomers are paralyzed with fear. The most important task lies with Kurson. The girl who is trying to do something is actually secondary. The brunette belongs to the clan of the Great Unknowns. She has an average level, but this is not enough. As he watched the battle, the young man wondered if Yul would be able to handle an opponent who was level 26, something she definitely couldn't know. Kurson came as close as possible to the girl, bringing his weapon towards her. But then something happened that the caretaker did not expect, because the goblin turned away from her and ran somewhere. With great speed, the enemy headed towards the direction where the novice rankers were, who could not understand anything. But Yul, realizing that the guys were in danger, began to insult her opponent, and just a moment later she jumped up from her place to catch up with her opponent and disarm him. The beauty screamed at the top of her lungs for him to stop, but the goblin wasn't going to listen to her, doing what he thought was right. For a moment it seemed like time stood still because no one knew what to expect next. The caretaker noticed that a goblin figure was hanging above her, about to land. Kurson held his sword so low that one could see his opponent trying to hook the blade into the girl, and he succeeded, after which the enemy happily landed on the ground. Looking at her opponent, the brunette tried to understand why something like this was happening in a beginner-level dungeon. Moreover, the goblin's equipment was better than many rankers, and he was cunning. On the other hand, it was the most ordinary goblin, of which there are a great many in the dungeons. Blood was streaming down the girl's forehead, but she didn't pay attention to it because she had another task ahead of her. For a moment, the beauty thought and remembered some skill. After this, the caretaker decided to use acceleration, which could help in this situation. It seemed that the goblin had not expected anything like this, and therefore looked angrily ahead. This was also the case for our hero, who did not understand where Yul had suddenly disappeared to. Without taking his eyes off his subordinate, Kenhu mentally ordered him to leave here immediately and not return. Kurson immediately listened to the guy's order, and therefore jumped up from his place and started running. However, the goblin was unable to do what he planned because the caretaker immediately appeared behind him. The opponent turned around warily, not understanding what to expect from her. The girl swung her sword, showing what she was capable of, but was in no hurry to make the first attack. The next minute, the beauty struck, and the tense young man watched, not liking all of this. Kurson's eyes showed anger and pain, and he realized that the caretaker had managed to wound him. The goblin tried to gather his thoughts and strength to do something in this situation himself. However, it was difficult to do. Yul turned on the acceleration skill, and it accelerated all physical abilities by 2 times for a certain time. While doing her job, the girl noted that if she wasted time on this, the others would also become dangerous, and therefore she should quickly finish off this goblin. And so the caretaker took out her sword to strike again, hoping that the battle would soon end. The goblin didn't like all this, but it seemed that he had some kind of plan of his own. A minute later, everyone gathered noticed a cloud of dust that appeared in front of them. Not understanding what had happened, suddenly a girl appeared from the dust, still clutching her weapon tightly. The girl screamed that it wasn't dust but tear gas, not believing that a goblin could use something like that. But Yul tried to look around to understand where the enemy was, but she heard a voice behind her. Kurson sat on his haunches and held the frightened Tae Min Soo, threatening him with his sword. The rival said that if the girl decided to take even one step in his direction, then this ranker would die. The brunette couldn't comprehend how events had turned out this way. She had never encountered hostages before. While the goblin ordered the caretaker to drop the weapon, she could not understand how this creature could also speak. Holding her knives convulsively, the beauty noted that this was definitely not normal. Goblins have no intelligence at all, and therefore they cannot speak. But this one is an exception. But Yul tried to collect her thoughts and set her priorities, but it was difficult to figure out the best way to act in these circumstances. The caretaker realized that if she let Kurson go, it would cause even more damage, and therefore it could not be done. On the other hand, the goblin has their ranker as a hostage, and he also cannot be harmed. The girl squeezed her blades tighter and tighter with each passing minute. Looking at the unfortunate guy, she was angry at herself for not being able to make the right decision. From the look on the caretaker's face, it was clear that the brunette was going to continue the fight. At this moment, Kenhu decided to join in, swinging his stick. He said that it would be so easy for future newcomers. Kurson looked at his master but did not understand what he was going to do. A minute later, the stick flew at the goblin and the young man, who barely managed to jump away in different directions. Unfortunately, the ranker was less lucky as the gun hit him and he fell to the ground. The young man began to say in an apologetic tone that the damage was probably increased by the stick, although on the other hand, it seemed like an ordinary club. The caretaker shouted at the young man with displeasure. She said that this was not at all the kind of situation in which he could interfere like that. And then she ordered our hero to move to a safe distance and under no circumstances come closer. The young man smiled because he found it amusing to watch all this, understanding who dictates the rules of the game. Although within a moment, King Hu stood proudly in front of No Ha Yul, who, cowering, looked at Kurson with horror. Turning around, our hero asked in a confident tone if he really couldn't. The young man did not have time to finish speaking, but he saw how the frightened girl was trying to understand what he wanted or what he was hinting at. The girl's voice began to tremble. She screamed that the guy was upsetting her even more than she initially thought. Our hero thought to himself that the beauty had lost to a level 24 goblin. Were other middle-ranking people really the same? He didn't think that the level would be so low. At this moment, the goblin looked closely at the people talking but did not intend to interfere. And Kenhu continued to think that if Kurson and the caretaker fought in hell, the outcome would definitely not please her. However, now they are in a completely different place, and therefore the rules here are different. The young man was aware that he could not fully control his goblin, since it was very strong. This is actually a big problem, and if it is not dealt with, it will get even worse. Knowing that Kenhu was playing the role of a new ranker, he couldn't stand out, so he asked the girl for forgiveness. The young man understood that if Taeminsu died, it would be extremely difficult for the caretaker to survive. And so our hero, retreating, said that he was not trying to criticize the Watcher. If they let this goblin go now, it could be even worse later. Which means that that young man will turn out to be an empty victim. Leaning over, the young man continued to note that he had done nothing in this cleanup, although he should have, and therefore they could not simply waste time. And throwing a stone, Kenhu said that therefore the girl should simply move away. And a moment later, swinging his stick, the guy was already getting ready to go somewhere. The young man continued to smile, and it seemed as if he was enjoying all this very much. In our hero's field of vision, there was a goblin who was sitting silently on the ground. For some time, Kurson was still thinking about something. It seemed that he was thinking about his next steps. It seemed that this was true, because the enemy immediately jumped up from his place and ran somewhere. However, he failed again, because at that moment, the caretaker ran up from the other side. The girl was not going to give up so easily, and so she began to strike her opponent again. The brunette thought that the words about responsibility for the death of a recruit due to a moment of weakness were extremely logical. That's why No Ha Yul must take full responsibility. She simply has to catch this goblin. A moment later, our hero joined in. He also had no intention of standing aside, wanting to show at least something. Kurson was angry, but he couldn't do anything because his master was involved in the fight. After this, a fight broke out between those who had already done something similar more than once, or even twice. The weapons of the rivals met. The opponents did everything possible to win. For each, it was of the utmost importance. The goblin was aware that despite all this staging, this was all really happening. Our hero also knew about this. It was important for him to impress everyone gathered, since he started doing it. And again, the rivals began to fight. Only this time, Kurson moved a little further away. For a moment, he stopped, trying to regain his strength a little. There was genuine anger on the opponent's face. He wanted to show the young man what he was capable of. At the same time, Kenhu had no intention of killing his assistant, and so he mentally told the goblin that there was danger from behind. Just at that moment, the caretaker appeared there. She was about to strike unexpectedly. The girl wanted to show that she didn't give up and that she can do a lot. The goblin watched as No Ha Yul masterfully wielded the weapon, attempting to deliver a crushing blow. Suddenly, the goblin fell to the ground, but from the expression on his face, one could tell that he was up to something. The next moment, the opponent jumped in such a way that he hit the girl with his back leg, which she clearly did not expect. He was glad that he could do something again, but he didn't think about the fact that the fight was not over yet. Kenhu, who continued to act out his role, hit the goblin with all his might, causing it to fly in the other direction. Kurson hit the rocks with a crash, but he still wasn't going to give up. The servant looked at the guy, and he mentally told him that this was much better than being killed at the hands of the caretaker. And this was true, because a moment later, No Ha Yul, who had already come to her senses, was about to attack again. The opponents fought, both had strength, so such a battle could last a long time. The trained girl understood that she needed to protect the team, and therefore did everything possible to win. The brunette used all her skill and knowledge, but she understood that the goblin was well prepared enough. Kurson's level of skill amazed the beauty, who had not seen anything like it for a long time. The goblin was angry. He looked closely into the eyes of his rival. The caretaker did the same. She was a little tired from the fight, but she had no choice. The opponent tried to counter the girl with something, but it was difficult to do so while she was pressing with renewed vigor. But Hot Yul kept throwing punches, hoping that at least one would land on her opponent, although that never happened. The next moment, the goblin came close to the unfortunate Tae-min-soo and threw him up. The enemy did not want to engage in hand-to-hand combat, but it was necessary to incapacitate the opponent, and therefore he pushed the young man in her direction. The girl did not expect such a turn of events and therefore fell onto the stones. A moment later, the caretaker was already sitting on the ground, with the young ranker lying in her arms. But the fight didn't end there, as Curson loomed over the frightened brunette, although he did nothing. Our hero didn't like all of this. He understood that the performance was dragging on too long, and the story might not end the way he wanted. Therefore, Ken-Hu conveyed the information to his servant that this was the end of it, and that he should leave immediately. The goblin looked angrily at the girl. The advantage was on his side, and therefore he did not want to leave at such a moment. The opponent angrily swung his shoulder, removing the hook that was in his hand. The girl gripped the blade tighter, not understanding what to expect. And again, a large white cloud appeared in front of the caretaker, behind which it was impossible to see anything. But Hot Yul continued to watch what was happening carefully. It was too early to relax. Therefore, the beauty carefully placed the ranker who was in her arms on the ground, and she stood up to look at the cloud and understand where the goblin was. Having waited for no one, the caretaker began to get angry and shout something incoherent. The guys who were very scared did not dare to come closer, but simply stood and watched what was happening. Ken-Hu also looked at the mutilated Tae-min-soo, and like the others, remained silent. And he thought to himself that his first trip to the dungeon ended in a big incident. Although, most likely, no one will believe what is happening. They will write it off as a mistake or something similar. The young man was wiping sweat and dirt from his face when he heard his name being called. But Hot Yul sat not far from him and said that there was blood on the stone, and therefore she was going to chase the goblin. The young man, who had hoped that everything had ended well, now watched the girl in surprise. While running away, the brunette noted that she was counting on the guy. Now he was in charge. A couple of days later, No Hyul was telling a strange man that he had not achieved any new achievements. And the stranger said that nothing like signs of an increase in the dungeon rating was found. It is permanent, and not a single ranker who went there said anything like that. The man sincerely said that he really wanted to help, but with the dungeon, everything is the same as before. There are no changes. The girl clutched the peak of her cap and sighed heavily. And the next moment, as she was leaving, she abruptly removed it from her head. Sitting on a bench, the caretaker reflected that she should be glad that at least everything went without casualties. With her head bowed, the beauty did not hear how someone was quietly whispering to her. Suddenly, Ken-Hu appeared out of nowhere and immediately greeted his new acquaintance. But Hot Yul, frightened, jumped up and began to ask why the young man was next to her. Hearing the girl say what the young man needed, he thoughtfully wondered where to start this conversation. And then, looking into the caretaker's big eyes, he said that he thought she had managed to finish what she had started, namely catch that goblin. The girl, standing opposite the young man, was a little embarrassed and sighed deeply. Putting her hand in her pocket, she began to say that here was her catch. A minute later, the girl pulled out a red piece of cloth and stated that she still couldn't see the goblin's face. Recalling the events of that day, the beauty said that when she arrived, Curson had already been killed. Someone had mutilated him. She assumed that the other goblins had noticed his wounds and attacked at the first opportunity, and she took the hat as evidence to continue her investigation. And then No Hyul changed the subject, saying that she had to thank the young man. Giving him her hand, the caretaker noted that Ken-Hu had done a great job. And a moment later, she added that because of her inexperience, they almost lost someone's life, but thanks to our hero, they remained alive. The guy looked at the girl attentively and was silent for a while. Then he asked No Hyul if he thought he could get into a 2-star dungeon with his skills. The brunette thought that if the goblin they met was from a 3-star dungeon, she wouldn't be surprised. And out loud, she honestly admitted that the young man's skills were truly amazing. The beauty thought that our hero was a ranker before, and then took a break. But upon hearing that this was not the case, she asked if the guy went there then because of his low rank. Ken-Hu spread his arms and said that it was true. He just wanted to see how things were set up. Taking the stone in his hands, the young man said that he had a similar situation in his life. And then the young man heard the caretaker asking him about the clan, and so he asked a counter question, whether she was going to recruit him. The girl immediately began to apologize. At the same time, she thought to herself that such an experienced person decided to go to a first-rank dungeon for some reason. But it was clear that he did not know how to work in a team. But Hyul guessed that the young man might be looking for a suitable clan, and so she said that she was inviting him to look into their great unknown. Handing over a business card, the caretaker added that if he was a member of the clan, he could go to tournaments and go to higher-level dungeons, and they also had excellent support. The young man looked thoughtfully at his new acquaintance. Ken-Hu didn't want to upset the brunette, so he noted that he needed to think, and she added that being in a team allowed them to attack high-ranked dungeons. When leaving, our hero said that he was doing well on his own, and he didn't like sharing the reward with other rankers, especially since 2 people would have been enough to clear the dungeon. Looking at the guy in surprise, the girl didn't know what to do against this. And then the young man said that he would wait for a positive report from the caretaker. A short time later, the employee ran down the corridor. The man was carrying some documents that were clearly of great value. Standing at the door of the university director, the employee awkwardly knocked on the door. There was a woman sitting at the table absorbed in her work. From the tense face of the boss, one could tell that she was angry about something. Finally, the woman tore herself away from the computer and shouted that if she wasn't answering, then she needed to come back at another time and not just barge in. However, the young man did not hear her. He said that some strange thing appeared. The director began asking in the same displeased tone what had happened. Holding her coffee cup, she heard the man start to say something about someone's rank not being determined. While throwing a plastic cup at the worker, the boss yelled at her not to be disturbed when it came to normal ranks. This wasn't a 5-star dungeon. Seeing the blonde raising another glass, the man said that he didn't want to waste her time. For a moment, there was complete silence in the office. And all because the director began to study the documents that were brought to her. Looking through them, she was surprised and wondered, this can't be a mistake. Scratching his head, the young man began to justify himself, explaining that he had checked everything he could, and everything was correct. The woman slowly removed her glasses, seeming to be taking her time to think things through. Then the boss started talking about how this was all extremely strange, because we were not talking about high-ranking dungeons. Therefore, she has no idea how to evaluate all this. The next minute, another employee suddenly ran into the office, shouting that he had just been sent a report from the Gangnam User Ability Management Center. Showing the results to Ken-Hu, the man said that he had been tested 3 times and the results were the same. At that very moment, another man ran in, shouting that he had received a letter from the clan of the Great Unknowns. Standing up from her seat, the director noted that if they reported the results before the official report, they would receive 1,000,000 won as a donation, so she wanted to know the name. And again there was silence in the room. It seemed as if the employees themselves could not understand anything, and so they simply looked at their boss, hoping that at least she would somehow clarify the situation. However, the woman herself did not understand how to react to all this. Suddenly the boss smiled and told the employees to forget about everything. One of the men started talking about how one could forget about 1 million. There was a dossier on our hero lying on the floor, which one of the young men was looking at. The woman asked if in her eyes all this was really worth only 1,000,000. And then she ordered everyone to investigate this Ken-Hu, to find out his blood type, place of residence, past, and everything else that could be found out. And a moment later, she added that all this should be kept in the strictest confidence, since the main thing for them now is this guy. Seeing the workers leaving, the boss shouted after them to get everything done as quickly as possible. Left in the empty office, the director folded her arms across her chest and began to silently pronounce the name of our hero. She smiled slyly, wondering who this young man was. And Ken-Hu at that moment lay with his eyes closed, lay and did not think about anything. Suddenly the young man opened his eyes, in which one could read complete calm. The young man saw a man in a protective suit, the same one he had worked in before, looming over him, but he said nothing. It seemed that none of this mattered to the guy at all. Due to the susceptibility to mana, ordinary people can awaken from 0 to 1 star. People who have already awakened and possess abilities cannot rise to this rank. When Ken-Hu reached level 20, his limit was reached, and the boy wondered for a long time whether he could increase his rank. At that moment, the young man unexpectedly received news from Yumin. The girl who was in the suit took an empty syringe and began to draw something up. The beauty drew blood, telling our hero that he should not be nervous. Ken-Hu was clearly nervous, and so he kept asking if his friend was sure of what she was doing. She was absolutely calm and explained that the Bureau of Abilities has a simple and inexpensive test that determines the rating. But in their lab, they can do more precise research. The guy believed Yumin because she was a graduate student who had not yet defended her doctorate. Despite this, the blonde is already working in the Mana study lab. She is needed because after the awakening of abilities, it was necessary to monitor the player's process. The girl carefully held the blood samples, realizing that it was poisonous. However, our hero was interested in whether there were any special conditions for activating poisonous blood. Yumin closed her eyes. It was clear that she was smiling and saying that she would deal with it later. There was some kind of bag in the corner of the room. The girl pointed to it, declaring that it needed to be taken, and then she handed the documents to the young man, saying that these were papers related to increasing her rating. It said that if a person is exposed to a high concentration of mana, he will likely be able to increase his rating. Having been transported to hell, the young man understood that he had only one path. Looking around, our hero said loudly that this place needed to be put in order. Ken-Hu stood on the roof and carefully observed what was once a city. As he moved, the young man reasoned that the countdown to the quest was based on how much time the guy had spent in hell. This means that you should stay in this place as much as possible and spend your time usefully. The young man decided to practice, but he didn't know what else to do. Our hero was happy that he could create legendary items by simply combining almost any objects. Holding the small cube in his hands, Ken-Hu could not believe that this was also a completely real object. However, Renian explained that the cube was a derivative of crystal moss. If you put it next to your pillow, it will improve blood circulation and remove bad thoughts. The young man repeated that this was not enough for him. He wanted more. Suddenly, Ken-Hu turned to the goblin and asked him to give him half of his equipment. Curson did not understand why this was necessary, but the young man reassured him, saying that he would be well rewarded. The next moment everyone gathered saw a bright light coming from one of the stars. It was the hungry star Ekolema. A week and a half later, the young man was holding his hand and complaining about something. The guy noted that this was the left hand of an osset, or more precisely, a legendary glove that provides good protection. Speaking about the fact that this thing is quite old, the young man immediately noted that it would be quite suitable for the first time. Having grabbed the blade, our hero was clearly going to practice a little, realizing that he needed to improve his skills. Swinging his weapon, the player ducked and dodged, doing everything he could to understand how good the thing in his hands was. And the next moment, Ken-Hu took a stone and threw it with all his might at the wall. The young man felt like only his left hand was protected, but it seems like he's starting to get used to it. All these days spent here, the guy created items because he can no longer level up, increase skills, experience the pain of his body falling into acid. After getting to know the area a little, our hero asked the goblin to draw what was around them. However, it was all wrong. It was depressing, because there was no way to move on. Every now and then, the computer would notify that the hungry star Ekolemi was continuing its surveillance. Suddenly, the system sent a notification that the young man was awaiting a new quest called the Foundation of the Pyramid. It was a matter of pursuit, and it was very important to avoid attacks for the next 2 days. The young man understood that this was something similar to the first quest. If he suddenly died, he would have to start all over again. Pulling up his hood, Ken-Hu considered whether he should accept the challenge from the Ekolem star, although he didn't understand why he should, since the level was already high. On the other hand, our hero was tempted by the valuable rewards he could receive. The boy realized that he had tried to find other ways to become stronger besides leveling up, but nothing was working. For a moment, the young man thought, although there was no enthusiasm in him at all. And then Ken-Hu smiled widely. Wasn't it the first smile he had seen since he came to this place? Going outside, the young man said that the challenge was accepted. Immediately after these words, the very stars that our hero was going to study in order to make a difficult choice appeared in the sky. At that very moment, the system began sending notifications that all the stars were simultaneously watching Ken-Hu, which was quite strange. And after that, the computer once again announced that a new quest was starting. Therefore, you need to be ready for it. Ekolemi's followers will pursue the young man for the next 48 hours. Our hero looked at this message with horror. He had no idea that everything would happen this way. The young man was angry because this was not at all what he wanted and what he was prepared for. A moment later, a strange sound was heard and dust rose, causing Ken-Hu to quickly cover himself. The guy looked somewhere with his eyes wide open. Not knowing what to do, the boy heard the word delicious, but could not understand what it meant. Behind our hero stood his acquaintances, who also closely watched everything that was happening. With surprise and some kind of shock, the young man said out loud that there was no need to tell him that he was the one who was tasty. For a moment, Ken-Hu stopped. He didn't want to think about anything or do anything. However, he could feel from behind his back that something was wrong with the goblin. The same applied to the fairy, who now also looked at the guy as if he were something very appetizing. Turning slightly, horror froze on the guy's face. He didn't understand what was happening to his friends, but it was dangerous. The most unpleasant thing was that a second later, these creatures were already standing next to him and looking at him strangely. Our hero heard Renian remark that her friend was so tasty and smelled so good that they had to try it. However, he, stunned by this statement, first told them to stay away from him, and then declared that he was bad and cursed. But the fairy did not calm down, noting that the curse would be a wonderful seasoning on such an appetizing table. She added that the mere presence of Ken-Hu causes an irresistible hunger in everyone around him. The smell even makes their mouths water. If you eat something like this, you quickly become addicted and will do anything to try to experience those wonderful sensations again. And she said about herself that for a fairy with a predetermined outcome, something like this is not so scary. All who serve the hungry star are like that, a living hell filled with greedy creatures who live by the laws of eat or be eaten. Ken-Hu realized that at this stage his comrades were not like that. Now they were enemies who had only one goal. Curson was silent, but his drool spoke for him most eloquently. After hitting the goblin, the boy heard him scream that he wasn't thinking about anything bad. Covering his head with his hands, our hero noted that it turns out that any living creature will become interested in him as soon as it notices the prey. Realizing that Renian still had no intention of eating Ken Hong, he asked about the people she had told him about earlier. Suddenly, the young man turned around because he again heard something very strange. The guy looked somewhere in fear, although he was in no hurry to do anything. Our hero was also being watched closely by his comrades, but it was unclear whether they were going to attack or not. The young man did not want to be caught off guard, so he grabbed his new blade. After this, our hero took a defensive stance. Fortunately, he had learned several new techniques in the last few days. However, the danger did not come from his comrades. A strange hum was heard everywhere, either flies or mosquitoes. Suddenly, a huge swarm broke through the window and flew inside in such a way that it knocked the guy off his feet. These creepy creatures were crawling on our friend's face, but these were only a few. The rest were flying around. The guy understood that he had already dealt with something similar, although on a much smaller scale. This time he had the advantage that the blood was poisoned, and therefore the insects that drank the blood were already lying on the ground. As he crushed the remaining ones, Ken-Hu realized that the hunt for him had begun. It was extremely unpleasant, but the challenge was accepted, and therefore it was necessary to fight. Jumping on the mosquitoes that were on the floor, our hero cursed loudly. Scratching his head, the young man wondered why these insects were active at such a time of day. Moreover, the creatures appeared out of nowhere. Renian explained that mosquitoes are at the very bottom of the food chain for Ekulimi subjects, and they also act as scouts. Smiling, the fairy continued to happily talk about how mosquitoes are some of the fastest monsters, and others will appear soon. And in a quieter voice, she added that the mosquitoes easily found her friend. Ken-Hu didn't know what to say, so he just remained silent. A moment later, taking his new blade, the young man fearlessly walked out into the street. The young man had some kind of plan, although the next minute he noticed the feathers that were flying past him. It was extremely strange, and so the guy slowly raised his head. Ken-Hu saw that there were birds sitting on the roof, on the branches, on the wires, and he remembered Renian's words. The young man smiled and said that these were indeed henchmen, noting that the star's tastes were quite specific. The birds did not understand anything, but they sat and looked attentively at the young man. Suddenly, all these feathered creatures seemed to go crazy and started running somewhere. Realizing that something was wrong, the young man also went on the run. The mosquitoes, which were nowhere to be found, also turned around and flew in the direction the young man was running. Ken-Hu knew that he had to save himself, although he didn't yet know what the best course of action was in this situation. Our hero didn't want to go through this quest from the very beginning, and so he kept looking back. And behind there was something terrible. A huge crowd of mosquitoes were flying at high speed, while birds were running along the ground. Seeing that the guy was caught up with by the goblin, he asked him how he could handle all this alone. The young man picked up speed, coming up with some kind of plan as he went. Gripping his blade tighter, the boy began to shout the name of Curson, who was now running, keeping up with him. The young man quickly inquired if there was a place for him in the goblin village. He said that there was a better option. They had recently had a new addition to their clan. Looking at his subordinate with horror, Ken-Hu shouted that he hadn't expected any luxury anyway, and so it was better to forget about it. The guy thought angrily that he was ready for any battle, but not for this one. And this was the most unpleasant thing, because it was not entirely clear how to deal with such a crowd. The young man told the goblin as he walked that someone was having a wonderful time enjoying the show. This task was most likely created just to have a laugh. It was not easy for the guy, and therefore he became more and more angry with each passing minute. Jumping up and down, Ken-Hu shouted loudly that he just wanted to have a normal opponent. While in flight, our hero looked down carefully and did not understand what had happened. Instead of pigeons and other birds, he now clearly distinguished some figures that were somewhat reminiscent of human ones. The young man did not understand who they were and therefore was very surprised. An army of some creatures was already waiting for the young man, although they were in no hurry to attack first. A moment later, our hero landed on the ground, gradually thinking over his plan of action. Kenhu's gaze was extremely stern. He was definitely ready for a fight. From the guy's appearance, one could tell that he was completely confident in himself and was going to do everything that depended on him. The young man smiled, pleased that the insects and birds had been replaced by some real rivals. Realizing that the young man was being pressured by his opponents, he said out loud that this was where he could have started. Our hero knew that it wouldn't be easy, but he picked up speed and was already flying towards the crowd of monsters. Although it is fair to say that they inspired real fear and horror, their jaws alone were worth it. But suddenly something different happened than the guy expected, as the entity grabbed him by the hand that was protected. As he collected his thoughts, Kenhu realized that his opponent was somehow holding him back quite easily. Looking at the terrible jaws, the young man said out loud that this was not at all part of his plans. Our hero screamed in horror, regretting that he himself had asked to replace his opponents for him. The monster roared triumphantly, showing with his whole appearance that he had easily defeated the boy. The guy was angry about everything that was happening. He said that he was really tired of these 6 stars who were following him around. No matter how many times Kenhu comes back to life, the same thing happens. These terrible monsters immediately start chasing him. It seemed to the guy that he could not break out of the vicious circle, as if it was spinning him with new force every time. Hearing the system constantly alerting him that the Equilimi star was watching him, the young man shouted that he had to stop doing this. While running away from his pursuers, the player shouted over and over again for them to stop watching him. While running away, our hero thought that the best solution would most likely be to hide somewhere and just wait it out. The monsters kept up with the guy, and he understood that there still had to be some way to defeat them. Turning around, Kenhu didn't understand where his servant Kurson had gone, and this made him quite angry. Although after a moment the young man decided that in such a situation the goblin would only get in his way. On the other hand, the young man did not understand what he could do alone, thinking again and again about how best to act. Suddenly a gentle female voice whispered for our hero to turn right into the alley. Without thinking about who it was, he immediately decided to do as he was told. However, the next moment the guy's eyes opened wide. For a while the young man was left completely alone, his pursuers lagging behind a little. Kenhu knew he had to run further, but he didn't understand where this thought came from in his head. And again, the female voice stated that the young man had thought about it, but the hustle and bustle had overshadowed it all. And again, horror froze on the guy's face, but not because they were chasing him, but because he began to hear strange voices. The voice stated that if everything was clear to the young man, he should turn right at the next alley. Our hero felt like he was simply going crazy from what was happening to him. But the voice continued to say that it was repeating this in order to make sure that it was understood that Kenhu had not gone mad, although he himself believed that he had. However, the young man could not comprehend this, and therefore spent time trying to understand it. Realizing that the turn was coming soon, our hero decided that he had no other choice anyway, and so he would do as he was told. Thinking that he was possessed by a ghost, the voice immediately said that he was not a ghost. The guy cheated, realizing that the monsters pursuing him flew into some kind of ceiling while he ran in the other direction. As he walked, Kenhu thought that perhaps things would be a little different now, and the voice said that the young man had shown himself to be excellent. Suddenly our hero found himself in some unfamiliar place, not understanding where to go next. But it wasn't this that was scary, but the fact that huge glowing eyes were looking at him from the darkness. Looking at this with horror, the young man said out loud that he had managed to escape from other monsters, but he had no idea that completely different ones would be waiting. A second later, this monster appeared in front of the young man, but it turned out that it was not a monster, but some kind of giant beetle. Suddenly the bug started to emit some kind of white light, and the voice again shouted for the guy to immediately lie down on the floor and press himself. The monsters standing nearby began to become covered in some kind of web. At the same time, our hero, lying on the ground, carefully watched everything that was happening. The guy understood that with each passing minute the monsters were becoming more and more entangled in a web that looked like thick threads. Despite this, our hero was in no hurry to do anything, realizing that he should look around. Still looking at the giant beetle with horror, the young man did not understand what to do with it. At that very second, the system notified the player that this bug was a black widow with a level of 87. Hearing this, the guy was literally stunned, and the voice again said that our hero was safe for the time being. Although he still didn't understand who was ready to do this, who was organizing such competitions. And again the voice asked how the young man himself could answer his own question. And then he continued the story about how in a place where stars are forced to remain silent, according to the rules of this world, people will never be able to live and indulge their whims if a person is not in power. The voice indicated that she was the one who whispered something to the young man, although Kenhu still couldn't fully understand what was being discussed. Finally, the guy began to understand the meaning of these words. It was the same whispering star Monstrel, who was one of the first to start communicating with him. It was surprising, but this star was watching the young man from the very beginning. Then Monstrel continued to say that Ekulimi might think that all her actions are a sign of disrespect towards him, but this is not the case. There is no need to worry about what happened today. He will think of it as a coincidence, but you don't need to say anything out loud. You should pretend that you are thinking about a plan. The guy thought that Monster could read his thoughts, but she said that this is not true. She hears when he talks to her. The young man listened attentively to the first part and then asked what exactly this star wanted from him. It turns out that in order to increase her rank, Ekulimi wants to feed Kenhu to her minions before it's too late. She wants our hero to finish this useless test. After this, the young man asked what Monstrel personally wanted from him. She tenderly stated that she wanted the young man to become a member of her family, which he himself guessed. However, the guy still didn't understand why the star was so interested in him, as if he was better than the goblins. But Monstrel said they needed a new player because everything had reached a dead end, and many were trying to figure out a way to resolve the pressing issues. This did not enlighten our hero at all, but it turned out that he would be able to find out about everything if he agreed. Then Monstrel added that once Kenhu knew the other's true intentions towards him, she was sure that he would decide to choose her. When asked whether it was true that this star was better than the others, she answered positively, and she added that it was much easier for her to serve than for everyone else. Appearing in the guise of a young maiden, Monstrel told the guy to simply love her. And after a short pause, she added that the guy should praise her, idolize, and obey her. It is not at all humiliating. They will be almost a couple. If Kenhu is on the side of this particular star, then she is ready to repay him in due manner. And the next moment, the young man was flying somewhere. But it was not scary, but on the contrary. The young man noted that it was very pleasant. He had the feeling as if he was drowning in a deep pool. As long as our hero behaves like a lover, he has the opportunity to gain as much power as possible. Waiting alone in hell is so unpleasant, and also the guy will have everything he dreamed of. But no other thoughts came into our hero's head. It seemed to him that he was also in a whirlpool, and that beautiful maidens were next to him. Suddenly, the system sent a notification that the destroyed star Gaul was tracking Kenhu. After this, the guy again felt the solid surface of the earth under his feet. He raised his head slightly and saw Monstrel glowing in the sky. The young man said in a sarcastic voice that it might be sad, but he already had a girlfriend. As he got down on one knee, the young man realized that he needed to act and do something himself. However, before this, our hero still wanted to ask something. Kenhu asked if Monstrel knew anything about the killing of that creepy spider. Having shown herself in all her glory, the girl was simply told that naturally she knows a lot of things. And a minute later, looking at the surprised guy, she said she was very sorry that he already had a girlfriend. Our hero never saw his new acquaintance again, but the Black Widow appeared before him again. Suddenly, Monstrel said at first, she thought that while Ekulimi would chew the guy, she would have time to make a decision. But in the end, I decided to give the young man a chance to pass this test. Kenhu backed away, realizing that the beetle was right above him. And the star continued to talk about how she would give up the easiest path. This means that our hero will have to walk the hardest path. At that very moment, the young man realized that he was threatened not only by the giant spider, but also by a large number of smaller ones that were everywhere. These horrible creatures began to crawl on the guy's hand, who was screaming, not understanding what to do. After this, the star said that she made one toy for her favorite. The young man felt a breath of wind, and after that, Kenhu began to be enveloped in a white web. Our hero screamed, but he understood that the beetle was already very close, and therefore he could not escape. In hell, everything was as before. It seemed that nothing had changed. However, there was something that had changed. It was a tunnel woven from a web. At that moment, someone's foot came out of the shadows onto the floor. It was Kurson and Renian who were looking closely at the structures, which were completely wrapped in threads. Our hero's acquaintances went inside, after which they began to slowly climb the stairs. Before the children's eyes were cocoons, some were suspended from the ceiling, others were lying on the ground. The goblin turned to the fairy and asked if she was sure, and she only confirmed that she knew something for sure. The blonde said that everything was fine, and therefore there was no need to waste a minute. They could start cutting. The very next second, the goblin took his hook and began to slowly make a hole in one of the dolls. After this, our hero's acquaintances were convinced that it was actually him inside. Kurson crouched down on the floor in order to somehow get Kenhu out of there. A minute later, he was already standing on the ground, but the goblin was holding him, realizing that the boss was not able to stand on his own. The young man was alive, but his face showed no emotion, and it seemed as if he didn't understand what was happening at all. Flying closer, Renyan began to address the young man, asking what had happened to the butler. Time passed, but nothing happened. The guy's expression as before was indifferent. And so the goblin decided to release an energy stream to bring Ken-Hu to his senses. Less than a minute passed, and our hero was already screaming and spitting. His eyes widened either from fear or from incomprehension. Sitting on the floor, the boy heard Curson saying that they couldn't stay here. It was time to move on, but the young man shouted that he still couldn't come to his senses. Taking up her tube, Renyan stated that she could draw some blood. Hearing reproaches from her friend, she proudly declared that without her help, he would never have emerged from the cocoon. However, the young man denied everything, noting that it was because of her that he could have died. As he walked towards the exit, the young man said that if he had just a little more time, he would have started all over again. Looking around, our hero tried to understand where he was. Suddenly, the guy smelled a strange smell and then hit his head hard on something. But the most unpleasant thing was not this, but the fact that some kind of monster was looking closely at Ken-Hu. Seeing that there was an orc in front of him, the young man tried to understand where he came from. For a moment, there was silence in the room. No one was going to do anything. However, the young man noticed that small spiders were crawling on the orc. Our hero wanted to say something about this, but for some reason he remained silent. But there was something else that greatly surprised the guy. It was about the web that this creature was covered with. Looking at the orc, the guy thought that it was some kind of bait while the goblin tried to say something to the boss. But Ken-Hu didn't let him finish speaking, saying that Curson shouldn't get into any more trouble. The goblin did not remain silent. He told the young man once again to look carefully at his left hand. He added that this was something he was seeing for the first time, so he would like to know what it was. For the first time since waking up, the boy raised his hand and looked at her. It was a hand with 6 fingers and a Setian glove, but not like before. Suddenly, the boy remembered Monster's words that she made a toy for him. The young man said nothing to his comrades and immediately called up the computer panel. Looking at it, Renyan asked what it was, while the young man was thinking about what to choose. After this, Ken-Hu turned to the fairy and asked if she remembered the skeleton they saw in the utility room, and he reminded the blonde about the letter that was lying on the table. Our hero said that under the skull, he found something resembling a magnifying glass. Taking the monocle, Ken-Hu noted that it certainly used a little magic, but if you looked at your hand with it, then he fell silent. And then he said that there is an analysis window where you can find out everything about this subject. Our hero's eyes widened in surprise, and he found it hard to believe that the glove was genuine. The guy noted to himself that he had never encountered anything like it. It turns out that everything that was done previously can be considered some kind of fake. All the things he has now are much cooler and more effective. After this, our hero began to smile sincerely, realizing what opportunities had now opened up before him. And a minute later, raising his hand, he shouted that now this toy could be tried. Looking at this, Curson continued to talk about how time was passing. Therefore, they needed to move on. At this time, somewhere very close by, the monsters that had recently hunted Ken-Hu were walking. They didn't talk, but simply walked through the ruins, as if waiting for their next assignment. Suddenly, these creatures discovered a pool of blood, which greatly attracted them. And so they began to crawl on the floor, enjoying the aroma of this liquid. Others realized that a stronger trail was coming from somewhere else. Now the whole crowd had smelled this aroma and was trying to figure out where the source was. Suddenly, the monsters noticed some kind of pipe and decided that this was where they needed to go. However, one of the monsters realized that for some reason he began to get entangled in the web. A minute later, several monsters were already standing and hiding behind each other, after which they headed further and further into the tunnel, not even imagining what awaited them there. As they advanced, mosquitoes began to land on the monsters and bite them. And after some time, the maddened monsters began to attack each other. Ken-Hu, who was covering his face, was also in this dungeon, but he didn't say or do anything. The young man put out his finger, on which a mosquito immediately landed, and the system notified him that from now on he was a member of our hero's family. The young man knew that these insects obeyed him and only him, and so with each passing minute, the web became tighter and tighter around the monsters. As for Ken-Hu, his eyes showed absolute confidence and strength. While winding a web around his hand, the young man said out loud that it was all very easy. At the same time, the monsters continued to attack each other, not understanding what was happening, and the young man at this time smiled, realizing that he had succeeded in something after all. Flies were flying in from all sides, but this didn't bother the guy at all. He knew exactly what he was doing. The monsters continued to roar and walk in the same place. It seemed that with each passing minute, they were not only becoming more and more enveloped in cobwebs, but were also being bitten by insects. The guy heard what was going on inside and was very happy that he was able to come up with a very good plan. He smiled and was in no hurry to move on to anything else. Looking at the mosquitoes locked in the jar, Ken-Hu said out loud that before receiving the quest, he experimented a lot with various skills and eventually achieved this. There are some restrictions on the objects that can be empowered, but small creatures like mosquitoes can be given more power than ordinary monsters. And these miserable insects killed by the poison return to life with sufficient resistance to it. In any case, with this, he can take care of high-level idiots. Hearing that strength is there, intelligence is not needed. The guy answered the goblin, noting that he is not saying that he is weak, but he managed to find an excellent use for his brains. They were in a great place to confront the ghast. There were exits everywhere, so it would be easy to get away. Thus, even if you do nothing, you can easily hold out for 48 hours. However, suddenly something changed in the guy's expression, and the next minute, Ken-Hu was already lying on the ground, although the goblin did not understand what had happened to him. Curson immediately ran up to the young man and started shouting what was wrong, while our hero was swearing loudly. The guy who had been feeding his blood to mosquitoes all this time said that he probably overdid it and lost too much fluid. Ken-Hu thought to himself that he had miscalculated his own capabilities, and therefore at this rate, he might not be able to withstand it. As he got up, our hero decided that he needed to find another way to subdue the mosquitoes. Leaning on his servant, the young man slowly walked towards the exit. However, the young man was again interested in something, and so he turned his head back. A strange sound was heard in the pipe, similar to someone cutting ropes. The guy knew for sure that someone was slowly approaching, getting rid of the thick web. Seeing that Curson was trying to pass by and see what was wrong, our hero shouted that it looked like a trap, and therefore it was better not to rush. Ken-Hu became wary and thoughtful. He certainly wasn't going to rush. The goblin spoke again and asked what the boy meant. Putting his hand forward, the young man said that they did not look like Gasta, although he did not specify what they were. And grabbing his blade, he continued to say that it was narrow ahead, and therefore it was best to stay away. But a moment later, something really surprised the young man, and there was no trace left of his previous smile. The reason was that ahead, in the darkness, some lights were burning, which looked more like eyes. This was extremely strange, and therefore Ken-Hu became wary again. Frightened, the young man asked what it was, seeing how this glow was getting closer with each passing minute. With fear in his voice, the guy noted that there were probably quite a lot of these creatures. A moment later, it seemed that they had come as close as possible to the exit, but for some reason they did not come out into the light. Before Ken-Hu could relax, footsteps were heard, and then the figure of an unknown person appeared. The guy's face was frozen in fear and surprise, and he said out loud that it looked like a man, and a military man at that. The young man had no intention of attacking, but he understood that he had to be extremely careful. For a moment it seemed that time stood still. The man stopped, although he did not come into the light. The young man's eyes showed determination, but he still stood there and remained silent. And suddenly the commander and his entire team appeared in all their glory. The tension went away. The guy understood that this was not at all what he expected, and therefore it became easier. Our hero, without taking his eyes off the zombie, looked at it while the computer reported that it was a starving undead level 22. The zombies stood and did not move anymore. They also did not say anything, although it was unclear whether they could at all. Although the leader immediately shouted loudly for his subordinates to immediately catch this stranger. The zombies screamed menacingly and moved towards the direction where Ken-Hu had recently stood. However, this did not frighten the guy at all because he immediately began to wind the web around his hand, realizing that he could stop the crowd. As he aimed the beam of light at his opponents, our hero thought to himself that he didn't think it would be easy for him. It wasn't like that, but he wasn't used to giving up, and so he struck at the zombies. After a while, the dagger, with which the young man struck one of his ill-wishers, also came in handy. While spinning the web, the boy shouted that, judging by how thin and dry the leader was, he was probably very hungry. And so it's high time to enjoy it properly, but only what will be offered. Having dealt with several opponents, the young man realized that it was best for him to leave rather than waste time, and so, jumping from above, he landed on the ground. The commander did not like this state of affairs, and he shouted loudly at his own subordinates. Pointing at Ken-Hu, who was climbing the ladder, the zombie told him to catch him immediately. Turning his head, our hero realized that someone was chasing him again, and he really didn't like it. Deciding that there was no time to waste, the young man immediately began to climb the stairs. He climbed up as fast as he could, knowing that his progress through the level depended on it. Very soon a grate appeared, indicating that the exit to the outside was almost nearby. A moment later, one of the bars fell down with a crash. Ken-Hu quickly made his way to the roof, while simultaneously thinking about what to do next. The young man looked at the opening again, making sure that there was no one there, and decided to continue on. A minute later, our hero was already moving along a deserted street, realizing that he needed to hold out a little longer. Remembering the hole, the young man thought about the fact that his level and combat training were the same. We were talking about the zombie captain. What was interesting was that he could still move and also give some orders. Although they are no longer human, they are now slaves and puppets of Equilime, and therefore want to destroy the young man, no matter what. After a short period of time, the guy heard voices coming from the hatch. Having risen to the surface, the zombies proudly declared that there would be no peaceful solution. What happened next shocked Kenhu even more, because the military zombies opened fire to kill. The young man grimaced and noted with horror that he had been slightly touched, and that it was extremely unpleasant. Our hero was in pain, so he knelt down on one knee to rest a little and make some decisions. At that moment, the zombie triumphantly shouted that he had managed to hit the enemy's leg and heard that the order had been given not to shoot anymore, so as not to waste bullets. Kenhu smiled when he heard this, saying that he was glad that they weren't going to shoot at him anymore. However, the guy continued to think to himself about what he should do next, because the situation was not simple. Suddenly, I thought there was some strange but strong wind that was difficult to resist. It was so strong that the young man was thrown back, and after that he looked up. Looking around, our hero did not notice anyone, and this was what was most strange. Rising to his feet, the young man said that for some reason, it had suddenly become completely quiet. Kenhu wanted to go somewhere, but he discovered blood on his pants. Standing up to his full height, the guy heard some strange growling, not understanding where it was coming from. The young man turned his head with apprehension to understand what was happening. And then he saw that he was practically surrounded, because there were zombies everywhere. But that wasn't the worst part. The most dangerous thing was that our hero was also being hunted by creepy monsters that were supposed to be in the dungeon. The young man thought sadly that it was much easier to control these creatures in the sewers. But here, he felt like he was in a dead end. Suddenly, the system sent a notification that Kenhu only had 46 minutes left to complete the quest. Looking at the monsters, the boy understood that it was not much if you were on a walk or a trip, but it was a lot when you were surrounded by monsters. At this point, the zombie commander announced that they were waiting for all the soldiers to arrive, and then they could begin. Still looking at the computer, the young man realized that his stamina had dropped by only 10%, but that wasn't that much. But the zombies didn't know how strong the young man was, and so they discussed how they would attack him. Although the very next minute our hero retreated back a little under the pressure of his opponents. On one side, he was pressed by terrible monsters, which were now difficult to control. But on the other hand, there were also military zombies who also weren't going to listen to anything. Kenhu stood in the circle, thinking about what he should do. The idea somehow came to us by itself. Our hero took his cube of crystal moss and began to gnaw it with his teeth. At this time, enemies began to attack from all sides. Each of them wanted to get the booty. Having finished his task, the young man also began to growl, showing off his powerful jaws. However, that wasn't the only change. There was an energy surrounding the boy that now seemed completely different. At that very moment, the system notified that mana had been restored to the maximum level. Our hero's face showed anger and hatred. Now he was absolutely ready for battle, and therefore shouted that he could begin. The young man waited. He did not want to attack first, although he understood that his opponents could do so. It was they who pressed from all sides, thinking that they were superior. And just a moment later, these creatures began to jump from everywhere onto our hero, who was still standing motionless. What was interesting was that, to be more confident, the guy kept his hands in his pockets. And there was a reason for that. It was that for some unknown reason, the monsters started biting each other. It seemed that these creatures didn't even notice Kenhu, whom they were about to deal with just a few minutes ago. All this looked extremely strange, although it was a great advantage for the young man. Looking around, our hero noted that he no longer had control over the monsters. The young man realized that the mosquitoes that carried his blood had made the smell much stronger than the gusts of wind. So Kenhu gave priority to the one with less food, and now the massacre began. The young man remembered that the happiness you seek is always closer than you initially think. And so the guy just stood there and watched everything that was happening, watched with an impassive look. Lost in his own thoughts, our hero decided that this is how humanity found itself on the brink of destruction. Looking at such a spectacle, you really understand that there is no other hell. Suddenly something changed as the guy became extremely wary. He turned around and asked about some kind of weapon, although he did not specify what he meant. And then he understood everything. Behind him there were zombies holding loaded guns in their hands, and the commander was loudly saying something to his subordinates. Watching this with horror, our hero realized that for some reason, this group was not obeying the general mood. Moreover, it seemed that these zombies were not going to hesitate. They carefully studied the guy and waited for the order. For a moment, Kenhu thought that these zombies were too far away from him, and therefore they did not obey his orders. At the same time, the commander announced that the shooters should stand at the ready. In the very next second, the leader shouted loudly that they could open fire. Suddenly, a very bright star appeared in the sky, the light from which fell on the earth. It was so strong that it not only blinded those opponents who were about to shoot, but also inflicted more damage on them. At the same time, Curson appeared and also began waving his arms. After that, the young man noticed how he quickly changed direction and ran somewhere. Running up to our hero, the goblin told him to keep his gratitude to himself. Looking at his subordinate in surprise, the young man realized that this was not the first time he had saved him. Curson had no intention of wasting time on conversations, and so he had already taken a fighting stance. The goblin now had a legendary weapon in his hands. The scythe could not only show everyone involved in the battle, but also freeze all characters on the battlefield. With anger in his voice, our hero's friend declared that he would now be handling this matter. Before Curson could finish his last sentence, he immediately began to deal with his enemies. Turning his head, the boy looked at his goblin in surprise, his face showing genuine gratitude. However, he didn't need this. He knew his task and actively carried it out. All the goblin said was that the young man could thank him a little later for saving him and everything else. And then he proudly said once again that he would easily figure out everything else later. However, our hero thought to himself that the goblin, like a small child, wanted to show off and brag more. The captain was angry. He noted that they were facing some pathetic goblin and an equally insignificant man who could be easily dealt with. And so the zombie immediately reached for his gun, wanting to deal with this as quickly as possible. The commander pointed his weapon at the goblin, shouting the most obscene words. However, a minute later, something happened that the captain did not expect. Using his new weapon, Curson easily froze the enemy. And after that, the goblin began to beat him, showing who was much stronger in this battle. The frozen zombie couldn't do anything, so he just stood there and watched what would happen next. And then what happened was that our hero's servant began to beat this walking dead man. The goblin did his job quite well, without being distracted by anyone or anything. Sighing, Ken-Hu thought that if this situation had happened earlier, Curson would have been angry if the guy wanted to help him. The goblin became incredibly good after the young man gave him this weapon. Lost in thought, the guy didn't even notice that monsters were already gathering right behind his back. Our hero heard someone scream and therefore immediately pressed himself closer, realizing that he was in danger. But it seemed that the opponents were not going to retreat. They growled and tried to come closer and closer. As he took up a defensive stance, Ken-Hu was aware that he still had a fight ahead of him. But there was no need to fight because the monster was grabbed by a zombie who dragged it back. For a moment, the young man thought about it, and it seemed that he even managed to relax. But a second later, the guy turned around nervously, realizing that something was wrong. Continuing to watch Curson bravely fight his enemies, the young man noted to himself that it seemed to him that there were more opponents. Our hero was angry that he didn't have enough mana, which made it very difficult to keep everything under control. Ken-Hu knew that he had to remain vigilant, even though the servant was trying his best. This was very important because both the zombies and the monsters were not going to stop. A minute later, our hero looked somewhere again. Now a smile was shining on his face. Mosquitoes are nocturnal creatures, and recently some of them were awakened by the guy's smell. Flying around the place where the young man stood, one could notice that there were many more insects than before. And this is what gave the young man an interesting idea. That's why our hero called up the computer panel and put his hand on it. Ken-Hu noted that it was a bit difficult to do, although he did not specify what exactly. While winding the web, the guy said that he was very interested in what effect it would have and how successful he would be in doing what he had planned. For a moment, the monsters were distracted from what was happening around them. The zombies did the same. Now they watched the young man carefully, not understanding what he wanted to do. Wrapping himself in a thick web, like the best and highest quality cloak, the young man declared that now it was really time to begin the battle. And just a moment later, our hero declared that this would be a competition between beautiful people. And while Ken-Hu was hiding under his large robe, bloodthirsty mosquitoes flew down from all sides. They immediately began to sit on the monsters, who did not understand how to hide from all this. The zombies had also never seen anything like it and therefore could not resist it. The mosquitoes turned into a dark cloud from which there was no escape, and only our hero was spared. The young man thought that his scent was spreading everywhere, making it difficult for them to navigate, and also because of the scythe's effect, the opponents were also frozen. The young man was a little worried about Curson, not understanding where he was, but he himself was in the winning position, therefore he could gain time to survive. Our hero knew that it would be hard on the body, but it was necessary to be patient and not be greedy. It is worth remembering that Ken-Hu's main goal is not to kill, but to survive for 48 hours. The The guy was so immersed in his own thoughts that he didn't even notice that there was already a zombie right at his feet. And a moment later, our hero screamed, trying to understand what had happened. Seeing that the enemy had managed to bite his leg, the young man screamed, complaining that he had crawled up completely unnoticed. While attacking the enemy, our hero told him to know his place and not to go where he shouldn't. And a minute later, Ken-Hu winced in pain. He scolded himself for such a mistake, realizing how important blood was to him. This is precisely why mosquitoes can listen to him. If there is not enough liquid, then he will lose. Our hero saw that there were zombies on all sides, but he was in no hurry to do anything. The reason was that the hungry star Ekalim had started tracking again, and that was not a good sign. Looking at the monsters that were on all sides, the guy thought with regret that he might have to start all over again, and he really didn't want to. However, his sore leg made itself felt, and the young man spent quite a lot of blood. Gathering his last strength, Ken-Hu thought that he would try to get out of this somehow. Less than a minute had passed, and the young man was already smiling. It seemed that some idea had come to his mind again. Despite this, the young man was in no hurry to implement it, watching as the monsters drowned in the dust of flies. There were so many insects that they did not spare anyone, since our hero had influence over them. Ken-Hu watched with some calm as the number of opponents dwindled. At the same time, mosquitoes were flying around as before, and that was already quite good. The most interesting thing is that they all fed on the blood of our hero, blood of which there was not much. It was unpleasant, moreover. Something like this was somehow ridiculous, but the guy knew that he simply had no other choice. Sitting in a half-bent position, the young man waited for the mosquitoes to get drunk before they could begin to act. Finally, Ken-Hu jumped up from his seat and shouted victoriously, as if the battle was already over. However, he immediately sat down on his knees, because something strange began to happen to him. The young man felt unwell. He understood this, but he could not control his condition. The monsters that were still left saw what was happening, and therefore began to approach their victim closer. They understood that now the boy was more vulnerable than ever, and therefore they could deal with him. The opponents were in anticipation of what they would soon be able to do. However, suddenly everything went wrong. The young man, who had just recently been sitting on the floor, was now running away somewhere. Ken-Hu ran as fast as he could, knowing that he needed to complete this quest. For a moment, our hero stopped, although he still did not turn around. The man under the robe had glowing eyes, but he wasn't the same guy as before. The monsters were approaching, although they had no idea what they were about to face. Our hero, having improved his abilities, now looked down on his ill-wishers and growled, demonstrating his own strength and power. The enemy did the same, trying to scare his opponent as much as possible. However, a moment later, a swarm of mosquitoes blocked the entity's path and even tried to knock it off its feet. As for the guy, he was tightly wrapped in a cocoon and flying over the monster. The next minute, the young man stood firmly on his feet. Taking advantage of the element of surprise, Ken-Hu pounced on the ill-wisher from behind and grabbed him by the head with all his might. Realizing that he had to act quickly, the young man threw him to the ground and began to press on his eyes. At that very moment, the appearance of our hero changed, and the system notified that a new characteristic had been added, the blood of the hungry to toxic blood. The young man felt that he had become completely different, and this is exactly what he needed. The young man understood that the blood of the hungry helps improve physical abilities by 30%. By drinking such blood, one can become stronger, but the liquid cannot be used up completely. This is the reason why monsters bite each other, but do not kill or finish drinking. Looking at his hand, Ken-Hu said that this way the opponents make their body much stronger, but he himself has little blood, and so he decided to start with the flesh. The very next minute our hero bent over, he understood that something was wrong with him. Straightening up and showing his fangs, the young man thought that the main reason for all this was hunger. Unable to hide his own emotions, the young man noted that he was sick to his stomach. He wanted to eat so much. However, there was no time to think. Literally out of nowhere, a zombie appeared and was about to attack. The young man realized that there was no time to waste, and so he immediately began to fight back. Grabbing his opponent, Ken-Hu began to spin him around so that there would be one less enemy. This had its effect, moreover. With joy in his voice, the young man triumphantly noted that his strength was returning to him. At this point, the computer reported that our hero was still being followed by Ekalim, and that the star winner Arden had also joined in. But before the guy could think about anything, he again heard a notification that other stars had joined the surveillance. But the young man said that he was hurting people, making them die slowly and kneel. He understood that. And so now he looks down from above as if he were God himself. Grabbing his weapon, the young man declared that he could now look at it. And he asked what he thought about him, although he did not specify who he was addressing. Standing on his feet, the young man screamed as loudly as he had ever done before, so that absolutely everyone could hear him. At this moment, Ken-Hu was surrounded by a bright light, so strong that even energy was connected. The monsters and zombies that were nearby at that moment did not understand what was happening. Whether from fear or surprise, they were in no hurry to attack or do anything else. But a moment later, it was difficult to accomplish, because the place where the guy had recently stood was empty. The enemies looked up and noticed that their opponent had risen into the air. The young man's face showed anger, but at the same time firm determination. Those gathered noticed that a stream of light literally fell to the ground, destroying everything in its path. This only gave strength to our hero, a hero who still remained much higher than his opponents. Ken-Hu screamed. It seemed like his rage knew no bounds, and therefore he had no intention of stopping. By cutting with his unique blade, the guy managed not only to instill fear in the monsters, but also to freeze them for some time. That is why the crowd could not and did not run away, waiting for the continuation. From the expression on the young man's face, one could tell that he was enjoying having such power in his hands. Although the monsters were not going to give up, doing everything they could. The speed of our hero's movement was so lightning fast that it became increasingly difficult to watch him. The young man was counting on this. He was going to confuse absolutely everyone. And he succeeded in this very well, because his opponents did not understand what was happening and how to defend themselves. But the young man was not going to stop, showing again and again what he was capable of. Suddenly, our hero fell to the ground. It was not only visible, but also audible. He lay there, trying to come to his senses and realizing that the landing had not been the best. Opening one eye, Ken-Hu was about to look around to assess the situation and make a decision. However, before the guy had time to come to his senses, he noticed that there was a monster right above him that was about to land. Our hero wanted to think about something else, but he didn't have time, because the enemy had already started to press him into the stones. The relatives, seeing what was happening, immediately began to join in, wanting to help their own. Looking at all this, the guy understood that he was not in the best situation, from which he needed to somehow get out. And all because huge jaws hung over him, which were not going to wait to destroy the prey. A minute later, a whole crowd had already fallen upon the young man. He screamed, realizing that he was in a real trap, not understanding what he needed to do. Reaching out to one of the attackers, the guy began to bite him on the shoulder, realizing that he needed to get some food. However, this did not stop the monsters, who continued to attack and attack. It seemed that almost everything was lost for Ken-Hu, but after a few minutes, something began to happen to his hand. And then suddenly, the young man's eyes lit up, and his jaws became even bigger and more powerful. He bit into the shoulder of one of his opponents to replenish his energy reserves. Our hero, for the first time in his entire stay in hell, did not disdain anything, knowing that his own life depended on it. Having scattered everyone in different directions, the young man began to shout and swear at them. Having regained his strength, Ken-Hu declared that he would eat absolutely everyone, and even that would not be enough for him. With anger in his voice, our hero shouted for everyone to come up and not be shy. He looked at the predators carefully, his powerful and legendary hand ready to continue the fight. Realizing that there was no point in waiting, Ken-Hu immediately rushed into the crowd of enraged beasts. The young man immediately grabbed the first person he came across by the head, realizing that he could cause him harm. And this damage was done. At that moment, the guy, so that it wouldn't be so disgusting, imagined that there was a watermelon in front of him, and he crushed this watermelon. The enraged young man pointed somewhere with his hand, hinting that he would deal with everyone who posed a danger. Not much time passed, and our hero was already waving his arms victoriously. The young man smiled. He understood that he had managed to do the practically impossible. Looking at the results of his work, the guy thought that he had prepared well after all. Suddenly, among all those lying on the ground, one zombie stood up and slowly walked somewhere. It was the captain, thinking that Ken-Hu should never have come here in the first place. He had been invited to dinner for too long and was leading a large team. However, the most delicious one won, which means it was time to leave. But this did not happen, and so the captain froze in place, realizing that he had been noticed. Our hero asked who this survivor was, figuring that he might be an officer of the detachment. The guy's eyes were burning. Now, this was not the same Ken-Hu who appeared in hell for the first time, and therefore he was ready for anything. At the same time, real horror could be seen in the zombie's eyes because he didn't understand what to do next. Our hero was not going to wait, and with a bold gait moved towards the side where the enemy was. Standing with difficulty on his feet, the captain shouted at the young man not to even think about approaching him. And just a moment later, the attention of the opposing sides fell on the zombie, who was holding the weapon. After this, the battle began again, and the officer, taking advantage of the opportunity, tried to do something. Our hero heard him screaming at him to get out, but he wasn't going to pander to anyone's whims. The zombie, seeing that the young man had stumbled, raised his hand and was about to go toward the enemy. The guy's opponent wasn't going to do anything, just waiting to see what his opponent would do. But he kept shouting about retreat again and again, as if it were something very important. For a moment it seemed that time stood still, because no one was doing anything. However, Ken-Hu then struck anyway, realizing that things could not be left like this. And again the rivals looked at each other, each of them wanting to win. And after that, our hero pounced on the zombies as if they were the most delicious delicacy, wanting to strengthen his strength again. One of the opponents was still shouting, but the guy realized that he had to finish what he had started. Suddenly, the system notified that the quest had been completed, the curse had been lifted, and in addition, Ken-Hu had received a lot of privileges. Suddenly, our hero found himself in a golden ring, and again the computer reported that all the debris had been absorbed. Knowing that there were still 20 days left until the next quest, and realizing that it was all over, the young man simply lay there. He looked at the moon carefully but was not going to think or do anything. The young man was so tired that he wanted to forget himself in a sweet dream, or even better, to return home and rest a little. Suddenly a thought occurred to the young man. It was that he was very hungry. Still looking at the screen, our hero thought that he still had time. Turning his head, the boy said out loud that he couldn't just die of hunger. However, he had absolutely no strength, and so Ken-Hu, without getting up, lay down again, realizing that it would not hurt to rest a little. After a couple of minutes beginning to relax, our hero realized that he was falling asleep. However, he immediately made a dissatisfied face, the reason being that he was very hungry, and therefore sleep was out of the question. But then something incredible happened, because someone blew into the pipe. The young man's eyes widened, and he couldn't understand where the strange sound was coming from, since there was no one around. Ken-Hu raised himself slightly and tried to see what was happening. The young man smiled. He realized that he didn't understand anything at all, since the street had become lively again. Sitting down, our hero asked out loud whether this was really not the end. Something strange was happening on the street as the guy saw some unfamiliar flags and banners. But the most interesting thing was that everywhere there were people in costumes, similar to masqueraders, who were playing musical instruments and having fun. All those gathered were well dressed and walked in formation, although there were also those that looked quite strange to say the least. Our hero was amazed by the cab driver driving the terrible monster that was moving ahead. On both sides of him, there were people walking. They were holding a huge carriage in which there was probably a noble person. Our hero watched all this with horror, but he still did not fully understand who all these creatures were. The young man thought angrily to himself that they were all probably very strong, and therefore could not compare with either zombies or monsters. However, who is in this strange carriage and why did they come here? The slaves immediately crouched down to place the peculiar vehicle on the ground and everyone became quiet. Because of the thick curtains, it was difficult to see who was inside, but it was possible to make out a silhouette. The young man looked at all this with horror, not understanding what awaited him. Only a few minutes passed, and the unknown person was already standing in front of him and telling him that he was eating the wrong food in the wrong place. Coming out of the shadows, the man began to laugh loudly and call Ken-Hu an ordinary boy, and the system immediately notified that this was Kavaro, responsible for satiety and laziness. He possessed the 118th level. Our hero looked closely at this creature, not understanding who it was at all. And he leaned down lower and declared that he had already seen the young man, and therefore there was no need to introduce himself. Kavaro's eyes were shining, but it was difficult to tell anything from his facial expression. The young man was angry that this creature could see right through him. Looking around, the opponent asked how the guy managed to reach this level, and added that the hungry star was not interested in this at all, although it was unclear where all these people came from. That's why Kavaro was interested in whether there were any other survivors. After this, the stranger again looked closely into the eyes of our hero. Looking at Ken-Hu with hungry eyes, Kawaro said that he looked somehow strange, somehow detached. After that, he said that he was glad to meet him and added that when the lights went out, he thought that all the people had disappeared after Johann and Maria Keller. And lowering his voice a little, he noted that most likely they were hiding. The man was not happy to realize that his precious friends were in this dirty place, and the young man watched as Kavaro collected the remains of the corpses. A minute later, the unknown person had folded all of this into a really big lump and hurried to hand it over to the young man. Our hero didn't want to accept it. Then he saw how the man applied this part to his wounded leg, and a minute later something incredible happened, because the limbs somehow grew back. Ken-Hu, looking at his leg, heard Kawara say that he could now walk. And turning away, he added, "Didn't our hero want to taste exquisite cuisine, but in a more elegant setting, according to his needs? If so, then it was necessary to follow him." At some point, the man stopped, saying that there was no need to rush. He turned around and looked somewhere, although he remained silent. At this point, a guy spoke up and asked if Kavaro was the authority of Ekelem. The man did not want to deny anything, and therefore stated that everything was possible. With anger in his voice, our hero proudly declared that he refused, adding that he did not need a tour of the restaurant. Suddenly, the stranger began to laugh, as loudly as he could. Wiping away tears, he added that the young man had misunderstood everything about the excursion. In fact, everything was completely different. And looking at our hero, he asked if an ordinary boy was familiar with what the lowest primordial desire was. Sticking out his tongue, he immediately said that it was appetite. Squinting his eyes, he continued to explain that Akulami's hunger was endless. This means that Ken-Hu will be able to enjoy discipline, sexuality, capital, and absorb it all. Kavaro said that when he was still a human, he did not get what he wanted, but was overly moral and stupid. Our hero listened to all this, but was in no hurry to say anything. After this, the star servant said that that was all. And shouting, he announced that his abilities were only his efforts. The man said that he could not bear this anger. He noted that the boy must also have both desire and anger, and therefore he wants to get a share of what he deserves. But he added that the minority was selfish and the public was shameless, although Ken-Hu knew this well enough. Once again, Kavaro began shouting, declaring that our hero must move forward and capture as much as possible in the future. The servant asked if the boy was not interested in how high he could climb. For a moment, the opponent fell silent and thought about something, and then he continued to say that they are a snake that will swallow the whole world. You need to take everything, because the snake is at the very top. Kavaro told the boy to stand firmly on one side of the scale. The servant extended his hand and waited for the young man to extend his as a sign of consent, but this did not happen. At this time, Yumin was dozing in the office, over books and notebooks. The girl suddenly jumped up as if some unknown force had awakened her. The beauty looked out the window in surprise and said the name of our hero, not knowing where he was. And the guy looked sternly at his new acquaintance, wondering what he should do. The day was drawing to a close. The city was beautifully illuminated by the rays of the setting sun. Our hero's friend came closer to the window and looked out of it. In hell, everything was the same as before. The moon was shining. The ruins were reminiscent of this difficult place. Ken-Hu, leaning with difficulty on one hand, declared that nothing could be done. And a minute later, our hero stood up with difficulty. Smiling sarcastically, Kavaro said that everything was correct, and the guy was acting very wisely, hoping that the young man had decided to go with him after all. Masked servants stood nearby and watched everything that was happening. Ken-Hu carefully took hold of the hand of his new acquaintance, who stood motionless. Holding his hand, the young man carefully rose from his knees, although he did not raise his head. A second later, Kavaro screamed so loudly that everyone heard it, although they still did not understand what had happened. The guy grabbed his opponent's hand with force and bit into it harder and harder. The stranger didn't like this, and from his expression one could see that he was planning something. In the next moment, he threw the guy back with such force that he flew very far. Smiling, Kavaro noted that the young man was like a beast. Ken-Hu had no intention of giving up, so he slowly tried to get up to look around. Without looking at his ill-wisher, our hero declared that his opponent was more like a zombie, and he continued to say angrily that it was probably just as tasty. After a short pause, he added that perhaps it was because he looked like a traitor. Kavaro wasn't at all angered or even affected by this. He just wanted to know what the young man meant. And a second later, accelerating the energy flow, he wondered what the boy had imagined. Ken-Hu looked at his opponent in horror, not understanding what was best for him to do in this situation. And just a second later, the enemy came right up to our hero and looked down on him as if wanting to show him his place. He threw his head back and declared that there was simply no point in saying anything about it. Looking at Ken-Hu, Kavaro laughed and noted that it would be better if the last person in this world simply died. The words spoken by the opponent did not in the least affect the young man, who understood that this would not happen. However, the opponent continued to talk about how he needed some kind of variable to play. It was difficult to say what was meant, and the guy didn't want to ask again. Although the opponent did not shut up, saying that they need a new player, as they are in a stagnation, so they are struggling to find a solution. The young man, gritting his teeth, seemed to begin to understand something, although he didn't understand what he had to do with it. Straightening up, our hero looked attentively into the eyes of his ill-wisher. The young man looked at the man who had once been like that, and thought he could prove himself wherever he went, but was not going to turn down other opportunities out of fear now. And so he shouted out loud that his opponent could kill him if he so wished. Kavaro didn't need to be told twice, so he immediately grabbed the boy by the throat. Realizing that his opponent was not only holding him, but also lifting him off the ground, Ken-Hu knew that this was not what he expected. And the opponent, squeezing harder, asked whether the young man preferred to be broken or crushed. With anger in his voice but a smile on his face, the servant noted that he would probably just burn our hero. After that, he squeezed even harder and noted that the boy could only talk nonsense. And he added that no one dares to call him a traitor, and especially not someone who imagined that he had fallen from heaven. Growling and reminiscent of a wolf, the ill-wisher said that didn't they destroy people on the side of the monsters? Although a minute later, Kavaro suddenly got tired of these conversations and said that he wanted to finish off Ken-Hu once and for all. However, the plans were not destined to come true because the opponent saw something that greatly surprised him. He looked at something carefully, not understanding what went wrong. After this, such a strong wind blew that it even raised monsters from the ground, although our hero seemed to enjoy it all. Kavaro, who had been standing just a few seconds ago, now collapsed and lay in a pile of stones. Although after a minute, Ken-Hu also first dropped to his knees and then simply fell. He closed his eyes slightly and watched what would happen next, not knowing what had happened. Our hero's opponent, covered with stones, did not understand this either. He wanted to get up but could not. Kavaro was angry, although he himself did not know at whom, because everything happened very unexpectedly. His assistants could do nothing either as they continued to be blown away. The force of the wind even caused some buildings to collapse, and the dust was so thick that it was difficult to see anything. Kavaro, who managed to rise from his seat, ordered someone to immediately stop this outrage that had begun. Falling to the ground, he shouted loudly that he had no intention of breaking the rules and had also recently been very agitated. And turning back, he declared that it would be best for them to return immediately. And then he quickly ran in the direction where his subordinates were standing. At the same time, a figure of some stranger appeared on the road, who was silent. Ken-Hu was still lying on the ground, exhausted. It seemed like he couldn't do anything about it. For a moment it seemed that the young man, not expecting anything, simply gave up. The sky, which had been clear before, was now illuminated by bright flashes of lightning. Looking at this, the young man did not understand what was happening, but he knew for sure that Kavaro had fled like a coward only because of something beyond the sky. Finding the strength in himself, Ken-Hu jumped up from the ground and began to shout that they could do whatever they wanted to him, even chop him up or burn him. However, he is who he is and he likes it. Then the young man fell silent, as if he was overcome by some kind of despair or resentment. And so he simply fell to his knees and simply continued to stand silently in that position. Then he said in a quiet voice that it didn't matter at all what they did to him. He will simply be, and on this, bowing his head, he simply fell silent. Finally, the sky returned to its original color. Now nothing strange happened, except that the young man continued to sit on the deserted street and do just that. There was nothing and no one around. Not a trace remained of the past battle and crowd. Suddenly, it seemed to the guy that his Yumin was standing in front looking at the water. The blonde began to smile sincerely and called the young man to follow him. Our hero, looking down, continued to look somewhere. Suddenly, Renian announced that the butler had already woken up and seemed to be feeling a little better. After this, the fairy asked the young man to look at his leg, which was covered in strange stripes. The blonde explained that she thought it was all over, and so she decided to find her friend. However, Ken-Hu had wild eyes and a rather strange appearance, after which the guy just went and bit the fairy. Our hero thought to himself that this happened when he lost his mind. However, then Renian declared that everything was fine. She had eaten her fill and was now healthy. Having heard that everything was great, the guy decided that now he needed to move on to the most important thing, namely, to see what awards he had received for his work. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened as if he saw something very unusual. And it was true, the system notified that the young man had received the Aquilame gift chest. Having opened it, the young man immediately closed his eyes because a bright stream of light was shining into his eyes. While examining the contents, the guy said out loud that it was a platinum card. He added that it was the first time he'd seen a card of such rarity. It was neither silver nor gold, but platinum. And suddenly the room was illuminated by a strong glow. It was so powerful that Ken-Hu covered himself from it with his hand. And then some other objects appeared before our hero's eyes, although it was difficult to see them. However, after a few minutes, the guy managed to see that there was some kind of metal thing lying on the ground. Ken-Hu mistook this product for ordinary junk, and so he stood and simply looked at the object. But at that very second, the guy said out loud to himself that he shouldn't be upset, because it was a gift from a star, and even platinum, more than his. It needed to be checked thoroughly. Having put on his ring, our hero realized that he had a sword in his hands, but it did not have any particular value. Holding the item in his hands, the young man noted that this was a Pandora, which was owned by powerful people. In response to the young man's question about what she thought about the sword, the fairy noted that it looked quite good. After these words, our hero also smiled. Ken-Hu decided to himself that if Renian approved of this thing, then everything was fine. After this, the young man decided that he would feed this sword, as strange as it may sound, to his powerful blade. Realizing that nothing had worked, the young man sat down and turned away, hearing the fairy talk about why our hero had given up so quickly. Realizing that Renian was absolutely right, Ken-Hu began to try again, this time placing blade on blade. However, the effect was not at all what the guy expected, because he simply cut the new weapon in two. After much hacking, a kind of slingshot was obtained, which made the young man very happy. However, a moment later, something surprised him, and so he began to scream loudly. Suddenly, the system reported that the weapon had been absorbed and was now a bloody dagger. The young man held the genuine and legendary sword, which he undoubtedly liked. Hearing the guy bragging about such a beautiful thing, the blonde noted that the butler liked to be praised. Ken-Hu happily reported that with this blade he would be much stronger than before, and this was a big advantage. The fairy, with modesty in her voice, only said that if the butler was happy, then she was happy, which meant that the young man should become even more delicious. After some time, taking a small box with him, the guy went somewhere, to where he always wanted to go. The room was dark, so the young man brought a lit candle with him. While in the utility room, Ken-Hu said that it would be strange to just take the item and leave it there. After a while, sitting on a chair and looking at the box, the guy was thinking about something. If there was someone who could tell who this man was, the young man would have put up a tombstone. This man remained in this place until the end. Then perhaps it was a rancor. Remembering the zombies, the young man noted that they were hungry people who attacked the man while remaining conscious. Standing on the side of mighty monsters and summoning them, the man Cavaro. Our hero also controls his acquaintances, Curson and Renian. However, he did not do this out of malice, it just happened that way. Although at the same time, Ken Hong was interested in the question of whether he was different from those guys he had to fight, because in some ways, he was similar to them. It was a difficult question, and so the young man fell silent again. A minute later, our hero declared that everything was different with him, because he had not yet gone crazy, and so he feels great in a world full of such crazy people. And again, looking at the box, the young man convinced himself that he alone fought to protect people. That's why Ken-Hu was completely different, and of course he liked it. Opening one of the cabinets, the guy said that it would be great to find at least some documents. Then it would be possible to return to the real world and find out who the current skeleton was. We need at least the slightest clue, anything that could lead us to the trail. It seemed that luck smiled on our hero, because in one of the drawers, he found a sketchbook. Leafing through this book, the young man said that there was something similar to a diary, therefore, it was already possible to find at least some kind of clue. And the next moment, the young man's eyes widened again. He said that these are not only valuable items with high technical characteristics. This is a book that contains essential knowledge that can become an unprecedented subject that changes the world. The guy was as happy as a child, because everything was written down in the notebook, from the appearance of the dungeon to the apocalypse. Heading somewhere, our hero continued to think that this was something unique. The whole process was completely localized. Events were also scheduled, dates were written down, and how to prepare. For a moment, horror froze on the young man's face. He thought about what if all this was true, but a moment later the thought went away. Our hero went outside and gazed at the rising sun, although he was in no hurry to go anywhere. Turning around, Ken-Hu continued his thought proudly, adding that if this was true, then he had the key to saving humanity. Looking at the ruined building, the young man declared that it was all very cool, and he added that he would use this information, because information that is too valuable should not go to waste. Whether they come back or not, it is simply necessary to save humanity, because it is true. And in a more joyful tone, he said that it was necessary to save him from the hell that might come. A new day has arrived, bringing with it many changes. A young girl, running through the forest, called her dog Mara, not understanding where she could have run off to. The stranger was nervous as she went further and further, but she did not stop, telling her furry pet again and again that it was time for them to return. And while the girl was screaming, some figure appeared right behind her. The man had no intention of doing anything, he was just watching. At the same time, the brunette heard some strange crunching of branches and nervously turned around, again saying the dog's name. Taking a closer look, the girl realized that there was some person hiding behind the trees. This man was Ken-Hu, who, once again, being transported to his world, found himself not where he wanted. The stranger, not understanding what was happening, began to shout that there was a zombie in the forest, and therefore it was necessary to save ourselves. After some time, our hero and Yumin were sitting in the restaurant. The beauty laughed at the story the young man was telling her about the incredible story that had happened to him the day before in the forest. With a serious look, the young man stated that perhaps it had not turned out very well, but that was no reason to call the police. For a moment, the blonde fell silent and looked closely at the guy. Then she asked Ken-Hu about the strange request that the girl teach the boy how to spend money. The young man said that in their day and age, you don't need to spend millions to be comfortable. You can live quite modestly, but with taste, and therefore he didn't understand whether buying an expensive car would be a step too far or not. Yumin stated calmly that Ken-Hu would never waste money, but despite that, he seemed to want to have first-grade experience in life. The young man first looked closely at his girlfriend, and then they simply clinked their glasses, but remained silent. Hearing the young man say that while living a dog's life, sometimes he wants to live like a stately advisor, the blonde said that she thought that for the guy, this was a sign of hypocrisy. However, he said that he could not judge, since he had never tried it. People who make harsh and frivolous statements without having really tried anything are simply stubborn and ignorant sheep. Yumin looked at our hero attentively but was in no hurry to say anything. And then she noted that she had already thought that the guy desired the life of the heir to the conglomerate. Ken-Hu noted that he did not deny this and added that he was too lazy to do serious things, but his childhood as an orphan had nothing to do with it. And even if I had grown up in a complete family, nothing would have changed. Smiling tenderly, Yumin said that the young man was the most adequate of all the men she had met. Closing his eyes, the young man wondered where the girl got so many men from. And he began to ask out loud where the graduate student, a young girl, got such a wealth of experience with men that she could compare, and how she even found so much time to wander around restaurants and meet someone. Yumin started to get capricious, saying that if the guy hadn't called her the day before, she would have worked in the lab all night. She added that the professor who was her supervisor was an extraordinary person. Last year, he had sent ignorant first-year students to observe industrial emissions of toxic waste. Suddenly, the girl changed the topic of conversation to the fact that while Ken-Hu was absent, the results of the study became known. Looking at the computer panel, our hero replied that he had also tried to find out, but the information was difficult to find. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened. He didn't believe that this could happen. The system announced that he was level 26. The young man clearly remembered that he had finished training at level 20. So where did the 26th level come from? But Yumin didn't see all this, and so she continued to talk about the results of the test. For a moment, there was silence in the room, as the blonde did not know how to express her thoughts, and then quickly noted that Ken-Hu's ability rank was missing. The surprised young man could not understand what this meant and how this could even be. Our hero didn't understand how to evaluate this at all, hearing that it doesn't work that way. And while the blonde was saying that they were not in the most appropriate place for conversation, Curson continued to do his job. Armed with his hook, as well as the legendary blade, he continued to destroy the monsters that were still left. But this time everything was different. It seemed that the goblin was also engaged in absorption. A few minutes later, having finished his work, our hero's servant threw the weapon aside. Curson growled loudly, but the reason for this behavior was unknown. Emerged into the light, it heard the system announce that it was now a hobgoblin at level 27. Thanks to the absorption, our hero's friend managed to become stronger and more resilient. Meanwhile, Ken-Hu and Yumin decided to return home. On the table lay a large number of different books that our heroes needed. The young man leafed through one of them very carefully, clearly reading what was written there. Coming out of the bathroom, the blonde noticed that the book was in German, and therefore reading it was probably very difficult. The young man silently thanked his new skill of knowing languages, and out loud he declared that he was quite good at it, and he jokingly added that he was unable to understand the contents. The beauty explained in a calm tone that she knew it would be like this, and therefore prepared a short summary with the main points. Pointing to one of the drawings, the boy said that it reminded him of a virus or bacteria. However, Yumin replied that they were actually red blood cells. And then the blonde began to talk about crystals that accumulate, and which are excellent indicators of the presence of mana, as well as an assessment of rank. And she added that 1 star has a needle-like shape, 3 stars have a triangle-like shape, but the crystals that were taken from the young man are shaped like a circle. And this is quite strange, since something like this has never been seen before except for one example. And with a serious look, she added that this exception is monsters. Our hero didn't know what to answer, and so he looked closely at his girlfriend. At some point, the guy remembered everything that had happened to him over the past few days and became scared. It was so scary that cold sweat appeared on Ken-Hu's face, which even the girl noticed. Suddenly, she screamed that this did not mean that the young man was a monster. It was just a similar feature. Otherwise, he was the same person as other people. The crystal is only a noticeable part, but the influence of mana on the human body itself is enormous. Perhaps the young man belongs to a high rank that has never been seen before. There were rumors that there was even a 5-star rating, But Ken-Hu was clearly above that. He probably had 6. Looking at the young man with an innocent look, the blonde asked what he thought about it. The young man honestly said that at least he now knows for sure that he has some kind of star. And the young man thought to himself that if he looked back, at that moment a message appeared that the body had awakened mana, although he had never been clearly and distinctly informed about what the rating was. Unexpectedly, Yumin started talking about how Ken-Hu once told her that he was level 20. Hearing the young man say that the data had already changed, the beauty's eyes widened, and he happily declared that he now had the 26th level. The girl clapped her hands, not believing that in just 11 days she could pump up her own powers so that her rating would increase by 6 levels. Yumin thought to herself that when her boyfriend returned, he looked like he had become a different person, which meant he had had a very hard time. And she said out loud that this is no longer the level where you can search for the necessary information alone, and therefore isn't it time to find an assistant? The young man objected, saying that this was not necessary. Moreover, he would not want to entrust the secrets of his business to a person whom he could not trust completely. The girl saw that the guy was afraid that someone would find out about him, and said that she herself did not tell anyone, but there is one nuance. It is that they may have already figured something out on their own. Our hero looked at his friend in surprise, not understanding who they were. The beauty continued to say that this was Sejong's institute. Now the guy's surprise knew no bounds, and so he began to ask about this organization. Yumin briefly explained that this place controls everything related to national talents, items, and dungeons, and also manages the ability ranking. But the announcement of the ability rankings was deliberately delayed due to the young man's test results. And after that, our hero was overwhelmed by a wave of love calls. Most likely, the Institute does this on purpose to distract attention. While the guy was saying that he thought it was spam, the girl noted that if we were talking about the director of that organization, then she was quite capable of something like that. Ken-Hu was about to call the Institute because he really wanted to know what exactly they had found out. Hearing this, Yumin felt upset for some reason, stating that it was true. The young man did not understand what upset the blonde so much, and so he looked at her silently. Getting up from his seat, the young man told the girl to come as close to him as possible. A moment later, the hairdryer was turned on to dry Yumin's hair. Trying to dry his beloved's head, our hero asked the girl to continue her research. However, a moment later, hearing that Ken-Hu wanted to buy the equipment for the laboratory himself, the girl said that it was expensive, and besides, it all needed to be put somewhere. The young man said that if all this does not fit into the apartment, then he will buy a big house without strangers, and it will be as strong as a bunker. Our hero was so lost in his dreams that he applied a hot hairdryer directly to the girl's head, who screamed loudly and began to get indignant. Realizing that there had been a small mistake, the guy immediately apologized. Blowing on his wet head, Ken-Hu said that he couldn't continue to sit on Yuming's neck, but she had already decided that the young man had decided to leave her. But the young man did not understand what his girlfriend was talking about, and so he spread his arms wide. The beauty looked at the guy sadly, although she didn't say anything. And then, with all the sincerity he was capable of, our hero happily noted that, of course, he planned to take the girl with him. Suddenly, Yumin looked very carefully at something. She quickly said that upon closer inspection this time, there were many wounds visible on the body. The young man joked that the potion probably wasn't enough, but he thought to himself that he couldn't tell the whole truth about the injuries he'd received. And then, with tenderness in his voice, he said that the wounds would heal quickly enough. Suddenly, Yumin grabbed our hero's hand. When asked what she was doing, the beauty replied that she liked the taste of Ken-Hu's flesh. This answer slightly discouraged the young man, who did not understand what could be tasty there. The blonde immediately retreated, saying that she was just joking, but then told the guy to leave the same teeth mark on her that was now on her hand. The young man didn't know what to say, so he just sat and smiled. He touched Yuming's hair and reached as close to her as possible. Suddenly, the young man pressed the beauty to himself with such force that she did not expect anything like this. The night passed quickly enough, and the city woke up again, enveloped in a pleasant dawn. Yumin was fast asleep, even though the sun was already shining through the window. However, our hero was not nearby. He hurried away before the blonde woke up. Ken-Hu stood in some room and silently looked into the distance. Closing his eyes, he remembered what kind of monster he had to turn into in hell, which caused him great pain. The guy closed his eyes even tighter, as if he wanted to get rid of such memories forever. Bending over, our hero stated out loud that these disgusting memories continued to flash before his eyes. Let it be so, but the guy remembers the battle recorded in the battle helper. And so the young man hoped that he would be able to achieve complete control over it. At the same moment, the system notified the player that he had acquired a fragment. Looking at his hand, Ken-Hu realized with surprise that for some reason the pattern on his hand had changed. The young man tried to look at the picture through a magnifying glass while the computer gave some hints. However, the note was quite confusing and difficult to understand. The guy came to the conclusion that the new ability could be very useful to him during the battle against Ekulami, but not now. At the same time, an idea came to our hero's mind that there might be some connection, that the pattern appeared right now. The young man raised his head and looked somewhere. Park Hui-so stood nearby, asking what the young man had called him for. Seeing that the place of the summoning was a gym, most likely Ken-Hu wanted to fight. The guy laughed and said that the man was too impatient, although if he asked to fight him, then the request could be fulfilled. And he asked his future opponent to stand still for a bit. The old man did not understand what this meant, and so he said that he did not like to just stand there and not move. And he asked what the young man had in mind this time and why there was such urgency to meet. After that, Park Hui-so fell silent and began to study the guy he had seen many times with a stern gaze. Although a moment later he added that Ken-Hu seemed to think that he had an infinite amount of time. Raising his hand, the young man declared that this was much cooler than simple skills. The old man clenched his fist and did not understand what he was talking about again. However, the guy continued to say that he thought that he needed to show Park Hui-so a lot in order for him to believe what he had to say, since a lot had changed since the last time they met. The man looked at the young man in surprise, not believing that he had reached level 26. Hearing how hard it was for the old man to believe this, Ken-Hu said that there was nothing else left anyway. This was the only option. Finally, Park Hui-so said that he now understands why the Institute is silent. There was once a case with a delay in the announcement of the rank, but the story with our hero is an unprecedented case. And he added that the level of gifted people is money, so this is a problem that cannot be taken lightly, because someone will definitely get in touch and talk to the guy. A moment later, the man was already handing Ken-Hu his pince-nez. And now, looking closely into the boy's eyes, the old man said that he now fully realized that the young man was not an arrogant boy. Our hero was pleased to hear this, and therefore he noted that it was high time for the man to change his course. He thanked Ken-Hu for showing such increased interest in the decrepit old man. However, the vines that wrap around his body are not as simple as they seem at first glance. The guy standing to the side demonstratively cleared his throat. And then he said that now Park Hui-so can simply swear allegiance in words, but in the future the man might have to crawl on his knees, begging him to take him under his wing, and he added that perhaps this would happen right after Li Ji-tae was caught. The old man honestly said that he didn't like this impudent look. The young man thought to himself that this blonde man was nothing more than a ladder that he might one day step on. And he asked out loud if the old man could fulfill one small request. And a minute later he said he wanted to introduce one special boy. The men looked at each other attentively, but at the same time they heard that something extremely unusual was happening in the room. Suddenly, some strange black spot appeared on the floor. However, the next minute something started crawling out of him. Park Hui-so couldn't believe what he was seeing. It seemed like something completely impossible. Our hero was prepared for what was to happen, but despite this, his eyes also opened in surprise. The man, not understanding what was happening, immediately summoned his sword, asking what kind of monster had appeared before him. The young man had difficulty restraining the old man, telling him that he should not rush to conclusions. Curson addressed the guy as if he were the boss and asked if he had called him, then said that he hadn't been in touch for a long time, so he was starting to wonder if he had crossed the Rainbow Bridge. The old man's eyes widened even more when he heard this goblin address the young man as boss. However, Curson immediately began to tell that thanks to the scythe that the guy gave him, he managed to deal with Ekulami's henchmen. The man stated that the young man made the monster his subordinate and even had conversations with him, and that was already something amazing. However, if Ken-Hu is asking for a favor, it must be something very important. On the other hand, he's an insignificant goblin with low intelligence. Tom did not like this kind of treatment, and so he immediately turned to the old man. For a moment, Curson was silent, but his eyes were shining. Anger was visible in them. Grabbing Park Hui-so, he continued to shout that how dare he call him a worthless goblin. Holding back the onslaught, the man thought that this creature was not only strong but also fast. However, it is amazing how a goblin can be like this. With calmness in his voice, our hero ordered his servant to calm down a little and stop. Curson listened to the order, but told the old man not to be so arrogant in the future. And again, Ken-Hu said that the goblin was a good fellow, but still he shouldn't go too far. Park Hui-so looked at his opponent carefully as he continued to get angry. Speaking, the young man asked if it was true that this goblin was completely different from those that everyone had heard about. Putting away his sword, the man stated in a calm tone that there were rumors that in the one-star dungeon, an unusual goblin had scared away all the newcomers. With joy in his voice, the guy asked if Miss Doha was feeling well. The man replied that she had to sweat a lot. Hugging Kurson, Ken-Hu asked the old man if he had the opportunity to place this goblin somewhere. Park So was horrified to think that he would have to walk everywhere with the monster, but the young man managed to warn him that this was not the request. It is enough to simply agree on where exactly the goblin will be assigned. For a moment, the guy was silent again, but he was smiling quite slyly. And then he said that it was very important for Kurson to go to the right dungeon. The book of notes found in Hell told a lot of interesting things. After big events in the future, who will be the main character and who will die, and also about how the earth will meet its end. All this is described in detail in this book. And if we talk about the incident that will happen in the near future, then this is the flood that happened in the underground of Mount Cholu. The barrier will be broken in 10 minutes. The catastrophe will somehow be averted. But there is one thing. Later, it will become known about the corrupt conspiracy between the heads of the defense industry and hunters. This will all lead to global chaos in many cities, and it will deprive the country of the opportunity to prepare for subsequent disasters. But this has not happened yet. Our hero understood that he needed to prepare for this in order to prevent it in the future, only of course using his own methods. Lost in thought, one of the Tay clan noted that he had no idea what kind of monster he had just gotten mixed up with. Taking out the stone, the young man calmly stated, "Wasn't it this monster who had just delivered the man such a desired gift?" And then he thanked the man for his efforts in many ways, adding that of course he had his own huge picture in his head. Despite this, our hero doubted whether his earnings were fair. Hearing the old man say that raising the rate like last time would not produce results, the young man said he was ready to bargain. And smiling, he noted that he was ready to double the payment. Park Hui so thought to himself that this bastard was not a thief. He is a real robber, there is no other way to describe it. And he said out loud that if Ken-Hu had not been the only supplier of this product, he would not have been able to remain safe and sound for so long. However, the young man raised his hand and asked the man to listen to the end of what he had to say. And a minute later, he explained that in exchange, he was ready to double the volume of goods. The old man did not understand what had happened, because when he asked to increase the volume of supplies, the guy said that it was not even worth dreaming about, although now it was all very useful. The young man continued to say that he had heard that high-ranking hunters had everything they wanted. However, in a situation where money has completely gone rotten, there is only one reason why a man needs crystal moss. And clenching his fist, he added, "It is necessary in order to become stronger than now." After some time, our heroes were walking down the street, both of them silent. But the man who walked in front of the guys spoke and said that they had practically already arrived. Pointing somewhere, the man said that this was a house that he usually doesn't show, but since the clients want something special, he fell silent. And then, going up the stairs, he added that if the clients want something beautiful and special, then he cannot refuse them. Once inside, the realtor continued to explain that during the dictatorship, the house was started by a paranoid man, and his son, who believed that the North would use nuclear weapons, continued the construction of the bomb shelter that his father had started. When dungeons began to open everywhere, the construction was already completed by the grandson, who believed that one day a monster would emerge from the dungeon and destroy humanity. Our hero thought to himself that the end of humanity, an exaggerated imagination, had become reality. Hearing how secure the house was, the young man thought that the more he listened, the more advantages he found in this design. And just a minute later, Ken-Hu asked why they were showing this building now. While wiping his glasses, the realtor explained that something bad had happened to that grandson. He had been killed near the bunker several years ago. The man, who was afraid of the outside world and therefore locked himself in a bunker, died immediately after leaving it, although the perpetrator was not found. He added that there was only one road leading to the house, of course. There was a surveillance camera installed there, and there was only one entrance to the bunker, but no clues could be found. In addition, the deceased grandson illegally rebuilt the building, so it is difficult to guarantee the reliability of the structures. Looking at Yumin, our hero decided that she would immediately oppose the purchase of such a dubious building. However, the girl ran up to him and said that when the guy moves here, he must install a spectral camera or recording device in case a ghost appears. Realizing that the blonde was happy, the young man said that the house had a bad history, so he could not buy the house at market price, but would pay cash instead. A joyful Yumin asked the realtor to tell the owner that they hoped that he would judge everything fairly. Scratching his head, the man said it was a difficult situation and asked to make just one call. At this time, answering a young man's question about whether girls are scary, she said that all representatives of the fair sex love detective stories and horror films. Suddenly, the realtor approached Ken-Hu and asked him to answer the phone. Our hero did not understand what they wanted to talk to him about, but he did not mind. At that very moment, the young man was alarmed by the fact that the speaker immediately called him by name. The woman said that her name was Do Won-gyun, and that she was the director of Sejong Institute, and she was glad to hear that he was interested in the assets of the gifted management department. And then she said that she had one matter that she wanted to discuss, adding that she would be there very soon. Hearing who it was, Yumin said the woman's name several times in surprise. The blonde wanted to say something else, but at that moment a car drove up to the building. The stunning Do Won-kyung showed off her beauty in all her glory. Running up to our hero, the director immediately grabbed the guy by the hand and declared that she was very glad to meet him. And she immediately added that he looks much better than in the photo. A second later, the woman turned her gaze to Yumin and casually said that she was here too. Turning away slightly, the girl said hello, although it was obvious that she did not want to do so. Do Won-gyun wanted to hurt our hero's girlfriend by noting that she works for a boss who exploits her. But Yumin sarcastically noted that when she worked for the headmistress, her life in the lab was a real paradise. Looking at the verbal altercation, Ken-hu thought to himself that these women were scaring him. A moment later, the lady who had arrived turned back to the guy, noting that it was time for them to get down to business. Answering the director's question about whether our hero was a member of any clan, he honestly answered that this was the case. And then she sarcastically stated that in that case, she would not sell this home to the young man. And adjusting her glasses, she added that they were giving away the housing for free. In addition to this, they would give an annual salary of 80 million won, a pension for government employees. As Do Won-gyun listed all the privileges, the guy's eyes widened even more. However, at the very end, the director said that in exchange, she wanted the young man to work in their laboratory. The woman knew that Ken-hu didn't know anything about this, so she said that he would only have to undergo a few tests and, if necessary, have his blood tested a couple of times. Our hero decided to himself that he was being treated like a guinea pig, but out loud, he said that he was very grateful. But did he really look like someone who didn't have enough money? The director answered harshly that Ken-hu would not buy this building for any amount of money and asked if the guy liked to dodge the answer or joke around. Then Do Won-gyun proudly declared that every minute counts for her. And so the young man either refuses or accepts the offer, and they begin to discuss the details. The young man proudly said that he was setting his own conditions, which were that information about him would never be disclosed to third parties, even if he decided to become a member of some clan. And at the end he added, realizing that it was not easy, it would give time for reflection. Within a minute, the man and woman shook hands. Although at that very second, the director said that she agreed to such conditions, and also, if the guy needed something, he could say so right away. Looking at the uninvited guest in surprise, our hero was surprised that she agreed so easily, because the results of all studies are always passed on to higher authorities. Smiling, the boss thought that she had to carefully hide the information she had received, because she knew something about the guy's body. The woman looked closely at the slightly confused young man. She continued to think that perhaps with Ken-hu's help, the secret plan could be put into action. The heavy rain that never stopped did not stop a certain person from moving down the street. Moreover, he was dragging some kind of huge backpack behind him. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of the guy and ordered him to stand and introduce himself. Showing his ID, the young man stated that he was a hunter and had come to visit the Cholu dungeon. One of the guards, who had the ranker at gunpoint, asked for what purpose this was done. Standing with his hands raised, the man stated that the return of Ha Seong-jin's team, which had set out on an expedition a week ago, was delayed, and according to the instructions, if people did not contact him within 6 days, he was to deliver supplies. Holding some documents in his hands, the guy shouted that he would just take this and immediately leave the dungeon with the help of the scroll of return. After looking at the data, the guard said that in fact the team had not appeared for 7 days. And so the old-timers decided that this man actually brought supplies, so they could let him through. And finally, one of the guards said that recently there have been a lot of changes in the dungeon, and therefore upon entering you can immediately encounter monsters. Therefore it is necessary to be extremely careful. Having heard all the instructions, the stranger dragged his suitcase to the entrance. Not much time had passed, and he was already passing through the portal, peering into what was on the other side. At first glance, everything around was quite quiet, although the viscous atmosphere was slightly frightening. However, the very next moment the ranker stopped because he noticed something. It was our goblin Kurson who loudly announced that it looked like they were there. Kirak, who obviously knew the goblin, asked him if it was true that his work was finished. Waving the guest away, our hero's servant noted that this was so he could go. Looking at everything that was happening with horror, the boy thought that for the first time he had come across a talking monster. although the young man had no idea why Mr. Parquet needed all this. Grabbing the piece of paper, Kirik thought that having completed this work, he no longer owed the old man anything. And in a moment, having torn the parchment, there was no trace left of the guest. The goblin thought to himself that he had met an amazing hunter, one who would immediately run away upon seeing a monster. Curson's eyes were shining. It was clear that he was following some kind of plan. The goblin thought for a moment, remembering the man's instructions. They touched on the fact that it takes ordinary hunters about a week to clear this kind of dungeon. Grabbing his scythe, the goblin looked back and said out loud that these were pathetic little people. And smiling sarcastically, he added that he would be able to complete it in just 3 days. At the same moment, somewhere else, a book fell. It was quite noisy in the large company building. The reason for this was a girl who was running after an insect with some kind of spray. Entering the room, our hero asked Yumin what happened, seeing how she was trying to burn the room down. She looked at Ken-Hu with confusion and said that she had just committed a massacre. The beauty said that for some reason, the largest mosquitoes live in this place, but the strange thing is that they couldn't kill him. He's not afraid of poison, and so she decided to try fire. Yumin nervously said that the grandson was killed by those mosquitoes, and our hero thought to himself that he was trying to find out if it was possible to control his followers in an unconscious state, but the girl killed the insect faster. Answering the blonde's question about what the young man had done, he said that he had bought shares. Looking at him in surprise, she asked if the young man could really do that too. Grabbing the phone, Yumin asked to look at them. Looking at the screen in surprise, the beauty asked if the young man had really been told that an atomic bomb would fall on Seoul. Jokingly, our hero replied that if he had had such information, he would have immediately left the country. However, Yumin still didn't understand why, in that case, Ken-Hu was only selling shares of the company that were bringing in good profits. The next moment, the girl thought that the guy had acted stupidly and he was thinking that it looked stupid, but our hero knows the future, and therefore it was the right investment. And in a moment, the young man thought about what he had to do. It's about laying a foundation that is no less than the Tae-sun clan. It's a necessary plan to put the plan into action. Pointing to a book lying on the table, the girl asked what it was, noting that the guy carried it with him everywhere. Taking this book, the young man asked the girl not to be surprised. And then he said that in front of her was a doomsday diary, a record of the extinction of humanity. Yumin asked again about the diary with fear in her eyes. And then she asked in fear if the young man had also contracted the second type of disease that people with abilities in the early stages of awakening suffer from. The beauty started screaming that the guy was adding names to his skill. And she added that the young man strikes a pose and pretends to be the coolest one. Seeing how upset the girl was, Ken-Hu asked if he would do such a thing, even though Doomsday Diary is a really cool name. And the next moment, Yumin fell onto the sofa and started laughing loudly, not paying attention to how the guy said that it was all genuine. Hearing that the young man had received a message, the blonde asked if they were writing to him from the laboratory. Smiling, Ken-Hu read that the package had been delivered. The young man thought to himself that everything was great, but out loud, he said that this was the cornerstone of his magnificent debut. Once again, Yumin looked at our hero in surprise, not understanding what was being discussed. And patting the guy on the shoulder, she asked if this was also written in the Doomsday Diary, seeing how angry the young man was. The young man did not want to argue, and so he turned away offended, while the beauty continued to mock the diary she had found. The next day, people gathered near an unknown building. Our hero was also standing there, looking attentively somewhere. Looking around, Ken-Hu thought that no one knew how dangerous this quiet and peaceful place would become. And the place was actually quite picturesque and also crowded. And once again, the guy thought about the fact that soon here, in the Chondu dungeon, the beginning of the destruction of humanity would begin. The flood in this dungeon will become a flashpoint. And the guy who spent his whole life at the bottom, sifting through wastewater and collecting fragments of crystal moss, will be reborn again. The young man understood that everything was not just like that. Everything was completely different. And the reason is that he will be reborn again, because now he is the savior of humanity. Ken-Hu stood on the observation deck, his gaze still directed downwards. Looking around, he thought that it must be somewhere nearby. Suddenly, the young man turned his head and noticed a man in a civil servant's uniform taking photographs. And indeed, he was a completely unremarkable man who was absorbed in his occupation. His name was Kang Chae-chul, the first person to discover the flood in the dungeon. Our hero decided not to waste time, and so he approached the stranger and greeted him. Ken-Hu immediately asked the man what he was doing in these parts, but the man asked in bewilderment why the young man was so worried about it. Smiling and showing his ID, the young man calmly replied that he was just a hunter who was very interested in the Cholu dungeon. The man honestly said that the guy didn't look much like the local hunters. And he added that Ken-Hu said that among such a huge number of dungeons, he was interested in this one, which looks extremely suspicious. However, the young man did not lose his composure, explaining that he was a newbie and therefore had many different interests, after which he asked what the man was filming. Kang Che-chul stated that he could answer, but it was unlikely that a newbie would understand all of this. And then he started saying that he was conducting a study to see if it was possible to predict the possibility of monsters appearing by looking at the entrance to a changing type dungeon. And for this purpose, he was observing this place every day and taking pictures. Our hero noted that he seemed to have heard something about this. They say that the conditions inside the dungeon also change quite often. The man explained that everything was complicated. This dungeon seemed to be something unpredictable because its landscape and structure were constantly changing, and there was a more serious problem. The entrance to the dungeon is unstable, so unlike places of a fixed type, monsters can break out of these gates. The guy thought for a moment and said with a serious expression that they would be faced with a truly huge disaster if a monster suddenly appeared in the center of Seoul. However, the researcher immediately stated that there was no need to worry too much about this, because local hunters and military units were stationed around the perimeter in case of such an event. He added that, most likely, he is simply too concerned about the situation, although it is embarrassing to talk about it, but that is precisely why no one is interested in his research. Even if the monster does appear, it won't be able to break through the barrier unless what happened in the Pike 2 dungeon happens. In dungeons with changing types, the number of monsters increases explosively. As the population becomes uncontrollable, huge numbers of individuals emerge from the underground, known as a flood. Many people said that at the same time in North Korea, in the Pike 2 region, a huge mushroom cloud was recorded. Scratching his head, Kang Che-chul began to guiltily say that he had touched on a very serious topic that was completely out of line with what was happening now. He added that he is often told that he is simply worrying for no reason. As the man continued to take pictures, our hero thought that the man did not realize how important the information he had been collecting over the years would be. This man is truly great, although he asked out loud how things are now. The man noted that it was difficult for him to say anything because the shape of the dungeon looked strange. A little shy, Ken-Hu asked if he could look at the photos he had taken. Kang Che-chul also felt awkward. He said that he took pictures just in case and he was ashamed. It was too early to make meaningful comparisons. However, for the young man this did not matter, because he knew how everything would be in the future. The young man studied the photo carefully, thinking about something of his own. Turning to his new acquaintance, our hero declared that he could say one thing for sure. The day will come when this research will become a great hope for all mankind, so he should be proud of himself. And then waving his hand, he noted that it was time for him to go. Standing there in confusion, Kang Che-chul didn't understand who this guy was or what he said. Looking at the phone, he thought that for the first time someone hadn't laughed at him. However, suddenly something surprised the man. It seemed that he realized something that he had not noticed before. The researcher peered into the crowd, trying to spot the young man who was no longer there. The reason was that this man did not give his name, but Ken-Hu knew it from somewhere. Life in the city was peaceful. Everyone was going somewhere or meeting someone. Holding the Doomsday Notebook, the guy thought that the photo was identical to the one he just saw. And then for a moment our hero fell silent again. The reason was that everything that was happening was understood. It seemed that everything was prepared at the proper level. But according to records, just 10 minutes after the flood, the wall collapsed and all hell broke loose in the Hapcheon-dong area. That's true, but there was still some nuance. In reality, it was only supposed to happen in 2 months, but Ken-Hu sped things up a bit. It was for this reason that our hero allowed Kurson to wander around the dungeon as much as he wanted. But such a chance might not present itself again. If a dungeon opens, talented people go there to hunt monsters. But this is just a training period. Now that the game the boy saw begins, as expected, he won't be able to survive as a simple hunter, then maybe he needs to become the head of the clan. It will be quite easy to deal with this. However, the young man needs something more. He needs to climb higher, to have the opportunity to reach for the sky, to become much better and stronger. Our hero must become strong enough to grab the star with his hands. The next moment, Ken-Hu noticed the flying fluff. These were faded dandelions from which the wind had blown away the last fluff. Everything around was as usual. Some were riding bicycles. Some were just walking in the park. It seemed like a normal day in a peaceful and calm city. The young man thought again that no one had any idea what could happen, and that there was peace and quiet all around. Moreover, the atmosphere is so serene that you involuntarily begin to feel anxious. And again the young man looked somewhere with a feeling of slight sadness. Stepping on the ground and feeling a slight tremor, he thought that it had begun. Suddenly rocks began to fall from the mountain. and so quickly that no one expected it. With joy in his voice, the boy triumphantly shouted that the flood was beginning. And a moment later, he added that Curson had done a wonderful job. Night quickly fell over the city, but what was important was not that, but that helicopters were launched into the sky. Journalists reported that they were in the Cholu area, where information had come from about a monster breakthrough, and there was continuous shooting behind the wall. So far, the soldiers have been able to cope, but the monsters are appearing from the dungeon in an endless stream, so it is necessary to continue monitoring the situation. At this time, the military and hunters were already gathering at the site, realizing that it was necessary to act preemptively. The crowd was angry, realizing that the situation could get out of control. One of the men thought that this couldn't have happened, although perhaps some hunter had intervened, or it was simply the changing dungeon that was the cause. At this moment, the subordinate reported that the first line of defense had been broken through. The second was blocking the monsters on the approaches, but due to the rapid number of creatures, the second line would not hold out for long. And switching to a shout, he declared that it was necessary to urgently report about the flood of monsters. But he said that in the nearby area alone there were 20,000 people living, and if a state of emergency were declared, panic would begin. And he thought to himself that if he reported this situation now, the responsibility that lay on him would increase many times over. Then the conversation turned to Commander Dae-sung, with whom there was no contact and who went to sleep with the isolated hunters. As for Lee Ji-tae, he is in Switzerland and therefore cannot come either. It turned out that only a few clans could come to the rescue, and even then, they all needed time to gather and get to the place. The man understood that the situation was getting worse with each passing minute. And if the clan leaders did not arrive, then the authorities would hold him accountable, and it would be bad. Pointing to the flow that was observed ahead, one of the subordinates announced to the branch manager that the second line of defense had been broken through. The man looked ahead in horror, not believing that such a thing was even possible. And so the next minute, he ordered all the hunters to get ready, realizing that it would be quite difficult. At that very moment, a rat man appeared from behind the wall, clearly thirsting for human sacrifices. The leader thought they were more challenging opponents than goblins or orcs, but hoped his skills would come in handy. However, before the men could do anything, they heard a wild roar that stopped them. The ratmen pressed harder and harder with each passing minute, hoping that they would be able to get out from behind the fence. And just a moment later, the entities managed to climb over the railing and find themselves free. The hunters also did not stand idle. They rushed into battle, realizing that the fate of the city depended on them. The commander noted with horror that there were too few of them, and therefore the flow could not be stopped. The best thing he could do with his roar skill was to buy time. And just as the man relaxed a little, he noticed that the protective wall began to crack, which was a real disaster. And then what everyone had feared happened. The protective fence collapsed. The flying rocks threw everyone aside, including the hunters. The same fate befell the branch manager, who had hoped that it would not fail after all. One of the assistants immediately approached the chief and asked how he was feeling. Rubbing his bruised head, the man said he was fine, but wanted to know about the general situation. However, a minute later, he no longer had time for this, as his attention was drawn to what was ahead. Pointing at the monster, he shouted that there was a boss monster at the entrance. It was a level 28 werewolf, growling and baring his teeth. Coming out of the dungeon, the monster began to roar and scream, demonstrating all its strength and power. The young man, looking at this with horror, thought that it was beyond their strength, since there was none of the captains to engage in combat with this creature. The next minute, the hunter felt someone's hand on his shoulder. The man nervously raised his head to see who was next to him. However, the light from the lanterns obscured the image of the man, and so the captain thought that Captain Dae-sung had come to the rescue. Smiling, Ken-hu declared that although he was not the captain that everyone wanted to see, from now on, everyone could trust him. The man asked in a frightened voice who the young man was. At this point, reporters were shouting that the wall had collapsed and that an endless stream of ratmen was pouring out of the hole in the wall. Despite this, some unknown person headed alone towards the horde of monsters. Having immediately begun the fight, our hero shouted that from this moment the plan to save humanity begins. The young man dealt quite deftly with the entities that kept flying off in different directions. The young man was extremely determined. He understood that this was his chance. The level 17 ratmen had no intention of giving up, so they prepared their weapons and waited. Smiling, the guy said that none of them even had a nickname. And having easily dealt with them, he declared that these creatures would be good for stretching the body a little. The guy decided to take a little breather, but at that moment a new party of opponents decided to attack him. However, they suffered the same fate as their comrades. The young man understood that this was still a battle. and therefore he had to fight in such a way as not to be injured. This is not hell. There is no possibility of losing in this place, and Ken Hu understood this very well. And so, having gathered all his strength, our hero masterfully coped with his task. A moment later, looking around, he saw that all the ratmen who were nearby were destroyed. The guy managed to do this with just one blow, and quite quickly. The hunters also noticed this, not understanding what the true nature of this young man was. At the same time, Ken Hu himself did not understand why the monsters died from just one blow, because this should not happen. And then I thought that these ratmen were much weaker than those who lived in hell. In this case, it will be much easier to fight them. Stretching out his hand, the young man thought that first he needed to complete his plan. By activating the domination skill, the guy once again dealt damage to his opponents. However, it seemed that the guy was not at all happy about this, since all this came very easily to him. At the same time, the hunters, carefully observing all this, did not believe that such a thing was even possible. But the guy was determined, knowing why he was doing all this. Suddenly, the wolf, who had been standing at the entrance all this time, moved forward. The commander thought that this time everything was really very dangerous. The monster was not going to give up. His whole look showed hatred and a desire to show what he was capable of. Addressing the main man, one of the hunters stated that the monster had begun to move, and therefore everyone needed to get ready. Taking a defensive stance, Ken Hu noted that the Ratman boss had arrived just in time, and he, approaching as close as possible, growled even louder. But this didn't frighten the young man at all. He smiled, waiting for them to attack him. And when this happened, he thought that it was this creature that would show him whether the raid in hell was successful. Seeing what was happening, one of the hunters shouted to our hero that this was not an enemy to be looked down upon. He added that the young man could face death, and therefore he needed to dodge rather than attack. However, something happened that many did not expect. Our hero not only remained unharmed, but also victoriously pinned his opponent to the ground. The guy wasn't going to finish with this boss so quickly, and so after a while he stood up again and started growling. Ken Hu was not at all embarrassed by this, and so he began hand-to-hand combat. The competition seemed to bring great pleasure to the young man, who felt like a king on the court. For a moment it even seemed that the wolf was tired of the man's attacks. All he could do was sit and growl loudly while the young man put the plan into action. And once again those gathered noticed how the unknown boy very easily dealt with his opponent. After some time, the exhausted animal was already lying on the ground. This gave our hero a chance to catch his breath, although he did not look tired. And just a minute later, Ken Hu, turning to the enemy, declared that he should not dare to surrender so quickly. The wolf looked closely at the guy who felt like a real leader in this fight. Seeing the picture of the guy standing on the animal, one of the hunters said what was happening. The main monster was wagging its tail like an obedient dog. And after that, the guy started discussing a young man whom for some reason no one knew or had seen before. After this, one of the hunters added that it was the first time he had seen monsters eliminated in this way, suggesting that it was some kind of special skill. However, the other man didn't like something about this whole situation. All monsters are unanimously hostile towards people, even those that are much weaker. But in this case, everything is completely different, because the guy did whatever he wanted. It is quite possible that all these entities considered the young man a monster. There was a moment of silence, and so Ken Hu had the opportunity to go out to the hunters. But before he could reach them, he turned his head and said out loud that this would not do, because he had absolutely no manners. And the next minute, our hero was already returning back with decisive steps. Holding a dart filled with the blood of the hungry, the boy said he wanted to give one small injection. Hearing this, the wolf jumped over the fence in one fell swoop so quickly that it seemed he could no longer be caught. But our hero decided to connect the web to stop his fugitive. It was an unusual web, but it still reached its destination very quickly. And then the next minute, the wolf was already practically at the ground. Turning around, Ken Hu declared that from now on, the monster would become much stronger. It seemed that in essence, some strong changes were actually beginning to take place. His fur began to change, and at the same time, the wolf growled in a way he had never growled before. The hunters expected to see anything but this, and therefore could not move from the spot. The reason was that the already creepy monster now began to look more frightening. It seemed that some secret powers had awakened within it. Looking at the results of his work, the guy thought that his protege was obliged to instill fear and horror. The captain noted with horror that even the appearance of this wolf had changed. Looking at the way he growled, the man believed that this was truly the end. It was actually scary because no one present knew what to do next. The quarreled leader thought that one howl had enormous power. At least one of the vice captains should be here. That is why the man was not going to do anything, because it was very dangerous. The enraged beast stood at this time in all its glory, although it also did not intend to do anything. What was also frightening was that the number of werewolves had increased significantly. It was beyond their strength. It was impossible to do anything. Gritting his teeth, the manager thought that the flood was not a disaster that they could cope with, even if they tried their best. This was partly true, as the group was about to be attacked by a werewolf, mired in madness, who was level 38. Our hero calmly noted that the wolf had managed to rise 10 whole levels. If this had been in hell, Ken-Hu would have immediately started running upon seeing such a thing. But there is a difference in difficulty between this place and hell, or rather a difference in the assignment of levels. Showing his beautiful smile once again, the young man declared that it was time to play. Roaring like a wild beast, the system informed the young man that all his knowledge and skills had been activated. Before the guy could think about anything else, the hungry beast immediately began to growl, wanting to attack the ranker. One of the hunters, realizing what was happening, began to scream loudly, worried about Ken-Hu. But a moment later, a strong light illuminated him, and the wind almost knocked him off his feet. These were the tricks of the wolf, who looked angrily at his opponent. The guy also kept his eyes on his opponent, but there was no fear on his face. It seemed that the monster understood this, and therefore came close to our hero and growled even louder. The young man immediately, with one quick movement, held back the attacker's paw, letting him know that this trick wouldn't work with him. And out loud, addressing his opponent, he noted that it seemed that thirst had finally driven him crazy. He had completely forgotten how he had been beaten just recently. And this was true because the wolf did not want to reconcile himself and start listening to our hero, but continued to rage just as fiercely. Swinging his arm, the young man angrily declared that his throat was also dry. However, the next moment something caught the guy's attention, which immediately distracted him for a moment. It was another wolf that suddenly jumped out of nowhere, also intending to participate in the battle. Finding himself among the pack, Ken-Hu said that it was nice to see them working together, and added that they were much more entertaining than the rat men. Seeing what was happening, the hunters covered their eyes with their hands again. They thought that getting involved in that battle now would be akin to suicide. They needed to run away quickly. And only the branch representative watched everything that was happening attentively. He thought that he was too pathetic. That guy was risking his life to fulfill the role assigned to the rankers, and they were unable to even move from fear. And clenching his teeth, he continued to think that such behavior was humiliating for a hunter. However, Ken-Hu had no time to think. He knew that he had to fight, which is what he did. The young man realized that it was a little easier than hell, although it did not feel like an ordinary walk. At the same time, I couldn't approach this carelessly, since it was still dangerous. But the guy was going to show everything he was capable of, and so he told the monsters to fight at full strength. All this is necessary for his magnificent debut in the field. At that very second, the wolf growled even louder, as if to make it clear that everything was perfectly clear to him. Suddenly, something happened that no one expected. The leader, who had been reproaching himself all this time, jumped and struck the monster. Standing on his feet, he asked the guy how he felt, if everything was okay. The man looked closely at our hero. It seemed that something had alarmed him. There was something strange in the young man's eyes, but it was definitely not gratitude. Turning to the hunter, Ken-Hu wondered where this man was going, what he was even thinking. He would be easily torn to pieces, but he was not going to leave. He was closely watching everything that was happening, thinking what he should do. Suddenly, the white wolf appeared behind the leader, but our hero arrived in time and saved the man from death. And just a minute later, having jumped over the assistant, the young man was ready to head somewhere further. The young man quickly grabbed the beast by the tongue, realizing that there was not a minute to lose. Looking at this with horror, the leader did not understand what the daredevil was going to do. What happened next could not be described in words. It was something terrible and scary. It's not surprising that the relatives froze for a while. And just a minute later, the wolf rushed towards where Ken-Hu stood, intending to avenge the white wolf. The guy, continuing to hold his tongue, shouted, "Are they really related?" Suddenly, the guy looked away but continued to stand in his place. He looked at the figure of the fierce beast that stood right behind him. Smiling sarcastically, the young man declared that he had forgotten about this monster that needed to be petted. Although a second later, this wolf bowed before our hero. Taking advantage of the moment, the hunters decided to do their part to inflict damage on the beast, realizing that they were capable of doing so. The boys, raising their weapons, rejoiced that luck had smiled upon them. Realizing that it was all over, at least for this time, the men approached the beast to retrieve their swords and axes. And again, the young people were happy that everything ended so well and successfully. It seemed that these people were ready to celebrate for a very long time, because their joy knew no bounds. However, a moment later, the hunters looked at the defeated beast, which even now instilled fear in them. Some kind of genuine horror could be seen in their eyes, although the reason was unclear. At the same time, Ken-Hu was not embarrassed by anything. He stood confidently and looked at the rankers. And then he asked why the hunters had stopped dead in their tracks if the flood had not yet ended, and added that the ratmen were still running out, and therefore it was necessary to restore order. One of the hunters said in a frightened voice that the young man was absolutely right, and therefore they would do so. The leader shouted that the boss had been captured, and now it was necessary to drive the ratmen back and restore order on the front line. For the first time that evening, our hero was able to relax and look at the starry sky. He thought that less than 2 hours had passed. It was a duet, but the effect was weak. Suddenly the hunter turned to the guy, interrupting his thoughts. He closed his eyes and then reached for his cap as if he was ready to take it off. After doing so, the man said that his name was Seo Tai Kang, and that he was the leader of the all-powerful Alliance branch in Gangbook. Looking at this young man, Ken-Hu thought that it was said that the average level of the almighty Alliance hunters had dropped significantly. But with this level, they could very well be in the top 10 in the country. For a moment, the young man froze, thinking about his next steps. However, he then bowed and said that it was dangerous. But thanks to the leader, his life was saved. But So Tai Kang couldn't understand how the young man could thank him if he had single-handedly dealt with a werewolf who could tear everyone to pieces. And while our hero continued to bow, the man looked somewhere to the side. It turned out that the young people were caught on camera. The correspondent said that it looked like the situation had been resolved, and an unknown hunter had helped with this. Less than a minute had passed, and Ken-Hu had already begun to be interviewed. Everyone was interested in what clan he belonged to. The assembled journalists did not tire of photographing the young man and asking him numerous questions. The boy who had been silent up until this point now cleared his throat, preparing to make a statement. Finally, he greeted everyone in a confident tone and stated his name. The young man said that even though he was a newbie, he would work even harder to protect the country's citizens. This was the moment of glory for which our hero had worked so long and hard. He thought to himself that this was a pretty good scenario. Ken-Hu remembered his past life, in which he had to move from orphanage to orphanage. He also remembered the time when he dug through the sewage in search of remnants of crystal moss. But now all that was far behind him. The young man wanted to be watched very closely. The reason was that this was only the very beginning. With the simplicity characteristic of our hero, he scratched the back of his head and smiled, wanting to seem like a completely ordinary guy. After some time, there was a debate in the studio about what had just happened in the dungeon. It was also interesting that people also spoke about our hero, leaving their comments. The researchers discussed Ken-Hu's strengths and how he was able to deal with the ratmen so easily. People argued, saying that the guy definitely had more than one skill, because he did everything very quickly and professionally. On the other hand, it seemed like many people didn't understand whether one ranker could have so many skills. The thing is that people are born with something like this. It is very rare that something new is acquired during training. And so there was no consensus about what this young man was like or what else he was capable of. All those gathered agreed on the only thing, that if such a strong player appeared in their country, then the prestige of their country would only grow. Du Wanjian, who was closely watching the broadcast, called everyone gathered there real fools. It seemed that the woman could not hide all those details that others did not see. The main problem was that the young man easily intimidated the ratmen with his mere presence. Although at the same time, Ken-Hu did not even hold any weapon in his hands, but simply stood silently. The director recalled that she had seen something similar in the past. It happened in the dungeons. And suddenly, for a moment, the woman remembered our hero, but only to say out loud that only a monster and no one but a monster is capable of frightening with just their presence. And then Du Wanjian thought that given that Ken-Hu's blood crystals were similar to those of monsters, but the thought stopped there. The woman leaned back in her chair and began to scold herself for such thoughts. But the ratmen's reaction was close to being petrified with fear. And then in the guy's actions, there was no hint of using a skill that could be called the highest. At that very moment, the director's assistant knocked on the door, looking extremely depressed. The boss immediately started yelling at Lee Si-wan, saying that she had asked him not to distract her. The man began to justify himself with a trembling voice, pointing to the phone. In an irritated voice, the woman asked what had happened and asked him to hurry up with the answer. The young man mumbled something about the Bravo Hotel and that the director would figure it out herself. Du Wanjian began shouting as she said that the employee had come to her to tell her that she was being called from some motel, and on top of that, it was unclear who it was. Bowing, the frightened Lee Si-wan spoke of a certain blue house. When answering the phone, the woman immediately stated that she was very busy and therefore had no time for nonsense. On the other end of the line, a male voice politely introduced himself and said that his name was Park Ji-Yu, and that he was the chief secretary. The manager obviously knew this person and therefore said that they had not communicated for a long time. The woman thought to herself that these people began to act faster than before. She heard the man reproach her for having mispronounced his name, but the director did not care, so the lady noted that she was very busy. Do Won-gyun wondered if the president had developed an interest in the gifted management department after hearing that they needed a new recruit. Park Ji-woo heard that the woman did not understand why there was such a sharp interest in those who had never even been asked about. The manager did not back down and asked if they were perhaps going to take a photo and give a reward. The young man did not like this tone, but he calmly said that he did not expect anything else from her. And he added that he wanted to tell her directly, "This is the Tae-sun clan." The woman did not answer, and therefore he had to contact her personally. The director stated in a businesslike manner that they themselves did not know anything about Ken-hu, because the rank measurement machine was out of order. The man knew it was a lie, saying so outright and adding that they were trying to get the guy for a project the gifted management department was implementing. Do Won-gyun thought to herself that the secretary knew everything, but for some reason was asking stupid questions. He noticed the displeasure in the voice and also thought that for some reason the woman had decided to be cheeky. Park Ji-woo once again said that they understand that everyone is deliberately delaying the announcement of the participants' ranks, and asked to find out at least a day earlier what everyone's scores were. And in a calmer tone, he asked if they had come to an agreement. For a moment, the director thought and said out loud that she herself did not know. The man decided that perhaps it would be best for him to throw the bait. And so he began to talk about some millions that Tae-sun had been donating over the past few years to the Hunters Fund, managed by the Gifted Management Department. The leader understood the gist. The support was 1 billion, but after the Tae-sun clan provided assistance, the amount had now jumped 100-fold in a few weeks. The woman understood that if she did not accept the offer, she would be in great danger, because then Ken-hu could be lost to the government and the Tae-sun clan. The man smiled, realizing that his game was won and hoped that the lady would soon agree. It was a correct calculation, because Do Won-gyun gave a positive answer a few seconds later. The blonde said that she would hand over the documents right away, but you shouldn't be too surprised. The secretary calmly stated that after what he had seen the day before, it was unlikely that anything could shock him, although sometimes such things did happen. And he added that each of them should wear ankle bracelets. The woman was surprised and did not understand why this was said, and therefore remained silent. Although a moment later she added that the man thought rather strangely about gifted people. Do Won-gyun didn't want to waste time talking, so she said that she had sent all the materials and was hanging up. Having immediately transferred the data to the clan, Park Ji-woo thought that the job was done. Now all that was left was to wait for the money transfer from Tae-sun. Having received the message, the young man was delighted, hoping that everything had worked out. However, after reading that communication was being terminated because the promise was not fulfilled, the secretary did not understand what was wrong. The man's eyes widened in surprise, and he seemed to understand what was being said. Immediately reaching for the TV remote control, he came across the latest news. It said that the results of the assessment by the Department of Gifted Management had just been published. With anger on his face, the man said that the director had already made everything public and had done it so quickly. The director, who was also watching the news, smiled, realizing that everything was going as it should. The secretary stood up from his seat and hit the table so hard that the glass of wine fell. At this time, on the other side of the city, hot water was running in the shower. Our hero stood under the stream with pleasure, relaxed and forgotten. Entering the bedroom, Yumin immediately told the guy that the world was going crazy right now because his rating was 5 stars. The news said that it is not yet clear how reliable the information about 5 stars is, since newcomers have never had more than 3 stars before, but one cannot help but believe the data. And then some researcher spoke, who said that increasing the grade is not an easy task. Moreover, for everyone there is a maximum level. After this, the man began to say that apparently, our hero is much stronger than all known rankers. Although another speaker noted that level matters, one should also not forget about experience and skills, which are very important in battle. And again, there were arguments on the air about the fact that these were not yet final conclusions, and therefore, it was not worth talking so loudly about the young man's talent. On the other hand, everyone was interested in where this real talent was hiding all the time, which for some reason had never been tested before. However, despite this, Ken-hu still amazed everyone, especially after what happened with the breakthrough. The young man said that they were having a good time, while Yumin noted that the calls kept coming in. In addition to calls from hunters, there are also invitations for interviews and to participate in advertising campaigns, and there are even a couple of offers from game developers. Our hero remembered the saying that if you become famous, You will be paid even for going to the toilet." Suddenly, the guy told the girl to ignore it, adding that what was more important was what happened to the stock price after the flood. The blonde said that since the national disaster is still in the process of being eliminated, the price is naturally decreasing, and therefore the profit has already reached 30%. The girl wondered what they would do in this case. The young man said that since they were in the black, they should buy every single one of the Tae-sun clan's shares. The beauty did not understand why they should do this, since they would not be able to avoid losses due to the plan to conquer the north. Yumin looked at the young man carefully, as if she had realized something, and he, smiling, noted that everything was correct, although he did not specify what he was talking about. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Kenhu said that this man would definitely take action. The blonde is very smart. He will never miss his opportunity. Everyone knew about it. The main reason was that the young man was built that way. An unknown car was moving slowly along a country road. Not much time passed, and the car had already pulled up to the house where Kenhu lived. Soon Park Huiso appeared, getting out of the car and looking towards the mansion. Coming out into the street, the young man, with his characteristic simplicity, declared that the man had come such a long way to visit his modest home, and then suggested going inside. The old man said with a stern voice that he would like to take a walk and look around the area. A few minutes later, the men were already walking through the nearby forest. A Tae clan member began to talk about a certain influential businessman who began to look into the state of the dungeon industry. And then he abruptly switched to whether the guy was happy with his assessment, who in turn thanked the man for creating a good disguise. After a short pause, Park Hui-seo stated that he was glad that the young man was happy with everything. But there was something else. Suddenly, some noise was heard, and our hero looked somewhere attentively. Kenhu wondered out loud what this meant as the system announced that as a result of activating the title of the strongest of hell, the abilities would increase by level. The old man looked at the boy in surprise and said the word flood out loud, although it was unclear what he meant. However, after a minute, he asked whether the young man had anything to do with this. Laughing, the young man said that he was sure that the answer was already known. The old man began to get angry. He shouted what our hero would do if something unexpected or serious happened. Park Huiso began to attack his opponent, who skillfully dodged the blows. And the young man at that moment was shouting that he never planned something that he can't handle. And besides, he didn't even use half of his abilities. Our hero simply blocked the invasion of those creatures without a single damage. Looking at our hero, the Tae clan member once again asked how the guy, in addition to commanding monsters, could have sunk to the level of a flood. What was the purpose of all this? Was it really to raise his price? A moment later, the man suggested that Kenhu simply lacked fame, since he was lagging behind other famous people. While the men were talking, the battle was actively continuing. Our hero, with his metal hand, easily grabbed the blade of the enemy's sword. It seemed that the young man felt absolutely confident on the battlefield. This was the environment that was understandable and familiar to the young man, to which he had become very accustomed over the months of training. And so again and again, Kenhu not only defended himself, but also masterfully struck. Sometime later, the guy started talking about how he liked all the options that had been voiced. However, in response, I heard only unflattering words addressed to me. And again, the old man hastened to strike the young man with his blade, who immediately jumped back very quickly. Park Hui so immediately said that during the time they had not seen each other, our hero had acquired a wonderful new weapon. The young man did not answer, but thought to himself that he had heard that a sword in the form of a cane breaks easily. But the fact that he remained intact after his encounter with gluttony speaks for itself. It is definitely an artifact. The old man, understanding what our hero was thinking, said out loud that no matter how strong the sword was, it was useless in the hands of an amateur. After this, the men decided to fight again, if at full strength, then enough to show themselves. This led to the fact that within a minute, each of them found themselves on opposite sides of the clearing, which served as a kind of ring, and the man spoke again, with some anger in his voice. He stated the fact that during the time that they had not seen each other, the young man's abilities had also increased. Park Hui-seo was surprised, but despite this, he now wanted to win even more in a fair fight. Kenhu, trying to catch his breath, asked why his acquaintance was acting like this, and added that the flood in the Cholu dungeon would have eventually happened one way or another. But instead of letting things slide, the guy decided to adjust the timing and do everything at the right moment. The Tae clan member couldn't understand this, and so he wondered why the young man didn't even try to prevent potential victims. At the same time, the young man confidently noted that he was sure that there would be no casualties. Moreover, our hero skillfully blocked this portal, and this is already a very good deed. The old man couldn't calm down and asked if it was a place where everyone's attention wasn't focused. The guy wouldn't have blocked it, As he began the battle again, Kenhu thought to himself that there was something wrong with the man, but said out loud that the old man was too meticulous. And while the young man was shouting that he would definitely win, the man was saying that in that case he would not apologize in advance for his actions. Park Hui so noted that he did not want to use the equipment that our hero gave him, but there was no other way out. With anger in his voice, the guy noted to himself that this was already going beyond all bounds. Jumping up from their seats, the men were already performing some complex maneuvers in the air. For a moment, the old man managed to gain the upper hand, and then the young man flew straight to the ground. Sitting on the grass, the young man tried to collect his thoughts. He understood that he had a difficult opponent, and at that very moment, the opponent came from behind and was already swinging his sword to strike his opponent. However, at that moment, Ken Hu turned around to defend himself. But again, something went wrong because with just one move, Park Hui so made our hero fly in the opposite direction. Standing opposite the man, the young man realized that he had hoped that this battle would end much faster. Although the guy was in no hurry to give up, and his smile was the best evidence of this. Although he didn't like the fact that his opponent was fast enough to not be able to use all his knowledge and potential. At one point, Park Hui Seo managed to touch the guy's shoulder with her sword, and it seemed like the battle might end at any moment. But a moment later, the old man noticed that the young man was nowhere to be found. Realizing that Ken Hu was behind him, the Tay clan member stated that the method to control his back was very simple. But suddenly something happened that the opponent did not expect. He suddenly realized that he was falling forward. The man actually fell, leaning on his own sword, which also served as a cane. For some time, our hero looked attentively at his opponent. And then in a triumphant voice, he said that if he had seen his abilities, he should have foreseen how good he would be in a real fight. Sitting on his knees, Park Hui-so wondered when the young man had managed to launch the poison darts. And it was a deadly poison. While pushing his opponent, the young man continued to say that he should have simply backed off and not gotten involved in all this. The guy didn't have time to finish speaking because he heard the men addressing their boss. The guards had no intention of abandoning the gentleman in trouble, and so they immediately rushed to his rescue. Our hero was the main one in this forest, and therefore turned to Kurson, who was hiding in the bushes. He and his assistants immediately rushed in the direction from which the guards were running. And the young man again turned to the old man, saying that he thought they trusted each other enough. And he added that he didn't expect things to turn out this way. The young man took off his glove on which there was a ring, and the young man gave the same one to Pak Hui-so. But the man had no idea about such a trick. Turning his head, the old man thought that he had actually underestimated his friend. Raising his sword, the boy happily said that he wanted to ask forgiveness from his opponent, but he had made his decision. And a moment later, the young man raised his sword and began to throw it somewhere. The next moment, Park Hui-seo began to scream, realizing that the young man had pierced him. It seemed that Ken Hu was taking revenge on the old man for something, and therefore had no intention of stopping. Although the opponent's hand was still shaking for a while, the man tried to resist. The goblins led by Kurson stood and watched carefully everything that was happening. They noticed that our hero, with his head bowed, sat and looked at one point. Although a moment later, the guy simply closed his eyes. Approaching the young man, Kurson decided to ask how they could best proceed with protecting a member of the Tay clan. In a confident tone, the young man said that there was no need to do anything. The goblins' work was finished, and they could return home. He added that he had not yet finished speaking with Park Hui-so, and therefore would stay here for a while. The forest became quiet again. The goblins left the place, and our hero stood and looked attentively at his elderly friend. Smiling, the young man turned to the old man and, in a happy voice, told him to stop pretending and get up from the cold ground. At that moment, the man's hand moved, although he was silent. And a moment later, the guy realized that Pak Hui-so had heard him, and therefore, albeit slowly, he rose. As before, our hero's friend was silent, but now he leaned against a large tree and bowed his head. And the young man explained that the poison was injected. He has certain abilities, but it is the only one that is extremely harmful to enemies, while for allies, it is practically necessary. And a moment later, he added that the solution to this issue depended solely on him. With the same severity, the man said that Ken Hu was surprising in many ways, but it was unclear why he had spared his life. The young man calmly said that Pak Hui-so did not really intend to kill him either. If the old man wanted to get rid of our hero, he would not have come so officially and openly. Hearing the man say that anyone who saw our hero would think he was a veteran, he noted to himself that in a sense that was true. The Tay clan member honestly admitted that the guy seemed arrogant and cruel on the outside, but was a good person at heart. But the old man was worried that Ken Hu alone could make the wrong decision. However, he replied that his opponent had indeed seen through his background well, but it was also true that he was not a monster. And he added that he did not want to become famous among people as a monster, and therefore, if he noticed even the slightest hint of a flood, he would do everything possible to prevent it. Moreover, the guy is surprised that Park Seo turned out to be so righteous. Everyone thought that he was a ruthless gang boss. However, the old man said that he was a philanthropist, and when a disaster happened one day, it could save the nation, which is why the flood that was caused made him so nervous. Smiling, the young man said the word philanthropy in a mysterious way. And then he declared that he only liked two types of people, useful allies and stupid enemies. And then the men started talking about how important it is to be responsible in life, although each of them had their own visions on this matter. After this, Ken Hu said that the powers that be are so indifferent to the unidentified majority that they don't even know. The old man, looking closely at the young man, noticed that he was sure that he was completely different. But our hero honestly said that he still lacked a lot. Initially, he thought about settling somewhere in a remote place and living a luxurious life. But suddenly this thought came into my head. Will there be satisfaction from such a life if there is power and strength in your hands? Will there be satisfaction from the fact that you are simply a famous person? And then the young man decided that instead of trying to get a star, why not just become that star? Looking at his friend, the man thought about how far this boy's desires really go. And he continued to say that even though Pak So had pointed his blade at him, the guy could show leniency, and all because he knew that the old man was not able to kill him. And he added sternly that the opponent now has a chance to swear allegiance, because next time he will have to lick boots and beg for it on his knees. And at that moment, but in a different place, a battle was taking place in which the red butterfly took part. Her partner, holding the goblin, shouted at her friend to be careful because danger was lurking on the other side. The girl noticed a huge monster waving its heavy weapon. It seemed that this goblin was not afraid of the rankers at all, and therefore was going to fight to the end. Although from the monster's appearance, one could tell that he had excellent potential, and therefore it was very difficult to be his opponent. Taking a stance, Red Butterfly thought that the boss in front of her looked like one. Some guy shouted to the crowd that there was an orc leader in front of them, and therefore they needed to line up and wait. The leader growled, showing with his whole appearance that he was not afraid of all these pathetic people. Ranker knew she had to complete her task and was already speeding up to fight back against her boss. The unknown guy asked the Red Butterfly to stop and not do stupid things. He said that even for her, this opponent was the strongest. However, the red-haired beauty didn't care who was in front of her. She was a hunter, so she was going to do what she thought was right. The orc, seeing people approaching him, screamed and began to swing his club. At that moment, the girl picked up speed and easily jumped over her opponent, ending up above him. A moment later, something went wrong, and the boss realized that someone was forcefully pulling him back. It was a brunette who, having thrown ropes over her opponent's arms, tried to throw him off balance. But a moment later, the orc was shocked to see that the same fate befell his tools, which were also slipping out of his hands. The guys were ready to meet the enemy. Their attitude was enviable. At that moment, the guy with glasses used the ability of the Night Shroud to deceive his opponent. For a moment, it seemed that this had the desired effect, because the monster stopped and looked somewhere with an uncomprehending gaze. The young man had no intention of stopping, knowing that he could make his own contribution to the common cause. The goblin boss stood in his place as if spellbound, unwilling to do anything. At the same time, the red butterfly was performing some of her own manipulations. A moment later, the orc was already engulfed in some kind of incomprehensible flame that came out of nowhere. Turning around, the girl noticed that there was no trace left of the monster, realizing that her magical abilities had helped. The young man began to shout at the red-haired beauty when she approached him. He asked why the girl did not listen to the commander. And a moment later, he said, "She probably wants to be sent to the disciplinary committee for disobeying orders." The Red Butterfly team, listening to all this, intervened in the conversation, saying what they had done that their friend was being spoken to like that. It was clear that the guys supported each other and therefore would not allow themselves to be spoken to in such a disrespectful tone. This was also understood by the young man who stood there and did not understand what he could do to counter this. Suddenly, the culprit spoke up and asked her commander for forgiveness, shocking everyone. With sadness in her voice, the beauty said that she had disobeyed orders and taken actions that had put the lives of her comrades at risk. The group leader remained silent, but now his face showed complete bewilderment. Bowing, the girl said that she was very sorry and was ready to bear any punishment. Suddenly, the guy changed his anger to mercy, explaining that the team members also acted in this way for the sake of common protection, and therefore he would turn a blind eye to what happened. And he added that he also wanted to apologize because he was all nervous and embarrassed because he had lost his usual composure. As he walked towards the girl, The captain noted that it was an honor for him to see how Red Butterfly defeated the orc leader in one fell swoop. Thanks to this, everything ended without casualties. As expected, the beauty is a great fighter. After some time, the ranker asked herself why she had a bitter taste in her mouth, since her actions did not lead to the failure of the mission and no one was hurt. As a sign of reconciliation, the young man decided to offer his hand. Turning around and walking away, the commander said that it was time for them to pack up and leave here. The girl's team members looked at her attentively, although they said nothing. The construction site was deserted. It seemed that no one except rankers ever lived in this place. However, a little later, Lee Ji-tae appeared, nervously glancing at his watch and clearly expecting someone. Suddenly, the young man turned around and even smiled. Seeing Red Butterfly and her team exit the room, the guy said that he congratulated the red-haired beauty on reaching level 21. However, she calmly replied that it was all thanks to the team members, as well as the Tae-sun clan. The young man said that this was commendable. But would the girl mind if they talked in private? The girl did not understand why this was necessary, but she did not object. After a while sitting in the black car, Lee Ji-tae said that the ranker had a worried expression on his face. Closing her eyes, the huntress admitted that she had made a mistake in the dungeon. It was all about the commander's instructions. Laughing, the young man stated that they had completed the mission without any damage, so everything was fine. However, the blonde's piercing gaze did not miss the fact that most likely the residue was not from this, but from Ken-hu. The girl puts herself in danger and tests her strength to prevent even the slightest stagnation. However, this should not be the only goal that exists. Answering Red Butterfly's question about why the guy had come, he said that the guys probably hadn't heard the latest news, although he himself only found out about it on the plane. Having handed the tablet to the ranker, the young man asked her to look at something very interesting. Looking at her companion with horror, the beauty asked if this was really a flood. The Red Butterfly found it hard to believe this, and so she looked at the tablet again with apprehension. Suddenly, the huntress's attention was drawn to something else very interesting. The beauty recognized her friend and therefore asked if it was true that she saw Ken-hu. Lee Ji-tae confirmed this, adding that he is trying to find out as much as possible about this person, although there is almost no information. And he added that at this time even the slightest hint was important, and therefore the only person who came to mind was the one who competed with him, and for more than 30 minutes. And again he asked what his companion thought. Was there a concealment of skills then? Could the guy succumb to the Red Butterfly? Bowing her head, the girl honestly answered that the young man was clearly hiding something. Bowing her head, the beauty's eyes filled with tears, but she continued to say that she didn't feel like Ken-hu was fighting at full strength. The blonde didn't understand what his guest was talking about, and so he asked again whether this man had hidden his abilities. Pulling herself together, Red Butterfly stated that in terms of techniques and other aspects, she had a significant advantage, but for a moment she had hallucinations. And in that short period of time, it turned out that she was already out of the game. Lee Ji-tae said that the boy had the skill, but he did not use it, which means that there was either limited or deliberate concealment. And he added, as expected, everything is very strange. Judging by the video, Ken-hu has superiority only in one area of simple physical strength. Everyone saw how easily the young man dealt with werewolves. The girl was silent, not understanding what could be said in this situation. However, Lee Ji-tae noted that this was already the height of irrationality. The beauty looked at him attentively, although she remained silent, because she did not know what to say in such a case. The girl again noted to herself that while Ken-hu was developing and gaining strength, she had been doing something incomprehensible all this time. The blonde immediately complimented Red Butterfly, saying that she was showing great growth. Therefore, she could definitely be crossed off the list of newcomers. And she added that she was a great fighter who had surpassed him from the days when the guy himself was a beginner. Hearing Lee Ji-tae's interest in Ken-hu again, the ranker stated that she herself actually knows nothing about the guy. And again, bowing her head, the girl asked for forgiveness with a guilty look. After that, the blonde man said that he heard that the girl was going to visit the Cholu dungeon. Considering the recent events, their clan would organize a raid to suppress the flood of monsters that had arisen. They need to use this opportunity to focus their efforts on stabilizing all the dungeons down to the fixed type, and so the young man plans to gather as much information as possible. Lee Ji-tae added that he plans to conquer Baekdu dungeon in a year, but as for the butterfly, it is still too early for it to go to Jeoldu. Looking closely at the ranker, the young man stated that their clan believed in her, so there was no need to despair. And a minute later he said that he wanted to invite the huntress to join their raid in the Cholu dungeon. The guys from the Red Butterfly team sat on the street and waited for the girl to come. While the ranker was thanking her friends for not leaving, she was immediately told the news that there was a flood in one of the dungeons. The young man, hearing that some kind of argument was about to begin, asked why Li Jitae wanted to see the huntress. The girl briefly spoke about the flood, and also about the fact that the clan was gathering a raid to suppress this uprising. The youngest girl asked if it was true that an ordinary newcomer had managed to stop the invasion, which was quite strange. The brunette, who never loved our hero, immediately began to utter various insults towards him. However, Red Butterfly assured that all the rumors regarding Ken Hu and his strength were true. The guys understood that the young man had looked quite suspicious even a few months ago. It seemed that the guy with glasses didn't want to discuss others, so he asked his colleague if she was sure that she would also be participating in the raid. The beauty stated that this was indeed the case. Moreover, she decided to accept the invitation. All three looked at the huntress in surprise, although they did not dare to say anything out loud. But having recovered a little from the shock, the boy and the girl unanimously declared that it was wonderful. And a moment later, the youngest added that it should be fun. Then the guys began to note that there was no need to thank them, because they were not strangers. But for the Red Butterfly herself, none of this mattered. She was only interested in Ken Hu. The red-haired beauty thought to herself that no matter how high this guy climbed, she too would continue to climb up without stopping. And this means that sooner or later he will certainly surpass the young man. A few hours later, a car was racing along the highway. Holding the jewel in his hands, Li Jitae wondered where the old man managed to get such pure crystal moss. This stone reminded the blonde of our hero, who looks like a huge and unidentified monster. Despite this, the jewel was truly magnificent. There was no arguing with that. While answering the phone, the guy heard the man saying that all preparations for tomorrow were completed. Li Jitae smiled, and then said out loud whether he could still take matters into his own hands. And he already thought to himself that he was waiting for the outcome with great impatience. The next day at the appointed time, people began to gather. For the most part, these were local journalists who tried to get the best seats possible. Although after a few minutes, the administrator announced that they were starting a press conference with the head of the Taesoon clan, Mr. Li Jitae. The young man walked onto the stage and first of all bowed politely to everyone gathered. Ranker immediately began by stating that a tragic incident had occurred at the Mount Cholu shrine last week. At this very time, our hero was studying in hell, realizing that he had to improve his skills. Yumin listened attentively to the speech, which was about what the ranker had said about the severity of the flood. Red Butterfly heard this too, although she was more focused on her studies. The boy continued to say that fate had given them a wonderful gift in the form of a 5-star hunter, and this became the impetus for the clan to rethink their duties and the duties of hunters. This incident could have resulted in countless casualties if not for the heroic performance of Mr. Ken Hu. The guy then went on to say that the path through the dungeons was quite difficult, but they had passed it and were continuing to pass it. And the reason was that people were creatures that knew how to cooperate with each other. Yumin listened to all this with surprise, and with each passing minute her eyes widened more and more from what she heard. However, Li Jitae said that their clan plans to completely suppress the rebellion. They will do this for the safety and peace of the people. He added that their clan takes full responsibility for the cleanup, and what's more, citizens won't have to pay any commissions. At this moment, Park Hui-seo thought that the responsibility originally lay with the Almighty Alliance. But if the Tae-sun clan wanted to take everything into their own hands, then they would monopolize all the items and corpses of monsters that they found. And it's all a unique and surefire scam in the blonde style. Unexpectedly, the clan representative announced that he wanted to introduce the one who stands at the forefront. The Red Butterfly, which had been busy up until this point, now became alert and waited for a name. The old man also couldn't understand something. He had counted on a lot, but clearly not on this. Yuming's eyes widened at the news, waiting to see what would happen next. And only our hero was completely and utterly occupied with his studies. Smiling, the blonde thought that Ken Hu had fully demonstrated what he was capable of. But the guy himself understood that his opponent could not know the basis of his strength, nor the places where he trained. So now he could do nothing but use the crystal moss to increase his strength. And at that moment, Li Jitae realized that he was feeling a restlessness that was completely alien to him. Turning around, our hero reflected on the fact that there was only one thing his opponent was now capable of. It was he himself, our young man who at that time was in hell and was studying. But the enemy wants to get this with all his might, throwing aside all pride and nothing more. At that moment, still standing in front of the journalists, Li Jitae finished speaking, introducing Mr. Ken Hu to everyone's attention. After the main press conference, high-ranking guests gathered in the hall. One of the girls, looking through something on her phone, thought that the scope was impressive. It was clear that we were talking about a large piece of the pie. Suddenly, the stranger looked attentively somewhere to the side. However, her attention then returned to the video she was watching on her gadget. The brunette seemed annoyed by what she saw. Making a disgruntled face, the girl asked herself if her favorite team was going to win. At that moment, Kang Hu approached the brunette and asked if she really was No Ha-yul. She replied that it was so, and now looked attentively and with surprise at the one who had addressed her. Holding a glass in his hands, the young man happily said that it was wonderful that they had managed to meet. Hearing that, the ranker noticed that the atmosphere was different from the one that surrounded the boy when he was in the dungeon. He made the excuse that his girlfriend had picked out the costume, and he added that he did not argue with her. Besides, it was an official event. And our hero thought to himself that if he had come here dressed more simply, no one would have ignored him, but he did not want to violate the established etiquette. Although he said out loud that he probably should have come in the same simple clothes as Na Ha-yul. She replied that usually hunters' meetings are not so formal and have a noisy atmosphere. Because there are many young people among them, however, if a person has a family or leads a measured life, he is unlikely to go into the dungeon. That's why many rankers retire after 30 years old, and she added that what many people here see is in line with Li Jitai's preferences. The girl heard a question about where the blonde man was, and said that he was holding a meeting with a group of foreign chrome hunters. And then she said that they had been visited by guys who had already dealt with floods, and as soon as the exchange of opinions was finished, they would begin. And again she said that her clan of the Great Unknowns refused to raid the dungeon, which is why she came here to say this. However, Ken Hu did not back down. He said that initially they all worked together in Crazy Tiger, but then split into the Great Ones and Tae Sun. The brunette explained that the name of the former clan came from the name of the club where hunters used to gather every day. And then she said that Li Jitai had taken their core from there. Changing the topic, No Ha-yul said that although they won't receive much attention from the flood situation, the role of those preparing for the next one is also important. The young man thought to himself that if the Mad Tiger were reborn, it would be the best clan in the country, both in name and in essence. For a moment, the guy thought about what if he managed to absorb both clans. At this moment, Li Jitai ended the meeting because the room became a little more lively. Some unknown people appeared on the stage led by a blonde man. One of the men was dressed in a priest's uniform, which raised a number of questions. One of which, really, that foreigner in the priest's cassock has experience in fighting floods. Li Jitai spoke again, informing everyone gathered that he wanted to introduce the leaders of the groups that would lead the expedition to Cholda. Most of the rankers didn't know these people, although our hero knew the head of the branch of the Almighty Alliance. At some point, the speaker stopped and noted that he felt awkward, saying that the overall command had been entrusted to him. Angry, No Ha-yul thought to herself that they were expelled even before they had made their official position, and besides, that arrogant guy would still take charge. Realizing that something was wrong, the girl drained her glass in one gulp, surprising our hero. After this, the brunette shouted something very indecent. After that, she said loudly that she had come to inform them that the Great Unknowns would not go on the expedition, and wished everyone a pleasant evening. Everyone gathered looked attentively at the girl, who demonstratively walked towards the exit. Ken Hu was extremely surprised by this, but he decided to stand aside. Although I thought to myself that the relationship between the blonde and the caretaker was bad. At that moment, the branch managers who had been announced earlier continued to stand on stage, realizing that the pause had gone on a bit. Li Jitai said that he wanted to introduce an important person to everyone. This man was the priest John Gessner, who came from Germany. He was one of those who ventured into Syria when the flood broke out and stabilized the underground. While the blonde continued to talk about how this man had been invited as an advisor, our hero could not believe his eyes at who he was seeing. Suddenly, he remembered Akulami's henchman, who had said that after John and Maria Keller, humanity had gone out like a candle. The young man clearly remembered that Cavaro had mentioned this man. In addition, the skeleton's diary contained a note that John Gessner, who had arrived from Germany, had committed suicide, and because they could now. Surprisingly, it was the same man who gave humanity the opportunity to hold out until the very end. After the man committed suicide, the days of the skeleton and everyone else in the gym were numbered, but the guy was troubled by the fact that this priest had committed suicide. It was hard to believe that it was actually the same person, but if it really is him, then it means he is somehow connected with survival in the coming hell. And that means with the help of Admiral Ren's monocle. But at this point, the young man's thoughts were interrupted. He looked at the stage, although he remained silent, as if something had confused him. The blonde also remained silent and looked at Ken Hu attentively, and the confident one, who knew his own worth, also had no intention of looking away. Looking at our hero again, Lee Ji-tae said that the key to the expedition was with John's father. And he added that this person is a 50th level healer. He has healing protection and the highest skill. This is the veil of loving kindness. Our hero thought that this man had 3 skills. To mobilize people with such forces in an instant, it was really amazing. Suddenly, our hero's thoughts were interrupted by a man who addressed him. What is interesting is that everyone sitting in the hall also paid attention to Ken-hu, saying that he was so transformed in the suit that he was simply unrecognizable. At the same time, the blonde's assistant thanked the guy for coming and saying that one person wanted to meet with him. And in a more polite tone, he asked him to follow him, which the young man was not going to refuse. Smiling, the young man thought that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Less than a minute passed, and our hero, along with his security, was already standing in the elevator, heading towards Lee Ji-tae. Ken-hu entered the apartment first, looking around and not really daring to move forward. Looking around, our hero decided that this place was truly luxurious, but at the same time quite cozy and comfortable. The young man expected that the owner would immediately come out to meet him, but he was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the owner of the house's voice was heard from the second floor, who said that he had been waiting for his guest for a long time. As he climbed the stairs, Ken-hu was silent, and he didn't really want to think. Inviting the young man to the table, the blonde said that he did not know whether he would like such a dish. And again, our hero did not answer. Instead, he took a sip of champagne. Lee Ji-tae was the first to start the conversation, asking where the ranker trained and what organization he belonged to. With absolute calmness, the guy replied that everything he had achieved was the fruit of his hard work. With irritation in his voice, the owner said that this version would be good for him, but not for the government, and they would definitely be interested in this and start an investigation. With irony in his voice, the young man said that he was thinking about buying a wheelchair. The blonde replied that it would hardly help him look less threatening, and so suddenly asked sharply about which star's whisper the young man had heard. Surprise was frozen on Ken-hu's face. He definitely didn't expect such a turn of events. Our hero tried to joke it off, but his fellow ranker did not give in, and now began asking about his opponent's level. The guy thought to himself that he had shown enough during the flood, but first he wanted to hear information from the blonde. Our hero wanted to think about something else, but the next moment, his eyes opened in surprise. The system notified that Lee Ji-tae was level 57. This information infuriated the young man, who realized that the man sitting opposite him was constantly talking about how he only had 4 stars. Jumping up from his seat, Ken-hu wanted to leave, but he was unable to do so because the strong hand of the owner of the house grabbed him and pressed him to the table. The guy looked at it carefully but decided to remain silent. Laughing, the opponent told his guest not to worry so much because they met for another reason. But Ken-hu was annoyed not so much by the level, but by the fact that he didn't even notice his opponent's movement. Letting go of his hand, Lee Ji-tae began to apologize, saying that he was wrong. The man thought to himself that his guest was unable to react to such a simple capture. It was strange, but out loud, he said that he just wanted to make sure that the guy was okay. Hearing about the rumors and that our hero should not relax, he asked the owner of the house how old he thought he was. The blonde didn't understand what the question was about, which he honestly said, but added that he would assume the guy was about 30 years old. The young man laughed and thought to himself that something had become clearer to him. Still not realizing how old Ken-hu really was, Lee Ji-tae decided to ask him if he really had 5 stars. Remaining polite, the young man replied that he would like to take the question back. The top ranker's eyes widened, seeming to be at a loss as to how to respond to this. The blonde wasn't going to shift the blame onto himself, so he began to justify himself, noting that he was just wondering if the hunter really had 5 stars and not more, since his abilities were incredible. Now our hero was silent, understanding that most likely the owner of the house was making it clear that he had other acquaintances who were holders of 5 stars. And Lee Ji-tae continued to say that it felt like something beyond the pale, perhaps even 7 stars. It felt like a ranker had achieved something like that. It is undeniable that the guy has surpassed the current level of humanity. Ken-hu knew that he didn't like all this, so he replied that he wasn't that strong. It seemed that the blonde was preparing some kind of trap. He again began to talk about how our hero is very strong. But now we are not talking about that, but about something completely different. And he added, his question might seem a little strange, but was the young man familiar with Arthur Crutch's novel, which is called Childhood's End? Having fallen silent, the young man again began to think about the fact that he really didn't like this conversation. But the blonde continued to say that according to the plot, a strange creature, the ruler, appears. His race was significantly stronger than the human race, and therefore people looked at him and were afraid. But in the end, humanity turned to him for help, and the master's race helped people reach a new level. This piece compares the process of becoming something new, something that transcends the human race, to childhood, which seems trivial now. But when the boy read it, it made a big impression on him. The young man knew exactly what was being discussed, but he understood that there were no such lines there. And Li Jitai continued to tell the story of how the ruler maintained his level of development until he pushed humanity beyond its capabilities. Our hero thought to himself that he had not seen the meeting that way, but he asked out loud what thoughts there should be on this matter. And again the owner spoke up, saying that while reading this novel, he thought that the leader and the awakened one were not the same being, just like the countless number of teachers who taught the Buddha until he attained nirvana. Having moved closer to our hero, the blonde said, as soon as he saw the guy, he immediately felt the smell of evil and fear, and also the arrogance characteristic of those who can predict the future. Looking at his colleague, Ken Hu wondered what the man sitting opposite him knew about the complexity of hell. Li Jitae meant that the boy smelled the same as him, and could also predict the future to some extent. So he knew for sure that the flood in Cholu was just the beginning. Rising from his seat, the owner of the house added that radical changes would soon occur, and this was a future that no one could foresee. Reaching for his glass, the young man said that he now wanted to get to the point, and he asked how Ken Hu felt about working together, working as comrades who would support each other in difficult times. And then he suddenly declared that he did not know how much evil was hidden under this human face, and fell silent for a while. But after that, he continued to say that if this evil really exists, why not use it for good purposes? Our hero looked closely at how the blonde put his hand on his shoulder. But he was in no hurry to answer. Instead, he asked his colleague to tell him something. Not much time passed before Ken Hu entered the elevator to leave the rancor and head home. Standing surrounded by guards, the young man wondered if he had gone too far. Thinking back to their recent conversation, the boy remembered asking the blonde about how loudly he shouted out the names of techniques or magic spells when using skills. The young man's surprise truly knew no bounds, and so he fell silent for a moment. However then, while sipping champagne, he said that after 20 years, he basically stopped using such things. After this, the hunters fell silent and simply looked at each other. And then Li Jitae stated that he was quite clear about our hero's position, and he was glad to talk to his colleague. And in a serious tone, he added that there were some matters remaining in the banquet hall, and therefore he had to take his leave. As for Ken Hu, his guards would escort him to the exit. And now, standing in the elevator, the young man thought that the blonde was sincerely making fun of him. The door opened. The guy understood that now he could go about his business. However, as soon as we left the elevator, something completely unusual happened. For some reason, a destroyed street appeared before the ranker's eyes. He definitely recognized this place, since he had been there more than once. It was hell. And then he remembered how the head of the Tay clan suggested that they work together and support each other like true friends. There was something really strange about it. A second later, everything returned to normal, and our hero already saw a parking lot and cars in front of him. The young man was in no hurry to go out. He just stood and thought about something of his own. The thoughts were about how when someone is so confident in their success, their hands literally itch to stop them. Besides, if Li Jitae's skills are among the best in the world, then the guy believes that he will be able to catch up with him in no time. The megaspore rat looked at the young man attentively and growled, and he fearlessly said that even the squeak of this monster was disgusting. However, this creature was not going to just watch, and therefore it was ready to attack at any moment. Taking his sword, the guy said that since the rat itself was running into his hands, he would be happy to meet it. In an instant, Ken Hu had already accelerated and was running towards his opponent. Having dealt with the rat, the young man covered his nose, because the system sent a notification that if a person inhales the spores released by the predator, he will become a parasite and will wander in the sewers for the rest of his life. Looking at his dagger, the guy said out loud that it was good that this rat had not swallowed his weapon. In such a reduced form, it was more convenient to use. After that, the computer started sending notifications about how successful the blade was and how many advantages it had. However, in a completely different place, real work was in full swing. Someone was preparing food, someone was doing other things. These were goblins who did not sit still. Each of them knew their task. A moment later, Curson heard someone speaking loudly to him. It was our hero who asked the goblin to look somewhere. In front of them was a kind of closet in which there were many different things, as well as building materials. The goblins knew this was what they needed, but they stood modestly aside. Ken Hu shouted loudly that the creatures needed to improve their home, and therefore they should immediately dismantle everything he had brought. A minute later, everyone gathered in an even line went to get the gifts. A moment passed, and the goblins were already happily running back, having collected various items for themselves. However, from the expressions on the faces of Kursen's comrades, it was clear that they were not going to share it. And this is what our hero didn't like. And so he showed them his fist, hinting at something bad. At that very moment, all the inhabitants of the dungeon, huddled together, ran away. The young man jokingly asked if they had accidentally spat in his potion, but Kursen noted that they would never do that, since they had made a decision to follow the boss. And they added that they were grateful that they didn't kill them all and eat them later. The guy was silent. He didn't know what to say because he wasn't in the business of eating goblins. Our hero was about to leave somewhere, but he said that he remembered something and therefore reached into his pocket for something. Suddenly, the young man took out some strange green object. Recoiling from the man, Kursen, realizing that it was a spore, screamed in horror. Why did he need this terrible thing? Hearing that the guy managed to eliminate the rat, the young man understood that he could not simply swallow the spore, and so he asked if there was some way he could add it to the potion. The boy's servant thought he was joking, but Ken-Hu said he had no reason to do so. The young man joked that if something went wrong with the potion and he lost his mind, he could simply be killed. However, Kursen asked the owner to try not to go beyond his boundaries, adding that the young man had been behaving rather strangely lately. And he added that our hero, of course, has the ability to be reborn, but there is no need to specifically want to die, because this may not lead to anything good. Kursen said that it would not be a bad idea for a young man to reconsider his values. He who treats his own life frivolously treats others in the same way. After this, our hero hurried to rise to the surface from the room that once served as a subway. Talking to himself, Ken-Hu admitted to himself that his servant was absolutely right about something. But a moment later, the guy's attention was again drawn to something interesting. In 1 minute, he hid behind a large rusty car, hiding from someone. After this, the young man only looked out from his hiding place a little to take a closer look at what was happening on the street. There were some entities wandering along the road that resembled rats, although they were much larger. It was difficult to tell whether the monsters were hunting someone or just looking for something. The guy didn't intend to put himself in danger, so he pushed off from the building and began to emit some kind of current. Looking into the distance, our hero lay in wait for a few minutes, and then he was already flying over the opponents who were directly below him. Our hero decided to destroy the enemies, and therefore began to use his new skills. One of these was a hellish little dart, which hit the rat right on the head. The next moment, Ken-Hu landed on the ground and rolling flew forward somewhere. It seemed that the rat, which raised its head up, was not at all bothered by this. It was busy with something of its own. But then something began to happen, something that could not be described in words. The predators became wary. Their gaze became wild and crazy. Now they definitely wanted revenge. Despite the fact that our hero was very close, these creatures were not interested in the guy. For some reason, they got angry at each other. Not much time had passed, and the relatives had already pounced on each other as if they were the worst enemies. The rats nibbled each other lightly, but still did not understand why they did it. The young man said that for now, he was seeing the usual picture, after which the guy made just one hand gesture, which he had already used before. And then something indescribable began to happen to the rats. Standing in his place, the guy happily noted that his strategy was working perfectly. A second later, our hero's attention was drawn to a system notification, which said that there were 87 hours left until the next quest. Standing on the edge of the roof, the guy thought that there were just over 3 days until the next day. And this was a bit of a problem because the guy had a task waiting for him in the real world as well. Ken-Hu thought that if he didn't conquer the Cholu dungeon in 1 day, he would automatically be pulled into that place during a raid. Fearlessly jumping to the ground, our hero thought that he was not the same as he was a few years ago. As for the mission, it is necessary at all costs to come up with an excuse to leave in the midst of an attack. It was a beautiful sunny day in the ordinary world of our hero. The helicopters that flew around the perimeter monitored the situation and reported that there were no monsters visible from the Cholu dungeon, but everything was so quiet that it was alarming. Journalists reported that the underground attack, the first serious expedition into the flood zone, is expected to be so powerful that it will eclipse others in other countries. These gatherings consist of people whose level ranges from 30 and above. In addition, the expedition includes the famous Ken-Hu, as well as the priest John Gessner, so it should be a fascinating spectacle. However, we must not forget that this complex undertaking is being led by the powerful Li Jite. Raising his hand, the leader announced that it was time for them to go inside. After this, loud but even steps were heard. The hunters did what they were told. But before everyone had time to go inside, someone announced that they had an emergency. Seeing the out-of-breath participant, the young man nervously asked what had happened. Trying to catch his breath, the man spoke in fragments about what was happening in Gangwadno, in the Chunshan area, and then fell silent. After a couple of seconds, the man continued talking about how there had been a flood. The participants listened with horror to everything the ranker continued to say, not believing that such a thing could happen. Having received a message on his phone, our hero did not understand why everything did not go according to plan. The record stated that the flood in Chuncheon occurred 10 days after the flood in Cholu, which was scheduled to happen a year later. At the same time, the guy sped up the events, which means that everything happened much more powerfully. Perhaps there is an invisible connection between the dungeons. Looking into the distance, our hero thought that he shouldn't have touched the first part of the domino. One of the men said that nothing could be done about it. First of all, it is necessary to postpone the expedition and stop the flood where it is currently occurring. Suddenly, one of the participants intervened, suggesting that the Chuncheon dungeon had 2 stars, and if they dealt with it, the situation in Cholu could become noticeably worse. With others, things are not so critical yet, but if something happens there, reinforcements can be sent. One commander said that although there was no sign of danger in the Hulla dungeon, the population was continuing to evacuate, but the state had to show it could effectively manage and suppress floods. And a moment later, another person noted that a call had come from the Great Unknowns. Fortunately, they were in that area and were already successfully subduing the monsters. Realizing that things were not so bad, one of the rankers suggested continuing the expedition as previously planned. The blonde thought he didn't understand what was the best way to proceed in this case. And then in a serious tone, he noted that it would be best to do so, while at the same time, he himself would go to the problematic dungeon. The assembled people looked at the leader of their expedition with horror. It seemed that they did not believe in success if this man was not there. Red Butterfly had the same expression, but our hero definitely didn't like it. Li Ji Tai noted that they don't fully know the situation with the dungeon in Chuncheon, and therefore it's better to keep an eye on everything. As for Cholu, the Obsidian team remains in charge here. He added that it would be best if the leadership was handed over to the head of the Almighty Alliance branch in Kanuk, Seo Tai Kaing. The blonde said that this man controlled the Cholu dungeon, participated in dozens of expeditions, and therefore knows this place very well. Li Ji Tai added that if difficulties arise, one can seek advice from Priest John, who has also encountered similar situations several times, and if something extraordinary happens, they stay in touch. Although a moment later he did not forget to mention Ken Hu, who listened to all this as if spellbound. While playing his game, the young man politely turned to the young man and asked him for a favor. The Red Butterfly looked closely at the guy standing next to her. Without enthusiasm, our hero thought that when it comes to the blonde, there should be no sacrifices. If he makes even one mistake, all the previously earned reputation will disappear. And so he said out loud that he would help as much as he could, but he thought to himself that he should make sure that everyone remained safe. Smiling, the colleague noted that he was glad to hear this. However, events unfolded not only in the dungeon, as life in the city was in full swing. Sitting in the lab, the staff discussed intently what was happening in Cholu, realizing that they were in for an entertaining spectacle. Reading the message from Ken Hu saying that he would be back soon, Yumin was worried. The boy had never taken part in such an expedition before, and so she hoped that he would return safe and sound. Finally, all the issues were settled and the rankers were able to enter the dungeon. The hunters went in organized groups, as had been agreed upon in advance. It was dark inside, so one of the commanders lit a flare. Throwing it up, the man understood that only with normal lighting would they be able to defeat the creatures that lived underground. However, before the man could complete his mission, rats immediately jumped out of the depths and began to growl loudly. The captain immediately informed all the participants that ratmen were waiting for them ahead. And just a few minutes later, a battle began between the residents of Cholu and the brave hunters. Both fought as never before, each wanting to achieve their goal. And only our hero, with folded hands, thought about the fact that although he does not have faith in the all-powerful alliance, one cannot help but admit that they are professionals. And the Red Butterfly also leveled up beautifully during this time. In the case of John, who did his job impeccably, words are not needed at all. In a few minutes, approximately 50 predators were eliminated. Suddenly, someone's voice brought our hero out of his thoughts. The guy who approached him said that Ken Hu was the only one in this place who was standing around doing nothing. Smiling naively and scratching his head, the guy said that he was curious to know what the guy's abilities were. And then he just watched everything. However, the man was not going to back down, saying that it was high time for the hero to show what he was capable of, because watching it on TV was one thing, and being there was quite another. The young man watched the young man with a keen gaze and remained silent. And coming closer, he asked whether one of the commanders really believed that he needed to enter the battle. Without saying anything, Ken-Hu walked past the ranker and went somewhere. The young man smiled and seemed not at all worried about being asked to take part. Suddenly, our hero approached the dead ratman and picked up the whistle that was lying on the ground. The man looked at the guy with confusion, not realizing what he was planning to do. However, he replied that among the predators there are individuals called foremen, and they always carry this whistle with them to call for reinforcements if they are needed. The hunter immediately began to say that he had never heard of anything like this before. Our hero thought to himself that this was not at all surprising, because monsters began to use this method many years after the death of humanity. Everyone gathered looked at Ken-Hu in surprise, as if he was some kind of madman. Turning his back to everyone, the young man calmly declared that everyone should wait for him with impatience. And while the frightened commander was asking what the young man was up to, he announced that reinforcements had arrived. Looking at each other, the rankers said that this crazy boy himself didn't understand what he was doing. Suddenly, Seotae Kane shouted, telling everyone to get ready for battle. But Ken-Hu immediately declared that everything was fine and the guys could take a little rest. The guild commander didn't understand what the young man was even talking about. However, our hero was not going to explain anything. He turned around and silently walked deeper into the cave. The hunters stood rooted to the spot, watching as the silhouette of their colleague practically disappeared from sight. Only a few seconds passed, and from the depths of the dungeon terrible sounds were heard, from which everything inside was shrinking, which was visible on the faces of those gathered. Despite this, the hunters did not dare to make any decision. Seotae Ken, who was standing in front, was the first to suggest that the boys go and help the young man. A moment later, the rankers, lighting their way with a flashlight and armed with swords, called out to our hero, hoping to find him alive. Having reached a certain place, the one walking ahead saw some figure and decided to approach. To his great surprise, they were ratmen, whom someone had recently dealt with. Without giving up on trying to find Ken-Hu, the commander asked again and again if everything was okay with the young man. Without waiting for an answer, those gathered decided that they needed to move on, and everyone should be ready. Seotae Kenu threw the light bomb again, realizing that they had already gone very far from the entrance. The eyes of one of the guys widened to incredible sizes. He clearly did not want to move on. But before the boys had even walked a meter, they saw on the ground a huge number of monsters that had recently been killed. But the worst thing happened next. Everyone gathered noticed something flying in their direction. Something landed right at the feet of those who were in the very front rows. It wasn't very light inside, so you had to look closely to figure out what it was. The rankers noted that the boss's head was in front of them. At least the wolfhounds were in charge of this place last time. And a moment later, our hero appeared from the darkness and asked the hunters if this demonstration was enough for them. And a moment later, he added what they thought about it, whether they liked it. One of the commanders wanted to say something, but after looking at Ken-Hu's hand, he immediately changed his mind. And the young man continued to ask if this was enough for everyone to believe in his qualifications. Bowing politely, the leader said that this was quite enough and asked for forgiveness. Smiling, our hero happily said that everything was fine, but there was no time to waste. We had to move on. Looking at the frightened rankers, the young man thought that he was very lucky that Li Ji-tae was not here. In this situation, the guy will be able to fully instill awe in many people before him, because there is not much difference between respect and fear. Realizing that everyone had come to clear the dungeon, and not for a walk, the guys moved on. No one knew what would happen next, but everyone was prepared for even the most unpleasant developments. After some time, the rankers began to gradually slow down. Realizing that everyone was tired, Seotae Ken suggested that they take a short break for a while. Sitting down right on the floor, the hunters relaxed a little and caught their breath. At this point, the leader of the alliance told our hero that he had begun preparing for battle a few minutes before the monster appeared. If this could somehow be predicted, he would like to know more about the technique. Ken-Hu decided to joke around and said that the werewolf and a group of ratmen were ambushed them about 150 meters away, and it looked like they would attack at the most unexpected moment. He added that about 60 ratmen were approaching them at a distance of about 200 meters, but they would most likely attack until the group moved. Seotae Kenwu replied with a calm voice, as long as they weren't going to be attacked right now, then it was okay. And then the boy asked a question, asking if the captain was sure that they would be able to find the right path. A colleague admitted that the structure of the dungeon had changed more than he had expected. Before, everyone had seen the pattern and relied on it. But now, everything is different. This means that it will be almost impossible to complete the mission ahead of schedule. The young man honestly did not understand how significant these changes were, which is why he inquired. The ranker explained that the damage taken was much more severe than in other dungeons. There were many similar places, but what unfolded in Cholu was extremely unpredictable. Patting the wall, the young man continued to say that obsidian bricks can be broken down and reassembled repeatedly to form a structure. And although the scope is not large, it is best to keep the path clearly in mind. After this, the commander put his ear to the wall and began to listen to something. Suddenly his eyes widened. It was clear that something had happened. In a frightened voice, Seotae Kenhu said that he had just felt a sudden attack. With a serious expression, Kenhu stated that it was much worse. Something started to happen to the guys who were sitting near the brickwork. They seemed to be swaying from side to side. Watching as the walls changed places on their own, the hunters shouted that right at that very moment, this dungeon was being rebuilt. Realizing that things were not going according to plan, Seotae Kane ordered the rankers to gather in one place immediately. At this time, our hero was talking about how monsters limit their numbers. And after a short pause, he added that the flow of Ratman was like a tsunami. Hearing the last phrase, the guild leader's expression changed. That's why he started shouting for an immediate escape route. It was simply impossible to complete the mission. One of the commanders moving forward said that everything would be done. But suddenly, turning back, he looked at everyone in surprise and screamed. Those gathered tried with all their might to pull the poor fellow out of the abyss, which had not been there before. Another one unfortunately flew down, but this could not have been predicted. Watching everything that was happening, Seotae Kyung-woo thought that the way back was cut off. He could hear the fighting going on all sides, but he couldn't do anything because the shift in the dungeon had cut off the groups from each other. This firstly was frightening, and secondly, it demoralized the fighting spirit that had still been present before. Priest John, who commanded one of the units, immediately ordered a quality defense to be built. However, at that moment it seemed that not a single shield would survive the onslaught of the Ratmen, although they were powerful and strong enough to prevent the enemy from advancing so easily. Although this did not stop the predators, they did everything possible to attack as hard as possible. And it was easy enough to do this because there was a whole horde of Ratmen. It seemed that the entire dungeon was flooded with these entities. The priest realized that barriers alone would not help, so he used magic circles. Somehow they sent out electrical charges that had a negative effect on enemies. The glow from the fuses was so strong and powerful that the hunters could hardly stand on their feet. Kenhu, realizing that the defense was too weak, told the boys not to prepare because the other group would not last long. Seotae Kenwoo pulled himself together and said that they needed to wait for the structure to change, which happened frequently, and that the main task now was to help Priest John. The rankers, hearing the order, immediately rushed in the direction where the other group stood. Our hero thought to himself that this was probably the Obsidian team. Those gathered quickly found themselves at the place where the barriers were. Realizing that the protective wall was almost broken, the hunters immediately began to attack their opponents. Kenhu stood and silently watched everyone, thinking to himself that the willpower of these people was simply amazing. They knew their task very well, and therefore did everything possible to deal with the Ratmen. Although sometimes this was very difficult to do, since predators learned quickly. Thanks to the team having crossbows, they were able to shoot at longer distances, taking out those at the back of the crowd. Putting his glove on his hand, our hero thought that everything was pretty good, and therefore it was high time for him to get down to his task. At this time, another group of guys, led by Red Butterfly, were running somewhere. The girl thought that they absolutely had to break the fighting spirit of the Ratmen. But until this happened, everyone fought the enemy as best they could. The priest, who knew his task well, did it no worse than others. However, Seotae Kane was frightened by the situation, and he thought with horror about whether they would be able to survive until the next change of the dungeon. The difficulty was that after some time, wolves joined the Ratmen. They posed a particular danger, and therefore it was necessary to remain vigilant. Unfortunately, the onslaught of the predators was so strong that one of the groups, unable to withstand the pressure, was pushed back, and given that there was emptiness behind, the guys flew down. The second group also got trapped. They had a similar situation with the lack of a wall, which made the task more difficult. The werewolf was not stupid and was not going to retreat, showing all his strength. And again, the commander thought that they still needed such a gift. This meant that the rankers would not be able to hold out. Suddenly, a red butterfly appeared under the young man's feet and told him to be careful. The girl sincerely stated that in order to survive, they definitely needed a branch manager. The frightened guy only nodded in agreement, although he himself did not understand what to do. Suddenly, the wolf growled even louder, and the boys realized that the beauty had managed to wound him a little. Looking at the huge jaws of this monster, one could say that he would not give up so easily. That's why Red Butterfly thought that with her current abilities, fighting one-on-one with this predator was an impossible task. Crouching down, the huntress knew what she was going to do next. A frightened Seotae Kane Woo, seeing the girl's leg, realized that she had jumped on the werewolf, which was akin to suicide. But the beauty understood that if she chose to fight in the air, she would be able to gain the upper hand. It was dangerous, but now the ranker was in a more advantageous situation than her opponent. Despite her fear, at some point the girl pressed her face tightly to the predator's muzzle, but only to hurt what the red-haired beauty managed to do. After making one turn, the huntress managed to hit the wolf in such a way that it flew down. But the girl did not take into account what happened next, because in flight, the werewolf grabbed the priest by the face. And now they were flying down together, realizing that there was no way to fix the situation. John screamed, but the most shocked was Red Butterfly, who had no idea what to do. Suddenly, the girl noticed how someone's dark shadow flashed past her like lightning. And this despite the fact that the priest had already flown beyond the peculiar labyrinth and was flying downwards. Ken-Hu also rushed down there, knowing exactly what he intended to do. The young man had already extended his steel hand forward and was looking attentively somewhere. The priest, realizing that help was very close, also extended his hand to meet it. Having grabbed the man, the young man began to talk about what would happen if he died now, and then fell silent, but only to deal with the werewolf who continued to drag John along with him. Having completed the task, our hero continued the phrase, adding that there would have been trouble. Having tightly wrapped the priest in webbing, the boy shouted after him to go back and save one more person. Less than a minute had passed, and the victim, using threads that looked more like an elastic band, had already practically risen to the top. Red Butterfly was the first to grab her comrade's hand. Looking at the frightened man, the girl began to wonder if everything was okay with him. However, the beauty did not have time to listen to the answer because she paid close attention to something. The bricks began to move so quickly that it was difficult to keep track of them. A moment later, in the place where there had been an opening just a minute ago, there was now a solid wall through which the ranker tried to shout. The men standing further away watched all this, but did not know what to say. What was happening was unpleasant, but there was nothing they could do about it. The only good thing was that it seemed like the hunters had managed to deal with all the ratmen that were in this place. To himself, Sotekenu thought that after the second battle, they had lost about half of the expedition team. Pulling himself together, the young man made an announcement that this dungeon had turned out to be very dangerous. Many participants had disappeared, and therefore it was best for everyone to return back while there was still such an opportunity. However, the branch manager did not have time to finish speaking because the Red Butterfly intervened in the conversation. She said with confidence that many hunters were probably alive and somewhere in the depths of the dungeon, so they should be found. With sadness in his voice, Seotae Ken explained that it was quite difficult to survive in such conditions, especially if there was an encounter with predators. But the ranker continued to say that Ken-Hu was alive, and therefore if the expedition was successful, the responsibility placed on him would be reduced. The young man understood that this girl's words were true. Li Jitae was not here, and his new acquaintance had disappeared. This means that if this expedition fails, then all responsibility will fall entirely on him. However, the guy is most likely alive. Having found him, the mission will be completed successfully, which means the sacrifices will not have been in vain since there was success after that. Realizing that Seotae Ken had withdrawn into himself, the girl turned to him once more. The leader said that he had momentarily given in to emotion, but now he had pulled himself together and decided that not only would they not abandon Ken-Hu, they would not abandon anyone. And a minute later, the young man gave the order for everyone to set off. Every room in the dungeon should be cleared. Red Butterfly thought to herself that Seo Tae-kyung was right, but she had to check it now. Namely, why does our hero look like some person the girl knew? At this time, the guy was in his usual hell and was looking somewhere up. He smiled because his timing was perfect. However, the young man was worried that for some reason the quest was not starting.